And we're live. What's happening? Benton here. Grab my water. Moment. Get your Mega Billions tickets. I'm pretty sure it's fake. The Powerball and the Mega Millions, but you know, it's over a bill, meaning billions. So went ahead and got me a ticket this morning. Went up to the lady and at the gas station and told her I was going to get a Mega Millions. And then I said, "What are my options?" Because I know when she goes onto the screen, there's different buttons they can press depending on how I want the ticket, to be structured. She said, "Do what?" And I don't like repeating myself, because if I repeat myself, it's the same words with the same meaning. Is her ability to understand increased in that time? Well, I said, "Where's the slips?" "Oh, they're over there." Doesn't point. All right. I did manage to find the lottery kiosk. That way I could fill out my own slip. I'm certainly not expecting a windfall. What's happening, Rob? Good to see you. Chuck in the house. Welcome, welcome. And we may do some fantasizing about the Mega Millions, possibly. So, oh goodness. Oh, good. I mean, Mr. Miyagi, good to see you, sir. Yeah, I buy them every once in a while, just for the hell of it. But I really don't think it's real. As if you think about it, it's obviously in the best interest of these lotteries. The larger the jackpot gets, the more tickets they sell. Although that seems to be tailing off. I don't know if I remember that very first time it went over 1 billion. It was just like a nationwide. That might have been, no, that was Mega Millions. It was like nationwide fever. No, it was Powerball. Yeah, Powerball. It's nationwide. Powerball fever. And that was back in my panhandling days, holding a cardboard sign. Let's give Mitchell, by the way, Mitchell, the man of the hour. Let's give him some ammo to come at me with in the live chats. So I remember I wrote, "Will work for Powerball tickets," because everybody knew, the mania was going on. A lot of people thought it was funny, and I got good donations, right? Although I was soliciting, perhaps at the time, and I would have worked. Although I'm not sure I would have worked for Powerball tickets necessarily. So, bait and switch, truth and advertising. You decide. Yeah, greetings, Chuck. Man, I'm kind of tired from yesterday. We did like 7 hours here, and then I talked to Big L on the phone for like 2 hours. So got a good night's sleep. Certainly. Where is this? I'm on this taurine now. I'm slowly waiting for my supplements to arrive. I believe why does my camera keep refocusing? Waiting for I believe the ox vial showing up today. And I don't recommend particular products, but this seems to be something I've been lacking in. It's supposed to be good for my bile. Oh, and I ate a hard-boiled egg with my first meal. A little bit of indigestion going on, a little bit of stomach upset. I think I'm going to be okay. I'm slowly trying to add some new foods to my diet over time. Well, I guess the Benton's been gone for a long time now. His back effect may have worn off, although it's still early. We're 4 minutes in. I missed the first part of Yurt's show, so I kind of wanted to check that out. I figured this would be a bit of a hang today. We'll hang out. I don't know that I've got another 2-hour rambling rant in me today. So, oh, and the link's there if anybody wants to come have a one-on-one. Wants to come chop it up. We're not paneling today, unless I change my mind. Right? I always reserve the right to change my mind. And before we get into the Yurt fellow here, Mitchell, man, been talking all this stuff, and I'm a pacifist. I don't really believe in violence, although I will defend myself. However, it occurred to me, I'm not sure exactly what size Mitchell is, but I'm right around probably 125 to 130 pounds. And hey, what's up, EBT? So I think, I believe me and Mitchell could probably weigh in at the same, even if he's 120, I'm sure I could get down to 120. I'm not sure what he's weighing, and have a sanctioned bout. Of course, not really, but and for me, it would be the competition, not to hurt anybody. I don't have any desire to physically hurt anybody. However, all this name calling and personal attacks, it would be enjoyable to defeat Mitchell mano a mano in a contest at the same body weight, no less. Because much like myself, Mitchell's probably most of the time when he comes into conflict with other males in the physical, I'm sure he's accustomed to giving up quite a bit of size. Although I'm probably a lot bigger than him at the same weight. Not that I'm huge or anything, but 5'10", size 12 shoes is pretty big for a guy weighing 125. And I'm like 15 years older than him. What's up? Music holds a secret. So it would be live streamed, of course, this potential bout. I think it'd be fun. What should the rules be? Get your Mega Billions tickets. Music holds a secret. It's like 1.25 billion. Went by the gas station and picked up my ticket. The hysteria, I don't think, is there, as in, because I remember that first, to repeat myself for the newcomers here, I remember that first time it went over $1 billion. I think that was the Powerball. Check out the notes here. I know I had made some notes. Maybe the thumbnail's keeping people away. I don't know. Yeah, Mitchell's insanity and psychic attacks. Yeah. Indeed, sir. Indeed. And then I got Big L sending me normie style MAGA anti-Democrat YouTube videos. So I got love for you, Big L, but I might have to go in on your on some of your ideas there, if I may. I don't think you'll mind, though. Man, did I make notes or not? Where are they? And then we always have 6079 Smith. He's going to be around. Well, and I don't even think it's even real, like we've talked about, but it is kind of fun to fantasize in the meantime. I believe the drawing's tonight. Yep. Good morning, Benton and Associates. Indeed. I didn't think about the fact that the comments would be covering up my pretty face. Hang on here. See if we can resolve this. And it helped a little bit. Just a tad. Can't really do anything about this. Nope, I don't think we can. You made your bed, sir. Now lie in it. That's a bummer. Raining again. No rain here in western Arkansas. It's been a minute, actually. All right, let's see. I want to hear Yurt fellow's intro here.
Habits become a little hard to break.
Wow.
You woke up again.
Wow.
We got another day.
Wow.
Another chance to not be a suck-ass boy. Another chance to do something.
Wow.
Not everyone's going to get a chance to do something today.
Wow.
People better than you are not going to get a chance. Maybe not even better than you.
Wow.
People more deserving.
What? More deserving? What are you talking about?
Have a chance, are going to get a chance, are not going to get a chance today. The young, children, You know, people that are sick, people that didn't make it through no fault of their own, they're not going to get a chance today. You got a chance today, though. Again, you've been blessed with another day. I've been blessed with another day, and I'm thankful for that. And I'm here to share a little time this morning with you. I wasn't intending to go this morning, and it might be an even shorter one. I'm going to go take a walk, take the whole squad to the forest for a morning hike this AM to break up the sort of our own routines. As we reach Friday, the routines can start feeling maybe like a little bit of a drag. Hey, good to see you, Rob. Yeah, boy, we did it. Good to see you. Look within. Yeah, y'all cool, man. Thank you guys for coming through. Yeah, I'm gonna go take my guys and we're gonna go walk in the forest here soon. So I'm just checking in with y'all. And I had a couple of thoughts. I figured I could probably cook something up here this morning for the people and give a message on Friday. One that's not a bitch ass. We're all broken. We're all dead. This realm sucks. This plate world sucks. We're fucking crying. We can't do that, man. So what do we do?
Wait a minute. We can't do that. Okay, Yerk fellow. Who's this we now? Speak for yourself, Bubba. I ain't got no brood. I ain't got no brood that I'm trying to raise. And I don't think I could. I guess if I had a brood and a wife and all of this, I guess I'd have to be looking on the bright side of things too, right? And not that I want people to join me in doomerism, right? But yeah, no, I can do that. Yes, I can. Now maybe he means the audience over there. I'm one of the original fans of his channels. All right, listening on the Bluetooth speaker, not in the live chat much, says Music Cult a Secret. Thanks for the update. Appreciate that. And I know I sound sarcastic, but that is not sarcasm. There's nothing I can do about that. I've been sounding sarcastic my entire life. Mr. Miyagi, not a fan of your psychological experiments. Oh, man. Uh-oh.
What do we do when things start feeling like they're sucking? I've been feeling sometimes like things have been sucking lately. Your neck is jack. Stretch that shit out, man. How'd you hurt your neck, brother? As we get older, we got to take care of our bodies, our physical forms. They start letting us down as we get older.
Well, but that's the thing is if we have to, like, who causes that to happen? And I'm really have gotten strict with my language, in the last several years. We have to take care of ourselves. No, we don't. Have you seen the people out here? There's nothing compelling or mandating that these people take care of themselves, or that I take care of myself, or anybody does anything really. And that was one of my major points back during the fake pandemic. Was I said, one of my themes was, do we really want to be telling people how to live or what to do based on health, public health? Because yeah, I might be willing to go along with these ideas of public health, the masks, and this is my thought experiment. I don't really mean this. I'm being a tad facetious, but let's just take their premise and run with it. So let's just say there's this thing called public health, and now all of a sudden my actions or inactions could potentially harm public health. Okay, let's just say I'm willing to accept that, and I'm going to go along with that in the context of a fake pandemic. Well, guess what? No more McDonald's. Well, if it's public health, I can't have the masses eating McDonald's. I can't have the masses sucking down Stody Pops, right? I can't have the masses binging on alcohol. I can't have the masses smoking cigarettes. Cigarettes are banned day one. Day one in a public health situation where we are all beholden to one another at the level of public health. Well, obviously can't smoke cigarettes. That's not a thing, right? So do we really, we meaning society? See, when I use these pronouns, and if anybody catches me slipping, remind me, because I'm human like everybody else. But these pronouns, and I don't even mean with the the changes in society and the transgender. I'm talking about just in general. Who am I referring to? So okay, society. Come take them, partner. Oh, the burgers and fries. See, that's the thing, EBT. EBT, I think, knows me well enough. I prefer a world in which, generally speaking, everybody gets to make their own choices and decide for themselves. And as long as I'm not out here causing direct harm, direct in the moment harm in the physical space to somebody else, as long as I'm not transgressing against them. But then again, in the public health scenario, EBT might want to try to think of what he likes to eat. If he goes and gets his favorite food that he likes to indulge in, well, now he's harming me potentially, right? Or harming the masses. So that's I reject those notions out of hand. Yeah, but yeah, I've no desire to take anything away from anybody at that level. Yeah, think for yourself as banned. Well, it's not even indeed, sir. You're free to do as we tell you. Terry Miller says if he ever sees his power, his re-education gulags will be loving and sensitive. Well, of course. I mean, how could they not be? Because you obviously, Terry Miller, you would be the benevolent dictator. So it's not that it's not that authoritarianism and all of these ideas don't work. It's just never been tried, right? Communism has never actually been attempted. It's just like, well, if somebody commits evil in the name of Christianity, well, those aren't real Christians, right? Those are fake Christians. So I don't know what you're talking about. Shout out to Kim before the storm. Yeah, who's more free? Exactly. Who's more free than Marlboro Man? Hey, well, in EBT, I don't know if you're old enough to remember this, but I'm sure you've seen it. Let's see. This is I grew up watching television as a child, and let me find this real quick. Let's talk about the Marlboro Man real quick. That's what I grew up with. A moment, please. Now, these are newer videos, right? I don't. I'm not going to take the time, in impromptu fashion. I'm not going to take the time to find an old timey clip, but this looks like it'll work. So this is the kind of stuff I used to see on television. Is this going to get the stream taken down?
I'm glad to see we've got such a good turnout. Today we're going to bring in Mr. Jim.
Oh, this is kind of old.
Now he's going to be breaking the record for the most cigarettes smoked at one time. Now he currently holds the record for 153 cigarettes, all at the same time. Now, Mr. Mouth, a non-smoker, by the way, show us what
a non-smoker.
When you see this guy.
Yeah.
There you go.
Bruh.
Got him? Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah.
This is fantastic.
Okay, folks, let's hear it.
Over here, please.
Okay, folks, in order to recognize continuing amazing achievements here in the world, we would like to present Jim Mouth with a certificate from the Guinness Museum for the most cigarettes smoked at one time on the day of the Great American Smokeout. Mr. Jim Mouth, everybody.
All right. It's having a little difficulty.
And Pow Mau non-filters, by the way. Shout out to Pow Mau non-filters. That's how they say it in Arkansas. And I've worked at enough gas stations in Arkansas. Oh, but that's right. I'm not able to hold down a job, like Mitchell said. I forgot. But yeah, I've spent enough time jockeying a cash register in Arkansas. That's a Pow Mau. Let me get some Pow Mau Light 100s. What's up, slow boy? Good to see you. So yeah, you want to talk about the Marlboro Man living his best life? I mean, that's what I used to see on TV. Somebody trying to smoke, or the guy that throws them in his mouth, right? Does all the tricks with his cigarettes. What's up, O'Shea? If you want to hit that link and do a one-on-one and talk some poker, I saw you were doing poker talk up there the other day, though, yesterday. But if you want to, I don't really want to play any clips of poker, but we need to educate these folks on what you've got going on there and explain to them. Not that they'll ever really understand, but yeah, give that man a sandwich. Indeed. But let's check out old Yerk fella here.
I was listening to Benton yesterday. A lot of
Damn right.
He gave me a couple shout outs in there, and I was handling my business, so I couldn't really respond. I don't know. Benton always has.
Oh, here he is. What's up, brother man? Oh no, you see this is. And wait a minute, let me read this. Apologies. I know some people are just listening. Salute Benton, says in a thought experiment, aka the Yurt Fellow, and aka in the Yurt with books, aka in the Yurt in a bus with books, aka Salvador. Maybe some other names that I'm not remembering. Salute Benton in chat. We'll probably have to listen on the replay, so I don't feel the need to spin a counterpoint. Thanks for sharing. Well, and that's what I like about having a YouTube channel that at least a few people are insane enough to tune into. Is he knows how to respond in his own forum, and I enjoy hearing those counterpoints, right? And I think maybe I don't know, I can't speak for him, but maybe he likes hearing some of mine as well. EBT says he's chain smoking in the truck, watching a machine on a test run, consuming high levels of caffeine. Indeed. God bless America, by the way. I was never a smoker, but by God, I think we should all get to make our own decisions at those levels. Call me crazy.
Good angles on things gets me. Oh, you have scoliosis? Wow. I'm fucking tired of that, Rob. And I know, that was probably what was happening with the news, man, was just focused on that news all the time. It paints such a bleak portrait of reality, and it's so easy to get wrapped up in that. So scoliosis, I'm not too familiar with what scoliosis exactly is. I kind of know in general, but is that a genetic disorder caused by something? Is that a bone thing or a myelin sheath thing? I'm probably confusing several things. Yeah, exactly, dude. And that goes to the talking point I was kind of thinking about monologuing about. When I feel like shit, it's like I just be in that state completely and it passes. Yeah, surrendering to the suck. Surrendering to the suckiness. And even deeper, and I was going to bring on this, so this is perfect, is learning how to make mistakes. Learning how to make mistakes and be comfortable in the mistakes you're making. For the longest time, for basically my whole life, I was a person who wasn't really that comfortable with making mistakes. Especially on things that are...
Does that go back to the perfectionism, perhaps? I have a tad of that. I have a dusting of perfectionism. So I can get down with that. Tommy coming in hot says, funny, his background is a prison, dumb man streaming. What's up, Tommy? Good to see you, brother. Please forgive me, sir, but I don't think I have the energy for a Tommy today. That's okay. If you don't mind, sir. No, nothing personal. I've been having a tough time lately, but yesterday's broadcast, I probably exceeded my allotment of whining and crying about my lot in life. It has been interesting to see Mitchell going at me in these live chats, if anybody's noticed that. And in case, because Mitchell, by the way, the man of many aliases, right? Like, just that's weird to me, creeping around with all type of screen names. But then, and I don't even really mind the attacks, but with my autism, my so-called or, potentially or whatever we're calling it, undiagnosed autism, it's his inaccuracies, right? And talking about, Benton, has to run to the internet and this and that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I've been on the internet every day since 1994, more or less. Like, huh? Like, and then he said something like, welcome to the internet. I'm like, no, I welcome you to the internet, Mitchell. I was here probably about the time Mitchell was coming out of his mama. I was on the internet, sir. So it's my internet in a way. Now you're all welcome here. But see, I can literally remember a time when the internet had nothing to do with anybody's feelings about anything. And it was glorious. And then right about the time, the smartphones and once there was like this more and more I was observing, look at how all these feelings are becoming involved. Because, even people with a computer at home, with dial-up and all of these things, there was some degree of technical knowledge required to connect to the internet. Well, now any monkey, right, can get on the internet. So now it seems like every day that passes, the internet becomes slightly more about feelings as opposed to thoughts and ideas. Well, when I got here in '94, sir, it was nothing but odd ideas. Now, I guess if somebody went in and talked about psychology or something, I'm sure there was some discussion of emotions, right? It really had nothing to do about how anybody felt about anything. It was glorious. Yeah, and it was always weird to me that people would have these multiple accounts, and now part of that's my own, megalomania, narcissism. I want everybody to know it's me. I don't want there to be any guess. But if I jump into a live chat and immediately start getting attacked, whatever that name is, that's most likely Mitchell, just so you know. Yeah, you're well. Well, I didn't create it. No, I'm just saying you're, in spite of how annoying, not you folks, but in spite of how annoying the masses of people on my internet are, I've still allowed it and welcomed them. Indeed. Yeah. Well, Tommy, none of this applies to you, sir. Tommy's whatever Tommy is at the level of living artist or life is art or whatever we're calling that. None of this applies to you, sir. No. Yeah, bit and gore. Oh man. No. The internet has more and more come to full completion of being a spy grid. No, we're there. It's there, brother. It's full on. It's exactly. Now it's that and more. It's all that and then some. But it certainly is that spy grid. But amazing how effectively every human being in the country and certainly throughout the realm, right? Certainly not going to say world, right? But one of these things, it wasn't done to us. We're actually doing it to ourselves. It's the most fascinating part. That's probably enough yurt for now. No offense, sir, but I might finish that up on my own time. I do prefer to catch it live. I don't watch a lot of replays, and I missed Paul's entirely yesterday. So any reason to review that material? Although I may hit the end of Z's also. He had some characters. Z had some characters on at the end of his show. I was out getting my shopping done, so I didn't quite get to catch all of it. So between carrying a phone, facial recognition, fingerprints, how will they convince people you must have a chip? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and how indeed, Tommy? How indeed? Terry Miller says his dossier or file in the database, he hopes it accurately reflects his gentleness. Yeah. I'll have to chew on that one for a minute. Yeah, Al Gore knew all the inconvenient truths. He knew all about inconvenient truths. Indeed, sir. Indeed. Yeah, Tommy, Tommy's exempt to all this. Hey, it's Mr. O'Shea. Welcome.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. I just got here. I saw you might want to chat a little bit about poker, so I'd be open.
Yes,
I'd be open. Well, what do you wanna get into with it?
Well, I'm kind of fascinated with number one, how few people understand poker, for real money, and then I was wondering if you've seen any of these recent Hustler Casino live streams where Tom Dwan and these other people have been playing Pot Limit Omaha. I wondered if you saw any of that.
Yeah, they were going crazy. They were going all in like every other hand. It seemed like Joey Ingram was like, I've never seen anything like this. They're just going all in it. You know what I mean? Constantly.
And now I'm going to correct O'Shea. You can't go all in Pot Limit Omaha.
Or well, the pots were yeah, and they had capped, I think, too, right? At like 2 on it. Sometimes the pots were capped. But yeah, they were just basically.
You can't just go all in though. You can only bet raise the amount of the pot. Yeah.
But everyone was eventually getting all in, or it seemed like the pots were just massive, back to back
huge
to back.
Pots. Yeah, huge pots. Yeah. Yeah, that's my game that I like to play the most is Pot Limit Omaha.
Oh wow, yeah. I don't have a lot of experience with that, but I could see myself getting into it. Just like any other game, like when I experimented with stud, like when I first started, I did limit hold'em right at the casino. That's the first thing I played at a casino was 5-10 limit hold'em. But yeah, like I remember playing 7-card stud at the casino or even home games. I enjoyed it, like 7-card stud, the variant of hold'em. For some reason, that game 7-card stud, I enjoyed the limited amount I have with it. But yeah, those little bet games, I don't know, something about no limit or pot limit that just brings up really the skill factor. That brings a whole nother elements. But sure there's a lot of skill to stud that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, I've only ever really played Hold'em. By the way, I don't know if you know this. Omaha is Hold'em poker. Did you know that?
Okay, it's just Hold'em with 2 extra cards, right?
Yeah, there's Hold'em comprises Texas Hold'em and Omaha. They're both Hold'em variations. Yeah.
Right, and Hold'em's a variation of stud. So yeah, there's all.
Yes, yeah, with the community cards. Yeah, exactly. Or no, it's a community card game. So stud, there's no, or there's one community card. See, I don't know shit about stud. Isn't there?
No, stud, you get all your own individual community cards.
So yeah, so then I don't know. See, now I'm showing my lack of knowledge in certain areas. But yeah, I've been fascinated by it for a long time. Certainly.
Yeah, you got Snafu going in down there about something about video poker. I don't know what.
Yeah. Have you ever played video poker in your life?
I think I did it to get a free. They put $5 free on my when I got a card at the casino recently. And I just did the video poker just to experiment with that bonus. And as soon as I made like $10, and then I just immediately cashed out. Like I only played. Like I think I had to put $1 into my own to like play their $5 or whatever, how it worked. And then I made like $10 and I just immediately cashed out and didn't even like quote unquote gamble at all. Like, you know what I mean? Because that's where the confusion is. Like, you're playing poker, you're gambling. Like you're playing roulette, you're playing blackjack or craps. It's like, no, I'm playing these other people at poker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it is gambling. However, it's not what people think of when they think gambling. It's a different beast.
Yeah, it'd be like playing chess with elements of luck. See, chess, all the information's out there, but in poker, in Hold'em, there's limited information. You don't get all the information like in chess. That's why chess, you'll just get beat every time, and that's why no one would gamble in chess, because Magnus would just literally just crush you every time. But if Magnus played poker, there's a chance he could lose. Like there's elements of luck. Like he could like.
He does play poker.
Right. Yeah. A lot of these chess people are getting into poker. These cute little girls. I forgot their name.
He's been on Hustler Casino Live.
Right. Yeah. I think. Yeah. And so also some of these are like influencers. Yeah. There's been that Hustler Casino Live that has completely blown up with the live stream numbers. Like they'll get like 10K, 20K, 15, like 4K regularly, 7K people watching. Like, and it immediately blew up after that fucking little scandal with Garrett and that Robbie incident with the Jack forehand.
Yep. That's right.
That's some shit right there, dude. With Ivy, like not really seeing the scam, how he's trying to say, she thought she had a pair of threes, which I could kind of see where Ivy's coming from. But the fact that Garrett was dead on it, got his money back, he almost like 100% got scammed, dude. And that's just that's a creepy situation, dude. Like that's the thing about being in this poker world, dude. Like even on these live streams, that's the second live stream with shady shit. The one was directly the dude had fucking the God mode where he was looking at the cards. The dude out in Sacramento, California, Mike Postle. You familiar with that scandal?
Yes.
Dude, that's insanity that these people think about this, dude. They're doing this shit on live streams. Think about the shit off live stream in this world of poker. The shady shit. These idiots, too. And plus, they can't even cheat right. The Jack forehand, the fucking Mike Postle just fucking trying to win every hand. There's been scams online where people were doing this. They had the God mode, access to the cards. And they're just retarded when they cheat. You could cheat in a way when you have God mode where you never get caught. You just have to be a little bit like, I'm not saying you should cheat, but like these idiots, they can't even cheat properly, dude. They're greedy. They just have to win every hand and just make it obvious they're fucking cheating. Like,
yeah, that was before Black Friday. The site I like to play on the most was Absolute Poker, and they had a super user scandal, that Pot Ripper user. You remember that?
Yeah, because Ultimate Bet, because I know the kid that was involved in the Ultimate Bet scandal, like that really uncovered it, and it was really this graph that he ended up showing, or this like data collection where it was like everyone in the data collection was like, they had a dot somewhere within like a grouping, and then there was this one guy's win rate and the way he played it was way out of the spectrum, and they were just like
one guy up here and then everybody else
that's when and that was like the nail in the coffin. They were like, oh shit, this is like this like proves the cheating, because it's just so far out of the mean of what could possibly be happening that it's just obvious it's cheating. Yeah, that's a really cool kid. He's from my neighborhood in Chicago. He's a really brilliant player, dude. He has a really cool story. His mom wouldn't like he wanted his mom to deposit some money in poker. He was like really getting into it at like the age of 15. And she's like, no. So he just played these free rolls on the website, right? He played free rolls until he made like $1, right? And then he turned the dollar into like a few dollars. And he never deposited after that, dude. He ran that shit up to where I like 10, 12 years ago, I was in Aruba with him for a tournament. And we were in the hotel room, and he just pulls up 50 grand on each table. So he's sitting there with 200,000 in front of him, playing pot limit Omaha too back then. And he's got 50 grand each table, you know. But he's the real deal, dude. He uncovered that ultimate bet scandal. But
Sweet. Yeah, O'Shea.
Yeah, man.
In the poker world, I like it.
Yeah, it's interesting getting back into it, man. I've been back at it for like, I don't know, about a week now or something, a little longer. And now it's been going good right off the bat. Like I won 3 tournaments in one day, even though they were smaller buy-ins, like $10 buy-in, a $2.50 and like a 50-cent buy-in. But I won all 3 of them. Like basically my first day back, kind of trying to go at it. And I was like, and I thought Paul's stream had something to do with it. Cause like the second I hopped on his stream and started talking, like all of a sudden my luck started going good. And like I couldn't lose. I started getting all these great cards. And Paul's like, you see, same thing happened the other day. Like, it's like God's here with us or something. So I don't know. Something seems like there's something to it. But yeah, man, it's just interesting. It's nice, like I was saying to Z the other day, to have a parachute of this TaskRabbit shit in case this poker is not really working out. It's nice to have like a form of income. I can just turn on the app and like, but you know, playing here daily and learning again. Like I've been making money daily basically, and I had some deep runs like even yesterday and some chances at some good money or like big stacks. And like, I don't know, man. I just feel like I'm learning and like with the 3 betting and I don't know how deep you want to get into all this, but
well, the audience is not going to know what the hell we're talking about. That's the thing. But I'm happy to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know how deep you want to get, but no, man. It just feels cool to be back at it and doing something that's, you know, we can use your brain like this. And really, dude, I've been battling these motherfuckers, dude. It's a battle of wits out there, dude. These people aren't playing around. And even though it's like a $10 buy-in, we're fucking going at it, dude. We're 3-betting each other. It's fucking gnarly out here. But
yeah, in the poker streets.
Yeah, man. It's these people aren't playing around, man. These people don't suck anymore, but it's interesting. I don't know what the fucking audience thinks.
Well, and then if you're playing, you know, online, there's all this software that a lot of these people use also. And we know that No Limit Texas Hold'em has been mathematically solved. See, Pot Limit Omaha has not been solved. I'm sure they have solvers for it, but the game itself has not been solved yet. There's no game theory optimal. So there's more, it's easier to catch your opponent making mathematical errors, you know, basic mathematical errors.
Yeah, all the solver stuff. Yeah, that'd be interesting to have something. Yeah, because my learning, dude, I never really studied, so I'm just learning on the fly. So that's why I'm even questioning like how much time I should spend learning or how much time I should just learn as I'm playing. So I'm gonna have to figure that out on my own. But the results are gonna kind of dictate that. Like the more pain you get if you're losing and making mistakes, that's gonna motivate you to sort of figure out what's going on, you know, one way or another.
Yeah.
So,
well, anything else on your mind? I think that's probably as much of the poker as I can get the audience to tolerate. But I've been wanting to chop it up with you here for a while, so I'm glad I got to talk to you a bit about poker. Because every time you're on a stream talking about poker, I'm just like pulling my hair out. You know, if I had enough hair to pull out, right? I'm just like, this could be so much better if I was on there, sort of just helping out a little bit, you know?
Right, because no one really knows. Yeah, what they're talking about. Yeah, and even people would be like, "Oh, you're gambling. Like you're not doing that. You're an addict. You're fucking."
Let me tell you this real. Sorry to cut you off. Let me tell you this real quick, if you don't mind. I went and played Pot Limit Omaha in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You know, back when I was live streaming every day, and I told my audience that I was going to go. And, I got a lot of the typical reactions. Don't lose everything you own, blah, blah, blah. And so I was up $2,000, but then I was so determined to be able to book a win that I played a pot that, I had a good chance of winning the pot, but I ended up going down to 1,500. Because when I was up 2,000 in Pot Limit Omaha, the game plays so much bigger. We were playing, I'm trying to think of what stakes we were playing. I think we were only playing 1-2, but the pots play so much bigger that, I could have won 10 grand, or I could have equally just as likely just gone right back to even. But I was so determined to be able to tell them that I won. I ended up, when I got to 1,500, I just left.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
The variance.
Yeah, but I didn't want to have to face the audience the next day. It was worth it to me to be able to tell them, that I had won. So
Right.
Interesting.
So the buy-in in that game's like 200-300, maybe 500.
We all bought in for 500. Everybody bought in for 5. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a
I
decent.
think it was max was. Well, see, it's a 1-2-5 technically. It's just you can straddle, but they consider it a 1-2-5, but nobody's has to post 5, if that makes sense. So that's why they'll actually, you could buy in for 1,000, I'm pretty sure. Because I know I got down to 3, I bought in for 500 and then got down to like 300, and then I added up to 800 and then won a big pot. Yeah. And then, different card rooms have different buy-ins also.
Right. Like some card rooms you could buy in like whatever the biggest stack is at the table, you could match him at least.
Yeah, and some of them is 75%. Yeah. And then Tunica used to run a lot of you could just uncap buy-ins. You could just buy in as much as you want, but I don't think they're doing that anymore.
Yeah, people just flexing, just plopping down whatever in these little games.
Hell yeah. And then I won like 1,300 in Chicago at what's that, Rivers or whatever I think they call that.
Yeah, Rivers in Chicago.
I think so.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what is that the one downtown?
Des Plaines or whatever.
Yeah, Des Plaines. Yeah, near O'Hare Airport. Yeah. My bad. That's what I meant by downtown.
I was playing 2-5 no limit because I didn't like the people playing PLO. So as soon as I sat down at the table, I got the guy that instantaneously wanted my life story. You ever get that? Like, you know what I mean? It's like you can tell it's all guys that always play together. So as soon as my butt hits the seat, it's like I'm being interviewed or something.
Right. Yeah, I kind of had a bad experience there. I felt like there was something shady going on with either the dealer or the players. Sometimes I get paranoid, dude, that there's fucking shadiness going on.
Collusion is a thing for sure. There's no doubt about it.
Or even you get someone who can manipulate the deck. You never know, man. These people get desperate for money.
Mm-hmm. But I don't have the bankroll to play right now, so I haven't played since that time in Chicago.
Thought you would have used that $1,500 score to
No, man.
Keep the ball rolling.
I don't think that way anymore. I would have at one time. Yeah, but I know what you mean. Although I did come down here to Arkansas and played 1-2 no limit, but the games are so terrible here. I got down like 300 and just left. Like I had more money, but I didn't even feel like hanging out to claw back to even. It was like, fuck it.
They're terrible in terms of what makes them terrible.
Just bad games. It's just bad games. Like
a bad game to me would mean like the players are good.
No, it's like just the style of play. Like if everybody's playing too tight and weak and passive, then in order to play properly, I need to open it up. But then I'm going to have to risk more money, right? Like I might not want to be 1,500 deep into that game. Plus, the game might break up. There's only one table running in the whole casino, the one that's close to here. So what if I'm down? What if I get down 1,500 and then the game breaks? It's like now I can't even keep playing. See what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't think I'm going to play here anymore. I don't like these bozos. The fact that I'm able to win in other places and I hardly ever win here, and I think it's a lot of people that again they play with all the same people and they all know each other. So when somebody like me comes in, that they don't know. I think they're more inclined to soft play each other and then try to get my money.
Yeah, it's almost like they have some little ragtag team of like, a few people at the table in some sort of collusion. But that's got to be a shitty lifestyle, dude, if they're doing that. Just like, they're cheating. They're probably not making that much money. But I feel like there's something going on.
No, none of them are making any. The rake is so bad, none of them are making any money in the long run. None of them are winning.
Right. Yeah, those games are like, the small. Yeah, like 1-2. I heard it's like impossible to beat
1-2
with the rake.
Yep, 1-2.
Oh man, it's poker talk. No one knows what we're talking about.
That's all right. That's all right. But at one time, I was going to save up 20 grand truck driving and just play Pot Limit Omaha because it's getting a lot more popular. But I'd be traveling around, and I just, like you said, man, I don't like the type of people that frequent casinos. The more I thought about it, I just really don't want to do that. Hey, did you get your Mega Millions ticket? The Mega Millions is over $1 billion.
No Mega Millions over here.
Yeah. Oh, they don't have it?
I don't know. I don't.
They might not. They probably don't, actually. But yeah, I don't think it's real anyway. I think I don't think those big lotteries, I think they're fake, personally. But I bought a ticket anyway. Hell, it's only $3.
Yeah, it feels like it's straight corruption. Like, didn't like one of the mob bosses? He won a bunch of lotteries, but they'll do that like for money laundering purposes. They'll find out who won, and then they'll just buy the ticket off him, or whatever it is, so they could.
No, what happened was Whitey Bulger. That's what he got convicted of. He was doing like a J.G. Wentworth. It's my money and I want it now. He was doing structured settlements with lottery winners, and it's apparently it's legal when J.G. Wentworth does it, but it's illegal when Whitey Bulger does it. Apparently.
Oh, he just offered them a lump sum, and then he would get the longer payouts, which is more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and apparently it's against the law the way he did it. That's what he was officially. That's what sent him to prison. Yeah, just like Al Capone going to prison for tax evasion or whatever.
Yeah, but that's some fear mongering too. They're trying to show you, like, see, even Al Capone, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, see, the biggest, baddest dudes, they have to bow down to us. It's kind of like a deception and all that too. Yeah.
Yep.
Just like Wesley Snipes going to jail for tax evasion. Whenever these things happen, it's like they're
James Brown too, back in the day. Yep. And Joe Louis. Are you familiar with what they did to Joe Louis, the boxer?
Yeah, they screwed over all these people, huh? They did the same thing with taxes with him, right? They somehow.
Well, what happened with Joe? This is real quick. For the audience who may not know, Joe Louis, the boxer. This is the official fiction. I don't know if this happened, but he used to do a lot of charity events where he would do like some kind of charity exhibition, and then he would give the money to charity, but he didn't again, the official fiction is he didn't understand the tax system, so he never paid taxes on any of those what was considered his income, even though he gave it to charity. So late in his life, the IRS like forced him into some kind of payment plan, and he died like working by the hour as a greeter, a casino greeter in Las Vegas, greeting people like at the front door of a casino, paying back the IRS. I mean, again, that's the official story. So, it's on, and that would have been, I don't know, the 50s, I guess. That would have been like in the 50s. But yeah,
right.
Go ahead.
I mean, if you look at all the dynamics that a big, badass black boxer, like there's so many like who ends up like bowing down to the it's like, or it's like these people, so a lot of these people couldn't stand up for those or see what's going on, see the psyop. Like Joe Louis, he ended up having to be a greeter.
I was one of those people, by the way. I just believed all that stuff. Yeah, I was one of those people.
Right, like that's what a lot of this is, dude. It's like just belief in yourself. Like me going through all these like traffic. I got these 6 traffic tickets. I got the no insurance coming up in a few weeks. The court date, official court date. Gotta figure something out. So, but it's like, it's all this individual journey of learning how to stand up for yourself and be empowered within yourself, right? Like I don't know, man.
Yeah, I heard you on Z talking about that, and you were getting a little emotional, I remember. And I was like, how's he gonna stay calm, with the policy enforcers if he's getting this upset just talking about it over here?
No, I'm not no, it's not that I'm emotional. It's more of like it's like a loving thing, dude. It's like when I get happy, like I think I notice myself, if I get happy, I'll start to cry. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, because I know, I ask myself, why does that happen? Like if I feel happy, why do I immediately want to start crying? Like, and it's just because it's something that I'm not used to, or something that's like, oh, it's okay. Like it's okay to be happy. It's okay to feel proud of yourself or feel strong. Like it's okay. And it's like, and I start crying because it's like, I'm not used to feeling that. And then it's like, you also get a little like melancholy because you're like, damn, this is just a normal happy emotion. Why would you cry over it? But it's just like, when I feel empowered and I feel like I'm figuring out life, like I'll want to cry. You know what I mean? It's just, to me, it's beautiful. It's not that I'm emotional and can't handle it. It's just, I'm figuring things out. Like I could see the world more clearly, and it makes me want to cry because it's power in that. It's powerful and it's just beautiful. You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm emotional and out of control. It's more of a joy thing when I cry sometimes, certain
Well,
situations.
but that is an emotion. I mean, I just said emotional. I didn't say it was bad. I just said you were emotional. I'm very emotional myself for a male, so I understand. I can relate. I get it.
Right. And maybe that's what some of these people need to see. They need to see the emotion. You know what I mean? Like they need to feel the spirit on you. Like,
Well, hey, sorry to interrupt you, but Quantum Epic wants to know, why is Ian's photo in the thumbnail? Number one, what do you mean why? I mean, why is there a live stream at all? Why is there a YouTube? Why is there an internet? Why am I talking into a microphone? Why does your picture have a filter that looks nothing like you? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, there's all these questions. Why Quantum Epic are you? Did you use computer software to make your face appear differently than it would otherwise? See all these questions. It's like, why is Ian in the thumbnail? Do I need to have a reason? I mean, I'm just confused by some of these people. But anyway, that's just me getting a little triggered. So go ahead, Brian.
yeah. So why is Ian in the thumbnail?
Oh, sorry, I broke up for a minute. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I said, so why is Ian in the thumbnail?
Man, you tell me. I don't. It's like somebody asking Kirk. And this is, by the way, here's my ego, Brian. It's like somebody back in the day trying to ask Kurt Cobain what his song lyrics meant. I don't know what he said. I don't know what it means. You tell me what it means. He said it in his own way, but you tell me. I don't know what it means. That we're in this community where the vibing high guy looks like he's about to die any minute of depression. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet.
Picture tells 1,000 words.
Yeah. But and then I think it's endemic of society. That people want everything answered and solved immediately. So I think that's a sign of just why the media is the way it is. It's because as humans, we don't like, if a broadcast comes up in our feed and we don't understand the thumbnail, I think maybe, we're used to having everything served to us on a platter. So, why wouldn't it make clear, cohesive sense? And, we talk about being free thinkers and think for ourselves. I don't know. Maybe there's a thing called neuroplasticity. And maybe if somebody looks at the thumbnail and spends some time, reflecting on those messages, maybe something will be revealed over time or not. But if the person sees it and doesn't understand it immediately and then demands to know, what does this mean? That neuroplasticity can never take place. What do you think?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think
Well, hang on. See, and this is sorry, man. And sometimes I don't feel like Paul, but I see these patterns, right? See, we've got a person that doesn't have any men in her life, right? Who's telling me, who's addressing my emotions. So you have an emotional creature, right? You know, if I say I'm very emotional for a male, that means your average woman is way more emotional than I am. I'm emotional for a male. Yeah. Look at this. Hey, I'm just asking a question. I'm totally innocent in this. Now, let me go ahead and address your emotions, Benton. Benton, you just go ahead and change your emotion from what it is. Change it to an emotion of calmness, because that's what might suit me better, right? I mean, this is society, and it's been this way for a very long time, right? Meanwhile, could you imagine cohabitating with this person and being involved in this emotional creature who every word out of my mouth, it's going to be assessed based on what I might be feeling inside, which, by the way, nobody will ever know what I'm feeling inside other than, you know, what they can deduce. See what I'm saying? Like it's a sickness. This is a psychological sickness. And I'm not the therapist. It's not my job to sort these people out, right? And I'm not anybody's daddy. I don't, you know, I'm not involved in that. But I find it fascinating, right? Meanwhile, I'm calm as can be. If you knew Benton long ago, this would be a 1 out of 10 on the Benton aggression and you know, vitriol scale, right? Like this is me on 10 plus years of meditation and chilling the fuck out and trying to sort out my own feelings, right? So imagine what I used to be like. But sorry to cut you off. Sometimes the comments, I just have to respond.
nah, man, I'm resonating with did you see when that Young and Fearless had his girlfriend on Paul's show recently, and they kind of were going back and forth?
No,
It was a fascinating little dynamic, man, because this Young and Fearless guy, he's been on the show a lot. He comes in, he just seems like a hardworking young kid. Like he's planting all these fruit trees, and he seems like he just works hard during the day. I'm not exactly sure what he does. He's always running around doing something. And so he's got this girl in his life, and I don't know, man. It's like he's like, he was talking about how he's been learning from the show. He's been like learning about the polygamy thing, polyamory, and he's been having conversations with his girl, and then all of a sudden she's like piping up in the background while the show's going on, right? And next thing you know, Paul's having a conversation with her, and man, it's just very illuminating, very revealing, like because how she was just so emotional, and the way Paul handled it. Man, what is the point I'm trying to get to? Yeah, it's just, but there's just like so many men in this world seem to be dealing with women like this, and it's just the norm, right? But it doesn't work out for anybody. Like the girl's not getting what she wants, the guy's not getting what she wants, and it's just like, it was just very clear in that instance. And it's just, some of it resonated right now when you were just little interaction with this girl in chat. Like, it seems like she's saying an innocuous question, right? But like,
yeah,
to your point, like there's something there though, right? Yeah, there's something. And Paul's like been talking about lately how he's got this radical new therapy, right? That might be something that changes the game. But I'm still so stupid. I don't fully understand his therapy, dude. But I do, but I don't. Maybe I can't articulate or intuitively I kind of see what's going on. But it's just like, I don't know, man. He's just so dead on though, and he's interesting. But like when Paul has these interactions with men and women in these relationships, bro, he could really, really see it. And I don't know, man.
yeah.
There's so much.
See, I come from a simpler time where if I have, let's say I'm in a relationship with a woman, if I have the ability to replace her with a different woman very easily, then that puts a cap on how much she can trip out, because she knows that if she trips out too much, I'm just going to leave. And I don't mean leave her. I just mean I'm going to physically leave. And then now she's thinking, oh, maybe he's out there, you know, maybe he met some girl somewhere, and now maybe he's run into that girl he met recently. See, it kind of puts a cap on how much shenanigans that she can actually pull, right? So I think that dynamic is gone, where it's more of the women that seem to be operating on that MO. But I come from an older time, you know, growing up in Arkansas, where I just, for whatever reason, there was always at least a couple of women willing to entertain my nonsense. So why would I put up with very much from this one if there's another one just as good looking that's not going to give me some nonsense, at least not in the beginning? So it's almost like an economical, or it's almost like a mathematical equation, if that makes sense.
Right. And this thing of the woman supporting the man in his vision, kind of, right? Like, that's because they try to flip all this shit, like you're saying, like with these shows, the Mary Tyler Moore and then this and that, and the single mother and the empowering of the female, but they're really fucking up the female because they're taking away the natural homeostatic thing of this, you know what I mean? Where it's like the man has something going on, right? He has some sort of purpose and meaning, and the woman's role is to support that, right? Is to be behind that and benefit from it, right?
Yeah, but see, you're talking a bunch of logic. See, that's all logical. See, the thing is, in the context of a romantic relationship, what she does is based on how she feels. It's not based on logic. It's based on emotions. That's where most men fuck up. They don't understand that very key point. It's not, logic has nothing to do with anything. It's all feelings and emotions for her. Now, she'll tell you that that's not the case, but it is the case. That's just how it is.
Yeah. So I guess so if you're dealing with someone, you know, and that starts to kick up, then I guess you just recognize it and you try to explain to her. And then that's when. No,
can't explain. When somebody's in a state of emotion, you cannot explain anything to them. When they're in a state of emotion, you have, now whenever everybody's calm and not in a state of emotion, then there can be talks and explanations. But then at some point, she is going to become excessively emotional, and most men have no idea how to deal with that. They don't know what to do. And then they try to revert to giving her all the reasons why she, in fact, should not be feeling that way. However, emotions are irrational anyway. So why are we trying to talk rational logic to somebody who's in an irrationally emotional state? It doesn't even make sense. But
it seems like their role is to test the man, right?
Hang on. And I'll tell you why. Because in a Mad Max scenario, or in a living out on the plains where the engines might be coming over the hill, dude, if you can't deal with her, you can't protect her from the marauding fucking bands of killers or whatever. If you can't, as a man, if you can't even deal with her, you damn sure can't protect her life and the life of the shared offspring. And biologically, that's what the woman is. You know, she's attempting to breed and spread the genes, right? Well, in the olden days, the man needed to be able to potentially go fight off the invader if possible. If that makes sense. So of course they have to test the man. That she has to be sure he is what he says he is. He has to be what he is presenting himself as. And the reason why my woman needs to make me a sandwich upon request is because if it's 3 a.m. and a window breaks downstairs, she stays in bed and calls 911. I go downstairs and face my potential demise, and I'm happy to do so. The thing is, that doesn't happen very often. It may never happen. But when it does, I look forward to going down those stairs. How dare you enter? How dare somebody invade my home? That's the job of the man. And that's also gone nowadays. How many times have we seen cases where it's the woman at the door facing the situation, whatever it may be, you know, whether it's a neighbor conflict or it's the cops, and then the man is hiding behind her. See now, I'm critical of men because men collectively, we're not men anymore collectively, but women are still women, right? So I think it's men that have the most work to do, in my opinion. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah. you know, it's like their role is the test, right? They just have this unrelenting urge to fucking test, right? And then a lot of men, it seems like they fail the test, or they quote unquote pass the test in the girl's eye, right? Whatever the fuck girl thinks she wants, like she don't even know she's testing. She's just fucking acting in a way what she thinks she wants, right?
Emotion.
Right. She's in emotion, and then a lot of men, they cowed out of that, they appease to it, like whatever. They try to make her happy, right? What it seems like is,
well, hey, let me stop you again. So you said he tries to make her happy, which number one is impossible. Number two, okay, if he's worried about her feelings and if he's worried about is she happy, okay, and she's worried about her feelings and she's worried about if she's happy, who's worried about his feelings and if he's happy? Nobody. So you got two people whose lives revolve around her happiness and her emotions, and you got zero people concerned with his happiness and his emotions. How could that ever be equality? How could that ever work? It's not possible.
right? Yeah, I think that's where I was going with it, where it's like,
Yeah, sorry, man. I hate to keep cutting you off. But
no, it's all right. It's like, you know, it's like it seemed like clear, like with this interaction with this young and fearless and his girlfriend the other day, like she's all in her emotion trying to do something. Like, why are you putting our business out there when he's not doing anything wrong? And she thinks she's right. Next thing you know, his mother comes in, and now they're double teaming him. Now it's the mother and the girlfriend trying to snatch the phone out of young and fearless's hands. And so it's like you got two women making mistakes, ganging up on a man who's trying to hold his position and be a real man. And that's the thing. It's like a lot of men don't know how to do that because they're raised by women, right? So now, as we learn, like say they come across a show like Paul's, and we start to learn how to be a man, you know what I mean? And that these women aren't getting what they want anyways. When they get a quote unquote man that they want, it's not what they want. You know what I mean? A man who acts a certain way, it's what they think they want, but they don't know what they want. They got to be led by a man. So it's this whole fucking shit show right now where it's like, yeah. So I think it's just interesting, man. Like, so the best way it seems like to be loving to these women is to just hold your position, and what they do with that is what they do. Some are going to be more crazy than others, right? Some are going to react in different ways than others. They're going to make your life a living hell and be like, God damn, I should never. That's the thing.
Nope. No, they can't make my life a living hell. It's impossible. I would not stick around for a living hell. It's not possible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it's like you got this, the way I look at it is you got this hottie, right? You got this hot chick. Next you know, you're having sex with her. And next you know, it just goes wrong, right? Let's just give you a quick example. And you're like, now the living hell, I mean, is like, okay, there's going to be some process here now of detaching from this woman that I've now entangled myself with one way or another. Like, do I have to get her out of my house? Do I have shit I got to go pick up? Because she's clearly like losing her shit, right? Like now I know I'm dealing with a crazy person. So that's the thing of like this lower chakras versus like the angelic spirit, you know, the animal body, and reconciling that. And like, because we'll get ourselves caught up, dude, like with these. Because they'll hide their crazy, right? They'll be looking good, hide the crazy, and next you know you'll have sex with them. You'll start to get a little bit of a feeling from them, and then the crazy will like show itself, and you're like, oh fuck. So, and maybe it's not even crazy. It's they just don't know what they're doing. They've never had no leadership from a man. They don't know what they're doing. Like, so I don't know, man. I'm trying to express something. I think you know where I'm going.
Well, but it's kind of like when dealing with the policy enforcers, the cops, like I'm going to do what I'm going to do and they're going to do what they're going to do. You know, the same thing when I was in relationships with women is like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do and she's going to do what she's going to do. I'm not. Now, I will obviously, you know, cater to her in certain ways, but I mean, generally, I'm not, you know, I'm going to do what I'm going to do first and foremost. So it's her reacting to me. It's not me reacting to her. I'm setting the tone. She's not setting the tone.
Right. Yeah, it's like you get pulled over by a cop, and it's like I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and it's like, you know, it's between me and God. It's not really between the cop and the government. Like I'm gonna make my decisions. It's like, okay, God's the fucking observer of this, so this is gonna get straightened out in my eyes. He's the one watching. Like I don't have to worry about you and what you're gonna do and this and this. Like, am I doing what's true and right and to me and before God? Then it's all right. Then it's like you're gonna get like that's the real law, right? Like they can say, oh, the law says you gotta do this. It's like, no, dude, you're wrong. Like same with this COVID shit. It's like,
well, but let me stop you there. Why would you tell the cop that he's wrong? See, my thing is I'm trying to get my way. Like I have a goal, and whatever I have to do that doesn't violate my own code or principles, to me, I'll be as fake as I need to be. I'm not here.
You don't even need to tell them you're wrong.
No,
you could just say
they're dumb. Why do I want to talk about the law?
Right. That's why you just stick to. That's why you just when they're wrong, right? You know they're wrong. It's just the same thing. It's like you could relate it to this, like the clot shot thing. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if you saw Paul's conversation with Cynthia, but Cynthia was just wrong. You know what's gone on in the last few years, right? So with all this legal shit and this traffic shit, most likely these cops are just wrong. But here's how you do it. You don't have to tell them they're wrong. You just, like what Paul said, you say, I don't know who you are. I don't understand any of this. I don't want your paperwork. Can I go now? Or whatever the last thing was he said, or just like, you know what I mean? It's just like one of those things. It's like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't know who you are. I don't understand like this whole scenario, why there's lights flashing behind me. You have a gun on you. I don't understand this. I'm being truthful. I don't understand how this, like why you're standing here. You want to hand me paperwork? You want to ask me for paperwork? You know, I don't want to participate in any of that. And I just want to carry on with my day. And whatever they do from then on is on them. Like you know what I mean? I was honest in the situation. I don't understand. I don't know who you are. I don't consent to that. You know, I just want to keep moving. Like, I don't want your paperwork. And before God, that seems like legal and right to me, right? And whatever they do beyond that with their guns and drag you out of the car and put you in a jail cell, like, they got to deal with God and the universe at that point. Like I told you, I don't understand what you're doing. And they don't understand, I don't think. But I don't have to tell them that. But they clearly don't understand what the fuck they're doing. They might think they do or try to argue on the side of the road they do. It's like a lawyer. But that's not going to go anywhere. Like you said, I've done that the last 6 times, these 6 tickets. Mm-hmm. What's the point of it? You know what I mean? Like you said, trying to educate on the side of the road. Like why? Like you're going to argue with a woman over something, you know what I mean? Like you're saying, like, yeah, there's similarities, dude, where you just.
For me personally, you know, I have a driver's license. I have a commercial driver's license, but I'm not trying to get my car towed. You know, I'm not trying to get a bunch of tickets. So, you know, I'm choosing to be, you know, in that slave system to some extent. Right. So if you're going to behave this way, you are accepting what potentially may happen to you in the short term, even if in the long run, we know that you're morally righteous and your conscience is clear before God. That's for you to decide what's more important. For me, I've decided being left the fuck alone temporarily is more important. And then if there's a judgment, may potentially have to answer for that. Right. It's up. Each of us gets to make those decisions.
Yeah, and the judgment thing's interesting because it's not like, you're going to get punished.
Well, sorry, man. I'm kind of hyped up, I guess, on these topics. So I'm gonna try to let you speak, sir. Go ahead.
No, it's just the judgment exists. Yeah, because it's not like you're going to be stood there and like but I feel like there's something. The judgment ends up happening when you feel what other people feel somehow. You get to feel it. Like, even if it's through inaction, right? You get to understand your inaction. Like, say there's something wrong with you. Like you said, if you're playing the short-term game, right? Where Paul talks about playing the long game, right? That's more the God, eternal game, right? So you're going to go for short-term comfort.
Well, no, wait a minute. In a context, I can do both. It's situational, but go ahead. Just because I'm playing a short game in a certain context doesn't mean I'm not also playing a longer game. Go ahead. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, this judgment thing, like I'm saying, like even with the cops, like what do we say? Like, oh, you're gonna have to deal with it. And it's really just the individual thing of realizing, like that cop, like realizing at some point that he took someone to jail who was just honestly, so you kind of get to feel that that's what I think hell is, when you feel what you've done to other people, you get to feel, you know what I mean? It's not so much you're getting punished, you're getting whipped and butt fucked. It's more like you get to feel when you hurt someone, you get to feel what that feels like to be hurt by you. Somehow that's sort of revealing, and that's sort of like through a revelations or revealing maybe some of that's going on in the world right now somehow, dude. Something's going on where there's some sort of power to that. If you could feel, if you hurt someone, if later on you get to feel that, and that's the education. You're like, oh, I did that, or that's through, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But how does that play out through inaction, right? How do you get to feel someone else's pain through your inaction? Through not standing up, say, through not following through, or whatever it is, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying you should not have plates or whatever you're doing with the cops, but like, just more on the philosophical contemplation things, like, how does this fucking thing work? This karma, retribution, like getting your accountants, you know what I mean? Because we want to tell the cops that, like, you're going to be held accountable.
No, but I'm not going to tell them that.
In our head, though, we're thinking that, though, as we're being nice and courteous, we're like, bro, you will be held accountable for this. And as I play dumb, though, I don't know who you are. I don't understand any of this. I do not understand. Because they're always going to try to have you understand, right?
Well,
possible.
But let's remember, it's a little different when you get stopped driving, or however we want to call it, in your conveyance. That's different from the policy enforcer's standpoint than if you get stopped on foot, right? So the last time the cop stopped me, I was on foot walking, right? And the cops rolled up on me. So I know what I'm going to do in that situation is going to be very different than what I would do if I'm in my vehicle and they pull me over. See, and then the situation is going to dictate it. And all I want is to get out of there, with what I'm trying to get. Whatever my goal is might just be to be left the fuck alone and not be written any tickets, right? That's all I care about in that moment. I'm not concerned about, I'm going to educate this policy enforcer, or I don't care about any of that. I'm trying to get what I'm trying to get, which we can have an opinion. Is that good? Is that bad? Maybe that says something about what kind of person Benton is. That's fine. But see, I know their tactics. They don't know what I'm going to do. So I have the advantage. So most of the time, I'm able to get what I want out of the interaction based on a strategy. But it's in the moment. And that's, I think, what a lot of people miss about Paul's famous video is, I believe Paul was really feeling a lot of that out. And a lot of that, I think, was based on the nonverbal communication and, the physical appearance and whatever Paul could deduce about what type of person is this. I think a lot of that plays in.
Yeah. Fuck, man. This fucking Delta 8 weed's breaking my brain, dude.
Dude, get the THCO. Hang on. Hang on. Dude. Woo. You ever had this THCO?
Well, the O is for O'Shea. I don't know if you're aware.
Oh, yes. Well, of course you have. How do you like it?
Nah, but I was just at at a smoke shop convention. I got paid to grab a business card from the 500 booths at the Las Vegas Convention Center. So I had a big smoke shop convention. So I got a bunch of free samples, and they gave me a bunch of like vape pens with like Delta this, THC P, THC X, V, O. One of them might have an O in there or something, but
I'm telling you, the O's the best one between me and you. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. It's doing something weird to my brain. It feels like, I know when I smoke and play poker, all of a sudden it feels like my brain's broke and I have to fight through it, and like it's glitching or something. And like right now, I feel like some sort of weird hangover. Like, I don't know, man, but like I can't help myself. Then I'm like, I'm not gonna do it. But then at some point during the day, I'm like, I'll take a little hit, and it seems so rough on my lungs too. Like,
oh, it is, yeah, big time. Man, they just banned it in Arkansas starting on August 1st. They banned all of this shit.
Yeah, it's all creepy, dude. What they're dealing with weed. I want to get weed back to full spectrum because they bred all the CBD out of it. I want to get weed back to breeding back the CBD and like because they're going the opposite way. They're breaking it down and doing this weird shit to it to make it quote unquote illegal, like the THCO. Like no one knows we don't know what the fuck that means. What does that mean? Oh, what does that O? Like what have they done?
I know what it means. I know exactly what it means. It's acetate. They went in and changed one of the they added an acetate molecule to it.
That doesn't sound good. Like leave the shit alone. Like God, why are we tampering? Like what are we doing? We're fucking manipulating molecules. That's not probably going to work out in the long run. What are we doing? Just leave it alone. Like God has made a beautiful thing. It's been working forever. And we're going to fucking add a molecule, fucking retards to make it quote unquote legal. It's fucking bizarre.
I don't
It's
think
my
it is.
one.
Because I smoke to get fucked up and I get more fucked up. I've tried pretty much everything there is to try as far as cannabis. This shit fucks me up, man. Big time. The THCO.
Yeah, but why?
I don't smoke for healing. I like to get high.
Well, yeah, why not get high off something that's natural and non-manipulated and non-molecule added? Like that just sounds devilish. Like what the fuck are they doing? They're manipulating nature. They're tweaking nature. They're trying to play God. They're acting like they know better. They need to add a molecule to the THC plant, to the weed plant. You don't think that's not bad for you long term? Something creepy about it? You just don't give a fuck?
With my health problems, it's not really a concern for me, right? I don't have to worry about that. So I'm not trying to get morbid, but I don't need the long term is no longer a factor with respect to my health.
Well, but back to long term, like even this body and everything. Like if we're playing the long term game, it doesn't matter if you expire in 5 minutes or 5,000 years from now. If we're going long term, truly, like, you know what I mean? What does it matter? Like 80 years, we've settled on 80 years. Like if you can make it to 80, that's cool. If you expire at 50, 60, like at that point, 80 is not a very long time. 80 to 100 years. Yeah, you just don't give a fuck about anything, Benton.
That's not true. That's not true at all. It's not true at all. But I do have a lot of I don't give a fuck in my personality. I always have. I don't give a fuck. And in a lot of ways, you're right, but I do. It's like a dichotomy or a paradox or a duality. Like I don't give a fuck, but then I care very much at the same time. But I do embrace that I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I've always been that way for sure. But I'm not a nihilist, I'm not just like, oh, this is meaningless and all that. It has to mean something, right? It has to. I have to be here for a reason. This can't just be completely purposeless. It's not possible. In my opinion. These are all my opinions, Mr. O'Shea. I'm not like starting some kind of, philosophy or ideology. I'm just giving you my opinion today. By the way, I might change my mind. I don't know. Who knows? Shout out to Pineal, by the way. Good to see him.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the chat.
Yeah, they're not always your biggest fan around here for whatever reason. But I don't know, man. I like talking to you, so that's good enough. Thunder Chicken in the house. Good to see Thunder Chicken. Tommy's wanting to come have a chat with you if you're interested in talking to Tommy, but I'll take a break because I'm having to manage my energy. I've been under the weather here lately. I haven't been feeling too well, so I don't know if I can handle a panel, a panel free for all or not. So I'll leave that up to you if yay or nay.
Yeah, I don't really feel like interacting with Tommy at the moment.
He left anyway. Yeah, he left. No, and I said this earlier, Tommy. It's nothing personal, Tommy. I don't have the energy right now. So, Tom can be a tad draining, but I enjoy Tom very much. I like talking to him and all of that. And just in case anybody's not aware, I know Don Juan, in real life. So, oh, that's the different Don Juan. My bad. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. Dallas Don Juan is Big L. This is Don Juan DeMarco. It's a different Don Juan. So sorry, Mr. Miyagi. Go ahead and get them if you need to. I was skimming instead of paying attention. Okay. All right. Well, Tommy, when I'm done with O'Shea, come back then. How about that, Tommy? Because I'd like to talk to Tommy too, potentially. Just trying to keep away from the free for alls and all of that.
You just can't help yourself.
But yeah, no, I can't. You're right. He's irresistible on some level. But yeah, it's all very fascinating and interesting to discuss. Like this is a big part of what motivates me, to still want to be here. Because as far as I'm concerned, they can, beam me up, Scotty. Like I'm ready to get up out of here, but I'm not, I'm not going to take myself out or anything. But this is the kind of stuff that keeps me interested in life, right? Is these sorts of discussions. As crazy as that might sound.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. You're an interesting character, Ben.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're an interesting character, man. I don't know. I just got this idea in my head of like a well-rounded man who's like a jack of all trades, master of none, but sometimes better than a master of one.
That's not me, by the way, but go ahead.
I love it, dude. You have so much, like you always have a counterpoint to anything I bring up, but it's all right. Like it's all right. So man, you always just chop it right off at the knees, dude. Anything I bring up, you just immediately swing that axe and just rip it right off at the knees, dude. Like but go ahead.
I wish I wasn't that way.
You're a specialist. You're a specialist.
Well, no, that's not true. I understand what you're saying. I just don't want to, I don't want my head to start swelling and then, my ego to get so out of control that I start buying into what you're saying. I guess it's actually, I'm doing it sort of to discipline myself, if that makes sense.
No, but what would you be buying into that I'm saying? Like, I just bringing up the point of like how I would like to see men become more well-rounded and more, because we've been manipulated into this like specialization and not being well-rounded as a man.
Yeah, but what does that do? What does that do for you if the men around you become that way? Like that's where
I'm saying individually, it's all individual, dude. That's how these groups are going to start. It's all an individual thing. So as I think it's interesting. Like, I think we should all aspire to be like well-rounded, like, because we always want to say back in the day a man was well-rounded. There's really no back in the day. It's all cyclical and this long game thing like we're talking about. It's just the natural way a man should be, like when he's in its optimal. Is he's well versed in many things. He could play an instrument. He could know about science. He could know about health, and he could know about nature and interpersonal relationships. Like there's many things that he's skillful at. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
It's like a modern day man is just like so broken and just a shell, and like dealing with some woman who's not getting what she wants, and these fucked up relationships that it's just like no one's getting anything they need, and everyone's a shell of themselves. And it's just like, I want to get back to more of a natural man, which is very well rounded in many aspects, areas of life, philosophy, all types of shit, spirituality, like just.
Well, yeah. Well, and that will probably happen, right? I guess my camera's in the process of dying. I don't know what's going on. It's been acting up, but You know, I'm assuming that will probably happen at some point in the future, but you and I will not be here in this form to witness it, most likely. So it's that those ships have sailed for us. We're over the hill, man. It's a wrap. Look at how old we are.
Yeah, but dude, in the long-term game, once again, we don't even know what we are, dude. We don't know how this works, the cyclical nature. We don't know how coming back and reincarnation. So we don't know. We don't. You know what I mean? Like, it can't just be some fruitless endeavor. Like we're gonna be long gone. No, we won't, dude. There's always the Akashic records. Nothing's long gone.
Well, my point is that the males who are going to do these things are most likely yet to be born, in my view.
No, but why think about anything like that? How about just ourselves? Like, let's just say, start with
I
ourselves.
lived it. I lived it. I already had that life. I don't need to start. I'm done with that. I lived it. See, not everybody is in this boat of, you know, ineffectualism and all of this. Like some of us who are here now got to live something approximating the life you're talking about.
Yeah, you're saying you lived it as if you're dead.
No, I did live it. No, I'm
well,
not
what are you doing
my,
now? What if you lived it then what are you doing now?
O'Shea, listen. Well, number one, that's a false premise. Number two, you're rejecting what I'm telling you. I'm on about my fourth life in this life. I've done a lot of things and had a lot of novel experiences in this life. See, we don't all have the same experience. But the fact that I did what I did in these former lives in this life, that doesn't have anything to do with what I may or may not be doing now. That's neither here nor there. I'm saying I've already had these experiences that you seem to be pining for, perhaps because you never got to have them. I'm not sure.
I don't know, man. I'm just having a hard time getting in any type of flow with you.
Well, it's because I'm very, I'm not going to let you get away with things that I know to be untrue. That's why. I can't have that. I can't have people saying things that I know to be untrue.
And what did I say that was untrue?
Well, see, it was this idea that when I said I've already lived these things on some level, and then you immediately went to, well, okay, well, what are you doing now? You know, almost like a negation of what I'm telling you.
No. I'm saying because the way it sounded to me is that like you've lived these things. So at one point you were living and now you're dying or you're dead. That's how it comes off to me. It's not like, what are you doing now? I'm saying like, it's more of the spirit.
No, yeah.
Like you're saying, I'm a dead person now. That's a former life. I am not that person. I am now a dead, dying person. Like it's over. Where I want to bring the life back to the situation. Even if you are literally dying, you could still be full of life and you could still be completely alive as you're dying. Like you could be more alive than ever, most likely. That's most likely when you're going to be most alive is when you're aware that you're actually dying.
But now here's my question is, how would you have any idea if I'm which one I truly am? If you were to encounter me in the physical space, that would be the only way to know if I'm full of life or not. You can't not.
Well, it's just really like you're responding when I bring up certain things. The way you respond, I'm getting the feeling that when you speak, oh, I've done those things, I've lived that. And right now, I'm not living that. I'm dying that. You're saying I've lived that before, and right now I'm dying something different.
No, I'm living other things. I'm dying of illness. That's the physical body is dying. And that's a fact. There's nothing I can do about that at this point. What's done is done, sir. It would be foolish of me not to accept it. So that would be to live in delusion or denial, which I'm not going to live in delusion, and I'm not going to live in denial. Although some of the time I will fall into delusion and denial. It's for me to remain vigilant and to discipline my mind such that when I detect that I'm falling into delusion and denial, to make sure that I don't stay there. So that's some of my strong reaction is because this realm seems to want us to put us into delusion and denial so quickly. And if I don't pay very strict attention, I will be in delusion and denial. Right. Now, if you equate it all with your life, I won't have a lot to interject with. But once you start addressing my life, I'm going to have a lot to say, if that makes sense. So if you just talk about yourself, I'll probably won't have too much to say, although I'll jump in on occasion. But once it starts getting pointed at me, then of course I'm not going to allow somebody else to be in charge of, how what spin is put on how Benton's living his life, right?
Yeah, but it's just we're not able to have a conversation because like I brought up the fact that of how you familiar with the term like a Renaissance man. I brought up a fact of a more well-rounded man, like how they're, and then it devolved into I don't know what it just evolved into. Like
but what? How does that benefit? Like I can't do anything, about a Renaissance man. There's nothing I can do about that. So
dude, it's like impossible to have a conversation with you. I bring up a fact that it would be I'm pointing out an observation of the world.
Yes.
That a man could be so much more in this world. Like we could have so much more talents and abilities and be so more well-rounded.
No, we. Who is this we? You said a man, and now you're saying we. See, I'm included in the we, right? See, now you're speaking. You've created a group, put me in the group, and now you're addressing what the individuals in the group could be doing.
Yeah, I'm pointing out. I'm making a point. I'm making a statement. I'm theorizing that the majority of men in the world aren't well-rounded. They're not well-versed in many things. They're not. What their potential could be of what we could be. Like if we're going to call ourselves slaves and shit, then that's more what we would be, like a weak slave, as opposed to an empowered, well-rounded man in many aspects of a being, of life. You know what I mean?
I know that whatever they do with respect to their potential has absolutely nothing to do with my potential. There's no intersection.
I don't know.
My potential belongs to me and me alone. See, I'm one of those people who comes from a very ignorant, backwards area of the country. So just because I'm somewhat talented naturally, I was identified very early as very talented, meaning all I heard all my life was how much potential I had. Where really what they meant was they were fantasizing about what they would do if they had what they perceived to be my potential, which they lacked. So instead of concerning themselves with their own potential, internally, these other people wanted to externally look outside of themselves. Hey, Benton's got potential. Let's go talk to him about his potential, all the while neglecting their own potential. So what about your potential? That's the thing. That to me, if I was Brian O'Shea, I'm going to be really excited about Brian O'Shea's potential. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just replying up.
Oh, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Paul on Slaves text here.
I know I'm hard to deal with sometimes, so I appreciate you having the patience.
Yeah, man. You seem to have some sort of animosity towards me or something. I don't know what it is with you. You have something. There's something going on with me and you. Like I'm not able to get into a conversational flow with you. There's some sort of animosity. There's some sort of I don't know what to call it. We're just not able to get in any type of flow. Like I bring something up and you could respond, or maybe you could respond that, hey, well, maybe you're trying to put me in a box and you're expecting this type of response, which is okay. I could understand all that, but it's just like I'm making cohesive, clear, obvious points, and each time I do, sometimes you'll find something wrong with it. You'll find something to pick it to make it seem like there's no validity to what I'm saying, or it doesn't apply, or so. It's just like we're not able to get in any type of flow in the conversation.
Yeah, You're right, and I'm sure some of that is due to my own. I'm sure some of that's due to my own shortcomings. So perhaps I will improve over time. I'm
man,
certainly
that's
working.
cool.
I'm certainly working on it, sir.
Yeah, and if I'm gonna go with like intuitively, like you, like I understand you respect me, you respect my opinion, but at the same time, you want to be like, you don't want to just be like, oh, this motherfucker's gonna bring up this fucking typical babble, this typical shit. I got my ideas, and no, I'm gonna fucking pipe up, tell him what the fuck I think, and I understand all that, and I appreciate all that. But at some point, we got to have some sort of flow. We got to have some sort of back and forth. We can't just argue every point and just like, you know what I mean? It gets a little.
Yeah. I agree, sir. You're absolutely right.
Right.
Yeah.
And speaking of health shit, bro, like fucking full disclosure, dude. That's just like this urine fucking thing. So fuck it, dude. It's gonna gross people out. But you know, I pissed a nice brown big cup of urine this morning, right? And I was like, fuck, dude. I know I should probably drink that because I'm getting dehydrated. Something's going on with my kidneys, right? Because I smoked this fucking fake weed, real weed, whatever it is, and I'll get munchies. And I know I got this big fat gut. And so now, dude, right? So now I didn't drink it, right? But then, not too long after, I pissed again, and a decent amount. And this time it wasn't as dark, right? But I drank that motherfucker. But then shortly after, I pissed again, and it keeps getting more clear and clear, and I keep pissing often though, and it's kind of scaring me, bro. When it's like you piss that often, and like, so I don't know, man. I'm just bringing up health concerns like with kidneys, and because I heard you could defeat diabetes by looping your pee. Just fucking drink your pee. Maybe fast even. You could fast and just pee loop. Just drink your urine, and so I don't know, man. I'm trying to. But you were a pee drinker at one point, so at least we got.
That's actually not true, sir.
Oh.
Never
I
have.
thought I saw you drinking jugs of piss. I thought you pulled up a video of you drinking a jug of piss.
Oh, that was EBT making fun of me.
Oh, that wasn't piss in that jug?
No, I'm a truck driver. Every truck driver pisses in bottles. In the
truck. Oh, but you never drank it?
Not on purpose. It's I've accidentally mistook the water jug for the pee jug, but I did not swallow.
Oh, okay. I've been confused this whole time. I thought you were pulling up videos of you chugging down piss like I do. But okay.
No, that was EBT making fun of me. That was tea. It was herbal tea. But he changed the color of it. He changed the color to make it look like pee.
Oh, okay. I've been confused this whole time. I thought you were drinking your piss. Well, anyways, dude.
No, with these health problems, I don't think I would because my kidneys are not in very good shape. So I don't think.
But that's where I'm thinking the opposite. I'm thinking you should or look into it, like because I have heard something about kidneys and drinking tea.
I've looked into it. Yes.
Yeah. Damn it! I thought we had something we agreed on, but I guess there's actually nothing we agree on. I thought we had the urine. I was like, damn.
That's not true. Yeah. The poker went pretty good, I thought. We could talk about poker for an hour, but the audience that I was putting the audience ahead of ourselves here. And I can tell you're better at poker than I am. So, I can't be Mr. Know-it-all when it comes to poker with you. Right. Like I'm bringing up poker stories and you know the people personally. Right. So you're the big dog when it comes to poker, not me. I might be the big dog in some of these areas, possibly, just because I've spent more time with some of these concepts. I'm just saying possibly. I'm not saying it's that way, but there's no doubt that you go deeper in the poker game than I do. It's obvious, and that's completely fine for me. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it was kind of cool on my stream yesterday. I pulled up this. They got this fancy poker tournament going on in London right now. Big giant buy-ins, and so they're televising it and showing the whole cards. The whole cards are the players' cards, so you get to see them. The audience gets to see them, see how the pros play against each other. And so I pulled it up for a brief moment on my stream yesterday, and then the kid that was on the screen was this kid. I call him a kid. He's a man, but Chidwick. His name's Chidwick. And he. Yeah, me and him were whitewater rafting in Costa Rica like 12 years ago when we were out there for a poker tournament. Yeah, him and a bunch of. Yeah, so I've traveled the world. You know what I mean?
Right on.
When I think we were talking about the
the scandal with Ultimate Bet, and so that was when I was in Aruba. Ultimate Bet had a poker tournament, and Phil Hellmuth was like the face of Ultimate Bet at that time. So we're up in his penthouse partying with like Liv Bory and whatever. I was like hugging on her, dancing with her and shit. And yeah, I got a picture of me like standing behind her, like hugging her. She was having a good time with it. But I was typical O'Shea shenanigans. But yeah,
well,
it
but
was
you
just funny.
notice, though. Sorry, put a pin in
Go
that.
ahead,
Sorry
go
about that. I thought
No,
you
go
were
ahead.
done, but
I was. Go ahead.
But you see, I'm not becoming argumentative when you talk about poker. So I'm not just a person who's going to argue with everything you say. See, I really haven't had any. I've had no counterpoints to anything you've said about poker because I'm in no position to do that. That's why. So I think it's awesome that you, me personally, because I am a poker fan, I think it's awesome that you've had those experiences. To me, that's like a cool thing, right? But yeah, continue.
Yeah, it just seems we get caught up a little bit if I start trying to philosophize or try to go down a certain thread. You'll take the point counterpoint. Wasn't that a TV show at some point? Point counterpoint.
But some of that is because I walked around about 10 miles a day every day for about 6 straight years, and really almost 10 years thinking about all of those type of topics. And that's not an exaggeration. So I've spent a lot of time thinking about all of those things.
What are those things?
All of those philosophies, the various things we were talking about earlier, especially the times when I cut you off so quickly. It's not that I'm not really smart enough to figure that out in the moment. So if I'm able to fire back at you so quickly, those are things that I've already spent a lot of time thinking about, and it's settled in my mind, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. It comes off to me as though I've already thought about life, got it figured out. I don't need to
I don't know. I don't have
Brian
it figured
O'Shea
out
about his fucking views on the world.
Basically, I'm the top dog in those areas compared to you. You're the top dog in the poker. When you talk poker, I'm not giving you any resistance, but it's almost like you're trying to carry the day with these ideas, but I'm ahead of you in these areas. I just am. It's a fact. Just like you're ahead of me in the poker. It is what it is.
See, that's coming off to me as you're ahead of me in the philosophy. Like anything outside of poker, you're ahead of. Any philosophy of life,
No,
any
not
other
anything.
fucking.
No, not anything. The things we've been talking about.
Just the very important philosophical, real deep stuff. You're way ahead of me on, but not poker and not like stuff in between. The real deep, awesome philosophical, true meanings of life. You're way ahead of me on that, but like everything else in between, maybe
I'm not talking about the true meaning of life. I'm saying if you were to just go walk around for about 6 years and just think to yourself all day, what would your understanding
Who says
be?
I haven't? Who said? How do you know what I have and haven't done when it comes to contemplation on reality?
Well, you didn't do it right if this is your level of understanding.
Oh, man.
Hey, man, look, if you want to talk about men and masculinity and you can't handle me talking to you this way, you got a long way to go.
But we're not talking. We're not having a conversation. There's nothing really happening.
We're not
it's like
women. We're not women where I'm going to concern myself about how you feel about me speaking truth. If we were women, we would sit around and I would make sure that you're always in a good emotional space. However you feel about what I say, that's your problem. Not my problem.
Yeah, but we're not really having I don't know what's happening. We're not really, there's no back and forth. We're not having a conversation. I'm not sure what's happening, but it's not a conversation. I'll tell you that much. I don't know what
well, there is an audience, lest we forget.
Right. There's an audience. There's you here. And we're every now and then words come out of our mouth, but I'm not quite sure there's any cohesion or flow or back and forth. I'm not quite sure what's going on.
Well, isn't that okay if there's not a flow and a cohesion? I mean, it's
like, why would I engage? Why would I want to like come back and do this? Why would I want to continue doing this? Like, why? What?
Well, you may
we're
not.
not really doing. We're not really doing
You
anything.
you very well may not want to do this again or continue this. I mean, that may be the case. I like talking to you. You might not like talking to me, and that's okay.
Yeah, but how can this be enjoyable for you? Nothing's happening. What do you enjoy about what do you enjoy about talking to me?
Well, I think that gets into areas of like social isolation, and I think necessarily I have a need to talk to people about interesting ideas, and we are talking about ideas that I find interesting. We may not be doing it in a way that is pleasant all of the time, but I find it interesting. See, I'm getting what I need out of this. Are you getting what you need out of this? That's the question. And if not, why not?
What are you getting out of this?
The discussion of ideas that I find to be interesting.
Yeah, but there really isn't a discussion going on.
But that's your opinion. In my view, this is a discussion, and I'm enjoying it.
You're a sick puppy, dude.
Well, or I'm just someone who doesn't mind seeming strange by saying things I know to be true. And it is kind of fun. It is kind of fun sort of playing that game, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad someone's having fun. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but
yeah, I enjoy talking to people. But, I understand if if you're not into it, I understand that. I get that. But I can only be me, right?
What are the numbers like?
45 in the house.
Damn, dude.
44. Yeah. See, somebody's finding it somebody thinks it's interesting.
Yeah, but they also find OTW. I don't know. Has he been streaming lately?
I have no idea.
What happened to that kid? Yeah, he'll get 45, 50 people and not much going on. I mean, I don't know why I want to pick on him, but it's just like, maybe I want him to do better. But sometimes there's just like nothing going on. And I feel like he's ungrateful. I might do that too. Like I had 30 people going. I'll have 20, 30 people and I'll just keep babbling and rambling and going just because I have the people. But that shouldn't really be a reason to keep streaming. Like I did over 3 hours yesterday, but what the fuck was what was that? And I was even questioning myself. Like, what am I doing? What is this about? What am I trying to accomplish here? Like, because it got me off my normal flow.
I don't think you know what you need to get out of this. That's my opinion. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. Please let me know if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I guess it's a good point.
Yeah, and I'm kind of making a larger point that I think ties in with what we were talking about with the romantic relationships where, the man is concerned with the woman and the woman's concerned with the woman and nobody's concerned about the man. See, I'm making sure I get myself taken care of first. And it's your job to do that for you, in my view. So if it's for you to figure out, I'm Brian O'Shea, who the fuck is that? What does Brian O'Shea need? And is this even a place for Brian O'Shea to try to get what he needs? But if you don't know what that is, how the hell are you going to get it?
Well, I guess just the original, came up to talk poker. I was like, okay, we'll chop it up about poker. But then we started going, I wanted to go a little bit more down just some sort of esoteric life, sort of musings, sort of philosophical back and forth. But we seemed to hit a roadblock.
Well, I would happily I would happily let you have the floor and monologue. Just leave me out of it, and then I won't have anything to say necessarily. And I promise to bite my tongue and let you finish. How about that? If you're willing to agree to those terms.
That's cool, man. I'm probably just gonna move on with my day, but
Got it. Understood, sir.
it's all good. But yeah, man. Regardless, man, it's always something to chop it up with you, dude.
Well, thank
You're
you.
tough nut to crack, as they say. But more shall be revealed, and who knows? Maybe we'll do this again, or we won't. We'll take it a moment at a time, and we'll see where
Well,
we
and
go, Ben.
I'm down to talk poker, especially off stream anytime. I love the poker talk, especially someone such as yourself. So
Yeah,
that'd be cool,
the
man.
enslaved one might be getting him. He has an interest. He wants to get involved in that world.
Poker?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool, man. So
Yeah.
yeah, I
We'll have to
definitely
get-
appreciate you swinging by, and thanks for being so frank and open and honest. Much appreciated. And that's not sarcasm. I just sound sarcastic.
No, if anything, that's if we're frank, open, and honest, then we're way ahead of the game. You know what I mean? So if that's all we got going for ourselves, we're on pretty good footing. So
Well, I agree 100%. And now we can end the conversation or whatever this has been, and we're on the same page. So thanks for being here, brother. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
yeah, thanks for having me up, Ben. I'll talk to you later, brother.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right.
Peace
Bye
out.
bye.
Brian O'Shea, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Christos?
Hey man, I was really surprised it was just Brian up here. I know you started streaming again recently, but definitely an interesting crossover. I think we needed this.
Thanks, man.
You and
Yeah, I'm trying to do
Brian
more.
talking about poker.
Yeah. I'm trying to do more one-on-one stuff. Sorry to cut you off there, but what's up with you, man?
No, you're good. Yeah, I love how he thought that CBO joking around doing that edit of you. I won't lie, when I first saw that, I was with Brian. I thought you were drinking your own pee or something, man. That's what it looked like. Did CBO edit that?
That
So it
was
looked mellow or something?
Yeah, EBT did that. Or actually, they're all on a Discord server together, so I'm not sure who actually did it, but somebody made it. It's probably EBT. I mean,
as
look,
much as I don't like that crowd, they really do make some good memes, man. I will say.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I know all those guys metaversely very well. Metaversely.
Metaversely speaking, right?
Yes. Yeah, we were all on Discord servers together for quite some time.
Yeah, I remember you speaking on that. You used to do a show with Drew, right?
Yes, sir. Me and
Back
Drew,
when you were drinking.
Yes. So what's on your mind today? What's going on with you?
Hey, yeah, I'm just on break at work right now. I saw you were live. I really appreciate the thumbnail. Just keeping me inspired, reminding me I have memes that I need to be making. That thumbnail, man, caught me off guard for a second. Yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, that was actually one of his thumbnails. When I see something on the internet that I think is interesting, I just make a screenshot. And then when I was looking for a thumbnail, I was going back through my screenshots and I saw that and I said, okay, that's the thumbnail for today.
Right, yeah, and I remember that exactly. And it just kind of goes back to the fascination about all this. That writes itself with these different content creators and different communities and the different dynamics. I mean, it never ceases to amaze me, honestly. And that's why I even made that one photo I made a while back, a little edit, where it's like Ian's on his knees and there's like an apocalypse in the background. He has blue lightning striking his head, and his arms are out like the Christed being. And that's why I ended up putting the cupcakes in his hands and then a golden Jack Talcott head in his heart. And, it's just like, it's set up perfectly You know, it's asking for people out here like us and others to make further content off of what they've given us, you know? So we don't even have to, you know, and that's why like Paul was restreaming Ian for a time. You don't even have to do any edits of anything. You just
Yeah.
examine what people are putting out there genuinely and authentically, and it's fascinating within itself. Public thought
Yeah.
experiments, social experiments through the metaverse, I guess you could surmise.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you know, interesting times. And just for me personally, in my own mind, I'm framing all of this in the context of how socially isolated society has become. And, you know, I've been going through some sort of episodes here recently, you know, sort of out of character for myself. And just live streaming yesterday and having those social interactions, and then sort of reconnecting with Big L, who I have not talked to in a few months. You know, I can my the way I view the world today, as far as just, you know, whatever this is, you know, my interface into reality, if we want to call it that, I can see just my attitude has been adjusted, right? And it was just that easy. So, you know, on some level, I can go through a depressive episode, and I've never been prone to depression, but for me to remain in that depressive space, that's a choice, because I have control. I'm able to do things and make choices that will make those episodes stop. But then I came very close.
Exactly.
I came very close to drinking, right? Which I'm not going to do, but I'm a big boy. If I choose to, I will. Like I haven't promised anybody anything on that front. However, I knew, okay, I will temporarily be out of the depressive episode, but when the alcohol wears off, I'll be back into the depressive episode, and it will actually be worse now, because now I've poisoned myself.
Yeah, you know, I love how you put that, honestly, because right before you said it, I was basically thinking something similar, whereas I was going to say there's so many variables that we have access to and within our control. All these different variables of the lifestyle that we choose, from our sleep, general health and diet, mindfulness, what we allow, what we let go. There's so many factors that play into like the overall quality of life that we have, and determining whether we can consider ourselves overall in a good state or bad, for lack of better terms, even though it's more nuanced than that. Yeah, there's so many indicators, whether biological or quote spiritual. You know, the messages will be given to us. Everything, it's always being reflected back to us, basically. You know, what the situation representation is, as they might say, I guess, in the military, a sit rep.
Nice. I like that.
Hell yeah. Yeah, man, but you know, there's been some interesting things cooking in the YouTube streets. And give me 1 second here, actually. I'm putting my headset on.
Cool.
All right, yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but you know, those who know. I don't know if we're gonna be entering another meme war or something here, but there's been a lot of dynamics shifting. There's been a lot of repositioning on the field. We could put it that way.
Nice.
With communities and you know, people create factions on here in the metaverse, whether they want to admit that shit or not. People end up playing into tribal, juvenile, adolescent teams, basically. People gravitate towards their own communities, and that's fine. People can have their own lanes, but there's always going to be some type of I feel like friction, conflicts. It's just inherent to this metaversal game. So I told Yurt the other day in one of his streams, I got metaversal pirates on my shores right now. So
Oh shit.
I'm ready to be given the green light here, and I know I'm speaking a lot of metaphors and analogy, but that's kind of the fun of it. So hopefully as people start streaming more. I know OTW hasn't. It's good that you're streaming again. I've done a couple recently, but nothing regular. But I think it's time I really dip my toes in more often, even though I don't like to make this whole paneling and YouTube stuff too much of my daily regimen. I tune in, I talk to people like OTW, you, and others, but I don't read comments. I don't have notifications on. Like, I'm not that involved in it, if you want to put it that way. I don't pay enough attention, but I'm starting to think maybe I should a little bit, because I could do a lot with this. I could do a lot with this character. And this character is under attack right now, so I'm gonna have to correct the record this weekend. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it. I don't mind being, sort of left in mystery, or, that doesn't bother me at all. And I think if you were here earlier when Quantum Epic came in and demanded to know what is the meaning of the thumbnail, isn't it okay to experience some mystery, right? Like, isn't that okay? Do we really have to know everything immediately all the time so that we can be in a state of security, a false state of security, right? This intransigent state. Why are so many people attracted to something like that? Like, let's solve this. Let's get this solved so that we can move on to the next thing. Like, what's the rush? I don't need to know exactly what in the fuck you're talking about right now. If I need to know, and if it's interesting enough, I will be made aware.
Well, it's part of the theater of all this.
Yeah.
Not to break the fourth wall too much, but at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff is a muse. Whether people go their separate ways in their own life or not. But yeah, I don't know what you're showing. I'm at work right now. Don Juan DeMarco, either you're the rude boy over across the ocean, or you're some agent of chaos. And honestly, it doesn't even matter who you are at this point. I know you're a sock account, and Don Juan DeMarco basically set me up within a couple live stream chats, and now I got people. There's already people like Mitchell, insane people that thought ill of me just because I appreciate Paul's content, and I hop on a stream, so it. Like I said, there's been a shifting in the positioning of people and communities. Hell, I was over on Cage's panel yesterday talking with Axis Ratblood, patching it up with him and saying, hey, I don't have a problem with you, bro. Like, let's just move past this. I don't even care at this point. Whereas him and I were talking trash on each other. I was playing into that whole Zetetic Warrior bit there for a while, that Cage and Axis Ratblood, we're in league with each other, and then OTW and all that shit. And that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of this stuff is theater. A lot of this stuff is fun. I mean, I think a lot of people come here for entertainment, ultimately.
I do, by the way.
And that's okay.
That's why I'm here, by the way.
100%. And that, me too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's sometimes there's some type of superiority that I see, like a holier than thou. It's like, if you're not here for serious information only, blah blah blah. So there's a lot of different narratives out there, but yeah, I agree with you. It's multifaceted, but ultimately, I do think a big takeaway is entertainment, for better or for worse, and everything in between.
Well, and if we believe in freedom, isn't that okay? Don't I get to choose to just be here for entertainment if I'm not harming anybody? When did I accept some noble mission to reform the fucking beast system? I don't remember signing up for that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I did, and I don't know it. But as far as I know, I never agreed to try to resolve the myriad of issues plaguing this realm. Is it somehow that's up to me to play a part in figuring all of that out? Again, now we're back to seeking security by the resolution of phenomenon or phenomena that might make an individual person feel less than secure. And to me, that's never been a proper motivation for my how I choose to live my life, some sort of feeling of security. which, by the way, can never be made permanent in this realm. And in fact, there is no security here. You know, how terrifying and disorienting is it to realize that, no, you're not safe. None of us are safe here. And yet here we are. But as humans, we seem to have something built into us where we are desirous of creating a state where we can feel secure, especially the more feminine aspects of humanity. And I don't mean women, right? Because increasingly males are exhibiting these characteristics as well, right? Well, I have two sisters who are not set up for that, although they are in some way because they both have children. But beyond that, they've never behaved in such a way to seek, you know, some sort of state of permanent comfort. See, I don't think that's necessarily based on what's somebody's body's hormones creates, you know, what hormones one's physical body or vessel creates, or what's between their legs. And increasingly we're seeing with the, you know, the games being played with you know, people's hormones nowadays, right? You know, we're starting to see kind of males and females meeting in the middle in some ways, just from my perspective. So I try to stay out of the men versus women stuff as much as I can, but.
Yeah. And, okay, well, I like.
And if
what
you
you're
don't,
saying
by the
there.
way, sorry, if you don't agree, feel free to just say I don't agree. I mean,
No,
you'll
no,
never
I was
hurt my
thinking
feelings.
of, no, what I was doing there is I was thinking if I should respond to the like archetypal like paradox of like the synergy yet battle of the sexes, because there was an interesting point there. That's why I like hesitated for a moment, but I wanted to first say, yeah, man, I see people. This is something that Paul points out: is there's a grab for false power that I see people exhibiting on the metaverse, and I feel like more often than not, it's people that are in older age. Maybe that's just the bias of me being a younger cat, but I see people that like they're grasping for a power that they don't have anymore, they once had. It's kind of like a midlife crisis thing. I think people use the metaverse, and like I've seen YouTube specifically as a way to exhibit feelings of power or status over others, or some type of stardom. And it's kind of weird because ultimately, what are we but some just, you know, small corners in YouTube of people that have a certain level of awareness and maybe compatibility. But yeah, anyway, hey, I need to plug in my phone. Shout out to Jimmy Shively. Give me a minute. I'm gonna stay on here with you, but let me just make sure I'm plugged in. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm reading that. Thanks, Jimmy. Jimmy's a great guy, and I'll just say this because I still got a couple percentage points. A lot of people from We Are Awake TV came over to Paul's, or maybe I should say a lot, but a certain amount, like Pineal, Jimmy. There were people that were already watching Paul, I think, as well, from We Are Awake, maybe that didn't participate in the live chats. But this will be the last bit that I give because my phone is literally about to die. Here will be the teaser, I guess, for y'all in the communities. London Man seemed to get all salty a couple streams ago about the We Are Awake TV former crew members coming over to Paul's now and like always being over on Paul's. I don't know why that was such a problem for you, London Man, but seems you have some type of old grudge and resentment against the We Are Awake cupcakes. And since we were associated with him at one point, and now there's this whole positioning between Paul and Z going on. It's just what I'm talking about with the whole like metaversal factions that's taking place. Whether people participate or consciously do that or not, it's just what it is. We all see it. So I think I'm gonna have to get myself into the fun of this because I haven't been streaming. I have been chilling at OTWs, but he's not live. I'm basically just over at Paul's and then watching some other streams in between. But I think it's time I really step back into that place of power where, you know, I was a content creator, not just a panel walker. I'm feeling that call. So I hope people are interested. And I know I got a lot of people from a lot of different communities, even some people over in the CBO crowd. Shout out to Jessica Jane and Robin. I think Robin was from over here, but a lot of good people out there that appreciate me. I appreciate them. I don't need that validation like some other people on here that want to be icons and whatnot. But anyway, I appreciate you letting me up here, Benton, and I'm gonna rush off back to work.
All right, brother man. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a good day. That was Christos. I will say that Don Juan DeMarco got banned. And sir, sometimes I lose track of who is what, but two different people that I have a lot of regard for complained about you. So if you feel like this was made in error, please email me and I will certainly reverse. But I'm not reading emails while I'm on this right now, just so people know. So Tommy was getting mad at me, I guess, because I was not responding to his email. I don't do email on my computer, generally speaking. I do it on my phone, and I got my phones turned off right now so that I can give the live stream my undivided, well, my, almost undivided attention. And apologies for the no camera. For some reason, my camera's been acting up. So I think it's my $20 Amazon webcam took a shit. Who could imagine? Shout out to TBE in the house. Good to see you, sir. And then back to Mitchell. And I want to make this point about what Mitchell keeps going at me about, and then also, Don Juan there is, it's funny how these dynamics come about. And then he's, how did Christos get you banned? Christos didn't get you banned. First, Mr. Miyagi complained, and, and that was when I mistook. I thought that was Dallas Don Juan, which is my truck driving buddy, Big L. But then next, Christos is bringing up something's going on between them two, and that's enough for me, right? But maybe I'm wrong, so we'll unban you. I may just be wrong, so that's possible. But how is it that somehow I'm able to maintain some level of popularity, in spite of my manners and my countenance and my behavior, but then somehow, what's up, London man? Good to see you, brother. And how am I able to, even in spite of how I conduct myself, maintain some level of popularity? So the way I view it is, it's sort of up to each of us to kind of maneuver our way through that at the level of get in where we fit in, right? And I will publicly apologize to Mr. Don Juan if in fact that was a not a very well thought out banning. So look for that. Big Drink Tea, living his best life. Good to see you, sir. And then we have Toilet Bowl Earth expressing his views on Christos. Yeah, I think Christos had something to say about you there, London man. Feel free to come up if you'd like to. That's up to you. I'm a tad drained from yesterday's 7 hours, and then I talked to Big L for about 2 hours, and then I went to sleep. So probably don't have, as stated earlier, I probably don't have a 2 hour ramble/rant in me. Yeah. So what else is happening? It was cool talking. I like talking to O'Shea. That was cool. I feel like we made a little progress there with whatever me and him are on about, whatever that may be. I feel like we made some progress. Good to see Jessica Jane in the house, although that may be a fake Jessica Jane. It's always hard to tell sometimes. Hard to tell. And then what do y'all think about a potential, not that it would ever happen, right? But a potential Benton versus Mitchell in some sort of physical contest, because I'm probably just about one of the few people that could weigh in at whatever Mitchell weighs, and probably, still, not that I have any fighting skills necessarily, but I know back in the day, I never had too much problem dealing with any other fella who happened to be about my own weight, if that makes sense. So pretty sure I could deal with, although I'm giving up like 15 years in age, I suppose. Pretty sure I could deal with old Mitchell. And so I do think, how does Mitchell not realize by now, going into these live chats and becoming abusive? What's that really going to get him? Yeah, he is scrappy. I agree. Mitchell is indeed scrappy. That's right. But if I'm bigger, stronger, faster, and equally as mean and dirty as Mitchell, how can he win? Now, he still could win. I'm saying, how could he? If we weigh the same, but I'm bigger, stronger, faster, more athletic, and older, though, so that is the one thing, and dying of illness, right? Well, but you don't know that I'm not also. See, Fire Drake, that might be a push, because perhaps I've also been somebody prone to ranting and raving in the streets, not the streets, the real streets, right? You're listening to somebody crazy enough to sleep on a sidewalk in downtown Portland, Oregon, get on the first train to Beaverton, work in a call center, and toured the Nike headquarters, right, with my fellow call center workers, then took the train back to Portland and laid my head back down on the same patch of sidewalk and did it all again the next day, sans Nike headquarters tour. Now, some people will just assume I'm making all of that up. And in fact, one morning, sleeping on the sidewalk there in Portland by the Saturday market, the Burnside Bridge, over there by the, actually it's right where the Burnside Bridge ends on the west side there, the downtown, across the street from the Portland Rescue Mission. And one morning I woke up to some crazy homeless person, and there was a line of us all sleeping at about 4:30 in the morning. And he was this crazy person, some old man. He was getting down in each person's face and yelling, "Fuck you," at the top of his lungs. And after about the fifth person, well, by then I was already packing my gear. So thankfully he started at the other end and I wasn't the first one to be greeted with such treatment, right? And Old Town Portland at the time, I don't know what it's like now. It's probably worse, but at the time, Old Town Portland certainly was an open air mental asylum, and Benton on numerous occasions was right there with his backpack and just laid out his gear and went to sleep right there in the mental asylum and handled it just fine. So I'm pretty sure old Mitchell won't be the end of me, but you never know. Yeah, and I'm not even a fighter. I'm actually a pacifist. That's right. No, I'm fully aware that yeah, absolutely. Of course he could beat me. There's no doubt about that. Ain't no doubt about that. I like my chances. I feel like I would have the advantage, right? Exactly. And if he beat me, I'd shake his hand and I'd say the better man won. I sure would. Now, would he return the favor if he lost? That's what I would like to see. Because I know how I handle losing. I love competition. I'm one of the most competitive people you'll ever meet, or I was. Now I'm 48 and I'm not quite producing the hormones that I used to. So, and I've said this before, by the way, I'm 18 in my brain. So it's really 18-year-old. When I start talking about how strong and tough I am and all of these things and talking about, especially if I'm talking about actually trying to have a fight and I'm not a fighter in that way. And I'm really not even, that really doesn't even appeal to me. Right. Then that's how you know where we're going. Yeah, good deal, London. Glad you did. And sometimes y'all are gonna have to help me out. So I thought HMFIC of Steve is DD214, right? So I'm sure, because now I'm starting to get paranoid. Hey, what's up, Roy? Now I'm starting to get paranoid. Now it's like they're all Mitchell. So in a way, Mitchell is certainly more adept at the psychological warfare metaverse. I will say this, Mitchell way ahead of me in the metaversal psychological warfare, especially on YouTube. So He does sort of have, he is in my head in some way, at least with respect to this broadcast. And Mitchell dying of poor hairstyling. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Oh yeah, yeah, that is DD. Good deal. Yeah, no, brother. I've had almost no fights as an adult. I've certainly been physically attacked a few times as a homeless person, but I never saw any value or reason to just have a fight. My thing was, well, what do I win? Like, what's my prize? You know. Meanwhile, I have no desire to physically harm anybody. You know, obviously, good to see Emilios Man, by the way. But certainly, I will always defend myself. But yeah, you know, I would possibly have a contest with someone of my own weight class. Yeah, the Mitchell beef drama. Yeah, puncher's chance. When I have no boxing skill whatsoever, I would prefer something that involved more than just punching. But yeah, and I know that's your, you know, like that's an idiom or a euphemism or whatever. But if anybody has anything they'd like to express on these topics, they're certainly willing to join me. Well, I am trying to keep it to a one-on-one. I am going to go ahead and unban Don Juan. I think perhaps I may have been a bit hasty there. So now I'm going to reverse my earlier decision. Now, can the old fogey figure out how to do such? I think I remember. Him. Well, and by the way, I grew up in a very fist-fighting culture and managed to mostly avoid fist-fighting, although never by letting somebody punk me out or never having to back down. Some of that is, you know, my mind is my weapon, being able to avoid. Although I did have a fight with a neighbor kid my age who I was really actually good friends with, and I think right around the 6th grade. And I don't think either one of us really wanted to fight. And not much came out of that. I think that was probably more of a draw. It's hard for me to really muster up. It's hard for me to inhabit any kind of space of wanting to just punch somebody. I really don't have it in me in a lot of ways. So maybe Mitchell will win. Maybe I'll just, you know, maybe I wouldn't have it in me to actually hurt him physically. So maybe he would win on that basis. I don't know. Really wouldn't know till it happened. You know, he hell, for all I know, he's you know, ended many a man's life for all I know. I mean, you know, realistically, who could know? Who could tell, right? He would try to sue me. Well, thankfully, there's nothing to sue for. So I don't really have anything that he could win in a judgment. So good luck with that. Yeah, 2 fist fights, both in elementary school. Yeah. So now I'm trying to remember where to go to unban people. Studio and then settings. Yeah, community. That's what it is. Anton's Bag Boy also unbanned. Much easier to pick up nonverbal cues and avoid drama. That's right. Well, and yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Rob. I think we probably did it right about the same time, so hopefully that did not cause any problems. Appreciate it. And if you see anything approaching a Mitchell alter ego, feel free to get rid of that as well. I probably need to try to reboot my PC to get my camera back. That's smart. Yeah. Smart. Yeah, in today's insane world, there's few fair fights anymore. People want to bitch up and use weapons. That's right. Well, and in fact, I grew up in an environment where I did, you know, as much as I shoot my mouth off, I did have to make sure I did not say the wrong thing to the wrong person at the wrong time, or I would get punched in the mouth just like anybody else. That was, and I do think that's a better society in some ways. Not that I'm an advocate for violence, because I certainly am not, but the fact that I've been able to freely express myself, and and there's not a single mark on this this pretty face of mine, I think that says something, right? There's not really a situation. He's been attacking me in these live chats, but he's done that before. It's like he goes through these cycles. He does it with Paul. He goes through these cycles with Paul, and I've noticed that he's starting to try to do the same cycles with me. And like Wizard points out, Mitchell, it's pure projection. So when he's attacking me, the things he's saying, he's actually talking about himself and his own, frustrations with his own life. And certainly the things he's choosing to attack me based upon, those things don't really bother me, and they're actually not really true. But there are other things that I'm not going to say, but there's other true things that he could attack me with that would bother me. He's choosing these things that really is more, he's talking about his own self, right? And Christos, by the way, brought up Robin, who for whatever reason has me blocked, and I've never found out what that is. Now, see, and Thunder Chicken, I will disagree with you a little bit. He says he's never thrown the first punch. My thing is, if I know there's going to be a fight and I know that I'm not going to be able to avoid the fight, I'm not going to wait for the other person. That's just me. Legally speaking, in most states, it really, who throws the first punch generally has nothing to do with anything. Now, that's just generally, right? So I'm not going to just I'm not tough enough to just, give the other person first shot. If my read of the situation is, okay, it's going down and I'm not able to escape on foot, there's no way I'm giving up the advantage of initiative if at all possible. That's just me, though. That's just me. But we'll be right back, folks. Short break, rebooting to get the camera back. Let me put a banner on here if I can find it. Be right back. Hey, we're back. 31 and still in the house. Appreciate your faith and your patience and all of those things. I think I may have figured out, although I'm not hearing myself. Can you hear me? I bet I'm on the wrong. Let me see. Audio. Yeah, we might be on the wrong mic here. Let's fix that. All right. Thanks, sir. Appreciate that, Rob. Anything y'all want to get into? I think I figured out why the camera wasn't working, so I'm pretty sure it's going to continue working. I was in incognito mode, and I bet that's got something to do with it. Makes the most sense. Yeah, I got punched in the face in elementary school by a black kid. And, growing up in my neighborhood, with my white friends, I never got popped in the mouth for running my mouth. So this would have been around, I don't know, 3rd or 4th grade, I guess. And I certainly learned a lesson from it. Yeah, I think there's something to that, right? Yeah. Did not make me racist, by the way. Certainly. I mean, I wasn't beaten up. I mean, I was punched one time in the mouth. Yeah. Attack on beauty? What? And I'm still tad scatterbrained, lest we forget. So keep that in mind. And I'm reflecting a little bit on me and O'Shea's conversation or discussion. And even though he didn't believe it to be such a thing, but so I certainly can relate to the way in which I express myself. So I think some of the confusion is like the way I'm responding to some of the ideas that he's. Yeah, I think. Oh no, I guess the camera is. The camera's fucked. Yeah, the camera's fucked. Oh well, I'll fix that for the next broadcast. We're going to be camless, I guess. Good, you should. Good for you, Rob. I think I just said so. Oh, I'm sure I said something shitty. Something uncalled for. Yeah, it's probably my white friend's fault for letting me get away with running my mouth to that degree. Yeah, I kept running my mouth, but maybe I watched myself a little bit. Oh no, I came back and now people left. Damn the. Or maybe they thought, well, shit, I waited around for the camera and waited for nothing. So, like with me responding so quickly and so strongly to some of O'Shea's assertions there, see, that's how I deal with some of my own thoughts and ideas in my own head, right? That's sort of, this, I've been very strict in the way I've trained my mentality in certain ways, right? Not across the board, but in certain ways. So my lacking, like somebody like Paul seems to have a much more developed manner for expressing himself in the context of a discussion metaversely. Now, I will tell you this, in the physical space, I'm much better because then I can get cues from the other person non-verbally. So as much as I say whatever somebody else feels about, my thoughts and ideas and opinions is their problem, that is true. However, if I'm able to observe their body language and the other person's facial expressions and their voice tone, well, that gives me way more information to use to maybe then realize, okay, I'm being a little too aggressive here, or, the way in which I'm coming across is not conducive to the conversation. But here metaversally, I'm set adrift in a lot of ways because I have way less information to go on. And with me having just enough of the tism I'm not able to really. I just don't really know what's going on with that person, in this format. If that makes sense. So anyway, well, and I'm not here to character assassinate, and I'm not saying you're doing that, Roy. I'm not here to cast aspersions on O'Shea's character in that way, or his level of maturity. Now, I myself have been quite immature for my age much of my life, right? But this is just my opinion, and I could be wrong. I think maybe he had some experiences or lack thereof as a young person, and he seems to sort of just assume that other people, such as myself, had those same experiences or lack of experiences, but that was not the case in my life, right? So it doesn't really apply, but I get it. It's all certainly very fascinating. If Roy's still in the house, anything? Although I have noticed I have this bad habit of asking people for topics, and then they give topics, and then I have nothing to say about that. So, who O'Shea? Yeah, I like O'Shea, especially since he's one of the few people around here that understands poker. And actually understands it better than I do. So, that's even more interesting. The game has advanced quite a bit since his heyday, though. So I would certainly encourage him to continue studying. He mentioned he'd studied up. As far as all of that goes. This is not quite as fun for me without being able to just look at myself. No, I said he's better than I am. That was what I said. And that's depends on what you consider about, good at poker. Now, if he can win at the game over the long term, for me, that's good enough, right? While I have nothing to say, let me go grab a battery for the mixer here. Well, you said you've seen him play, but I can show you all sorts of video of poker players who are quite skilled, otherwise looking like complete morons. So I don't know that necessarily means anything. Just the fact that you've seen him play. Nice. Thunder Chicken, one of 5 white boys of 115 in boot camp. Wow. How does that even happen? Gladiator school. That's wild, man. Dude, how old are you? I didn't even know that was a thing. Only 5 whites out of 115? Dude. Why are we? I'm just curious. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that if you folks want to hate, look. Okay, Rob, I'm not saying that you're hating on him. I'm just saying, why does so much of this get directed at? I'm just curious. Like, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying I'm curious. And I openly admit to living out of a backpack and traveling the country, aka a homeless person. Right? I've eaten out of garbage cans. I've certainly slept in cars, although I'm not a fan of car sleeping in general. I've slept in my car recently, actually. I took a road trip, although I did have the money for a motel if I wanted it. But, any thoughts? Anybody want to come up here and rescue me? I'm floundering. Uncharacteristically. This may show you why I was gone for so long, by the way, folks. What you see here. We're 2:46 in though. Good Lord. Has anybody else noticed how quickly time flies by on a live stream? You know, I honestly thought it had been about an hour, and I look up, it says 2 hours and 46 minutes I've been live. It's wild. All right, we're going to the YouTubes here. I think I found a video, actually, I wanted to watch earlier. Let's see if I can find that. No, we're not going to do that. Here I come to save the day. Thanks, Fire Drake. Much appreciated. Holla. Oh, let's watch the end of Z's show. Did anybody see that? He had some characters on there that I want to respond to. There at the end. Oh, good. Well, we'll watch the end of it here together. And who was this? There was some crazy motherfucker out in Oregon, apparently.
Rob Cleveland as Rebecca as the ring girl. Oh yeah, he's bitchy enough to do it. I can bitchy enough. Yeah. He's enough of a white bitch to do it. But that's the thing. If we have Rob Cleveland up there, that's 3 white bitches. We need some color. Because if it's Rob, Christy, and Brielle.
Rob, I know you'll never believe me, but this is not a gotcha moment. I missed this. I did not hear this live, and how I dropped in right at that point, I have no idea.
Oh, that's just 3 white bitches. So we
Sly Shine.
You want Sly Shine up there in a fucking bikini and shit? I don't know. It might be a little too much though.
Oh, yeah,
holy fuck. Yeah. I don't know. I think we got the whole thing going, man. And then we could have trainers like, who could be Paul's trainer? Paul's trainer is going to be a wizard, working him up to fight and stuff. Who's going to be my trainer? Can I bring in a celebrity trainer? Can I bring in Lika to be my trainer, dude? What do you think?
Yo!
I want Lika in my corner, dude.
Yeah.
My
God, now you're talking.
You gotta bring in the trainers. We can really do this, man. This isn't just a fantasy. I mean, I know I get caught up in my imagination sometimes, but I actually think this could work. I don't know. People are asking me, has Paul agreed to this? Oh man. Holy shit.
That's funny.
Yeah, I say we do it. London, man, here's the thing, dude. There's some days I come on here and everything flows, and I'm like, there's some days I come on here, bro, and it's almost like I can feel the energy radiating like through YouTube, out of the metaverse, and like there's some characters on here, bro, that just blow me away. Like that guy Smith this morning, London, man. Like I was telling Sean, let's bring Sean up. I'm not against Gematria. I could see it. Like Pineal Power came up. He's like, oh, he's against Gematria. I'm not. I'm against guys like Smith coming up here acting like a lunatic with crazy theories, just using numbers to justify all his weird beliefs. That's what I'm against. It ain't about Gematria. It's about these guys. Let me ask you, Sean, what's with your get up this morning, dude? Did you know you were coming on? Did you dress up for the show this morning?
The pin, I did. But the story is the guy, there's 83 ties, right? He used to work for Olive Garden, and everybody in Salem knew him and whatever. And so I got him like inherited all his stuff. And so I told, I was looking at all his ties and like,
You got a
He's
dead
Thai
guy's.
guy.
You got a dead guy's suit on, huh? I mean, I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
I've worn dead people's. How did you get all this stuff? Did he happen to just be the same size as you? Was it just a good fit?
No, he's way big. This is huge. This does not fit at all.
Well, why are
This is
you
the-
wearing clothes that don't fit you? Why are you wearing dead guys' clothes that don't even fit? Now that's even
Because-
more weird, bro.
Okay, because I'm going to donate them after I'm done, but I wanted to memorialize the ties because I wanted to do 83 because he has 83 ties, and that was I didn't know him or whatever, but I know this ties affected people, and so I wanted to give the ties the justice that they deserve, and so I'm wearing these ties. I'm not a tie guy, but I'm wearing them in respect for him and his spirit, and then I'm going to donate them to Goodwill after I'm done, all 83 of them. So,
Okay, so you love numbers so much that because an 83-year-old man died at that age and he happened to have 83 ties, that's somebody significant for you.
No, that's the geometry guy. I'm the reverse guy. I'm the reverse. The other.
Isn't
I'm
that
not
the same
geometry.
thing?
I don't. No, not at all. I don't think. Gematria is numbers, and reverse is just playing it backwards.
But
and
you
then,
just said the 83 tie thing.
oh, because there's 83 tied. I just counted them, and there was 83. Sorry, it just happened to be 83. I don't know. It just happened to be 83. You asked. Yeah.
I know, but here's the thing, dude. It's early in the morning and you're
I'm
dressed
usually
up.
sleeping. I'm usually sleeping until.
You're dressed up in formal attire with a dead man's attire that apparently doesn't fit you
No.
because you want to memorialize the 83 ties.
Yeah, because they're nice ties. They're nice, and I don't know ties, but people when they say that's a nice tie, I'm like, so they're telling me about this tie. These ties I wear, people are telling me about these ties. I'm like, whoa. So I can learn about ties, and next thing I know, I'm talking about ties on the stream. But it's fun because,
So
early in the
hold
morning.
on, man. So are you going to wear one of the 83 ties each day for 83 days, or how are you going to do that?
But I'm gonna there's gonna be at least 83 videos with me wearing it. That's gonna be my point. This is
Okay,
like the
and then
fifth one.
and then are you going to donate each tie
Yeah,
individually after you wear them? You're going to save them up and donate them all at once after the 83.
all at once.
Gotcha.
Because just one big. He has like 4 of one. He obviously likes certain ones, and like there's, I don't really know ties, but it's like I got a coat hanger full of blue ones, and then red ones, and then like paisley design, and just kind of like I'll go in and look at it. And go, want to see them? I mean, it's kind of wild looking. I don't really know ties, but I'm like, whoa, somebody's a tie guy. Anybody out there wear ties? Because something cool. I gotta show you guys. Yeah, right. Okay, first we have.
What do you have, like an outdoor closet? You keep your clothes outside, bro?
Kind of. It's Oregon, so it's moldy. You got to keep things from moisture. It's all electronics. It's all electronics in here.
So wait, is that a moisture-controlled shed? Like, what do you got going on there, dude?
Not really. It's just the most moisture controlled. I've got too many laptops. This one, my laptops don't ruin, I guess.
Okay.
It's my electronics. Unless you got some better place to put electronics. I tried them in this thing right here. This thing, don't trust these. These big containers, don't trust those. Unless the things works, the pressure. I didn't know about that, but if the pressure thing doesn't work, then it doesn't work. You know what I mean? 'Cause they're made for planes. If the pressure thing works, then they work. But anyway, this is the red ones. But yeah, somebody's gonna. I don't know. Do you like ties?
No, man. I still have a bunch of ties, and I almost throw them away because I never want to fucking wear them again. I used to
I use them
wear a
for
tie
social
every day to
camouflage.
work, dude. I used to wear it every day, dude. If I never see another tie again, that'll be enough.
I see. Well, see, I use them for social camouflage. Sometimes to distract people, the normies, we talk about the tie all day instead of, what's on TV. I'd rather talk about my tie than what's on TV.
Well, it's not a bad point. You can use that as a
That's a lot of
conversation
bullets.
piece. I get
That's a
that.
lot of it. It's just snapping about something. Like, I can hear about it. It's like, so. Every little thing helps. Every little thing helps, man. Keep you calm and have a good presentation when you're with the normies, with the
But
family.
here's the thing: is it a good presentation if the coat and the jacket and shirts are way too big for you? Wouldn't it be better to have like a,
For this, it's very appropriate for this. But no, I do not do this unless it's cold. I will wear this if it's freezing cold. I don't care, But as far as
I'd love to know where in Oregon this guy is, because I've been all over Oregon, and I could guess. I could hazard a guess, but this is fascinating.
because it's not weather. But no, I need to get them out before, I don't know.
Wait, are we still talking O'Shea? Yeah. Well, I've been around a lot of sensitive individuals, and I'm a sensitive individual myself. So, again, in the physical space, I think it would be much less fraught with peril, Rob. Although you didn't, did you ever meet up with O'Shea in the physical?
We get rid of these ties.
I can't keep
It's a little shit.
track.
I gotta make room. So 82 ties. Gotta go. 82 ties. Gotta go.
O'Shea? Are we still talking? Oh, Pathetic Warrior. Okay, I got you. Oh, Z. Okay, I got you.
So I'll buy 10 of those tickets already. I'm gonna take my family because they've made me watch things that I haven't watched in the past. So they're gonna watch stuff with me that I like.
Wait, you're saying you're going to buy tickets to the Ball and
Yeah,
Slaves
sure, yeah.
Warrior cage match, and you're going to make your family watch it?
Yeah, 10 seats.
Oh shit.
See,
Yeah.
London Man, you see how this thing's going to go, dude?
Yeah.
You see how it's going to go? It
Whether
comes
they like it or not, they're gonna buy popcorn. They're gonna buy candy. They might not like the show. They're still gonna buy stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Registered sex offender. I'm going to go ahead and call it. That is the face of a registered sex offender. What do you think? Let's vote. 1 for registered sex offender. Okay. 1 for, okay. If you think he's legally required to register, I don't know if maybe he hasn't registered. But number 1, if this man is legally required to register as a sex offender. 2, if you believe that he's not. Or feel free not to vote. Or number 3, fuck you. That's a stupid poll. How about that?
He understands.
Yeah. I mean, everybody has a birthday. What do you want to do for your birthday? I got an idea.
I like this dude.
Well, here's the thing, Sean. What we can do is when we promote the pay-per-view, we'll get your pins and whatever. Yeah, whatever. I guess they call it swag or stuff like that. Shirts, hats. Maybe.
So here's how boomer old man I am. Since my webcam stopped working, I put my phone. I just propped it up like in between the 2 monitors, and I just tried to move my mouse because I have multiple monitors. I just tried to move the mouse onto the phone. Although, by the way, why isn't that even possible? But yeah, how about you?
We will all make a buck off this thing.
At least walk away with a shirt of yours. Like everybody has their own shirt, right? Everybody gets.
What
their
other pins do you have going on there? It seemed like you had more than
got mine. Got mine.
That's for you.
What is it?
Roy.
I can't see it.
We're not friends till you get one of these.
It's just my logo thing.
Oh yeah, that's your little icon logo.
Yeah, that's all I do. It's just everybody's little thingy bobber, whatever they're called. Like yours is the Z,
right?
Z. So.
Oh, I call them icons. See,
I just want to carve a little Z on his forehead.
Don't know what they are, but I see. You take everybody's little YouTube picture and you make it.
Because I've had the pins. I've had this machine for too long and just didn't have any. Just didn't really.
Oh, okay. So you have met him in physical. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I'm so behind on some of the lore.
I was just kind of messing with it, but then it was like, hey, those are little circles. These are 3-inch, and now it's just
too
like
much going on.
I go to get the thing and then go to copycats, and these are stickers actually. So when you're done with the button, you can cut it out and it's a sticker. So I'm trying to move it up. Yeah.
It's so it actually has a sticky part, so it sticks onto the button. Gotcha. It's not in there with it.
Well, no, it's the actual button. So you got to cut the button open to get the sticker out instead of just regular paper thing. I use stickers. It's a little more expensive, but it's worth it because it's all one sheet.
Gotcha.
So I try to do the variants. So,
are you there, Bobby? Did you figure out your tech yet, dude?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Awesome.
All right, he's there.
I was going to donate some headphones or something, man.
That's all right. This is going to be the biggest letdown in broadcasting history once we finally get the bomb. Nothing valuable to say. Sorry, Bob, it's just true. See what I do, London Man? This is my problem. I just rip up shit.
Hey, we love you, Bobby. We love you, bro.
Thank you, London Man.
Did you check in with your daughter? Did she listen to the show yesterday or not?
No, she hasn't had a chance to. I'm shooting for Sunday. She can catch up and maybe join us Monday.
Oh, you think she'll join the show? Bobby, I can pretty much guarantee there's zero chance your daughter's going to come up here and speak to us, dude.
Oh, you don't know her.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe we'll talk to her. Either way, it'd be interesting. I always like to see what normies think of this stuff, Like London Man, I'm waiting for
I think the most interesting part of this would be a camera, what do they call that? Like a third person, like from a first person shooter, they call that like the third person view or whatever. If I had a camera over there, if you guys could see me trying to operate all of this, it's fucking hilarious. Especially with I'm on the screen over here on my main monitor, but I'm on a delay because I'm going through my cell service on my phone over here, but you folks can't see any of that. But this is almost too much.
The time where people who know me discover my channel, like family members.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm waiting for that moment, you know, and like, you know, or like, you know, people I went to high school with, like, oh, whatever happened to that guy? I thought, isn't he like in healthcare? I thought, isn't he pediatric? They're going to see me on here talking about like, hey guys, like, you know, the earth is flat and stuff. They're just going to think I went crazy. I actually can't wait for that.
Hey, you're not wrong, right? About 2 months ago, I met somebody that I ain't seen in a long time, and they asked me what I've been up to.
You know, and that seems to be a thing now, actually. I'm glad you brought that up, Salty Siren, laughing way that fuck too hard at nothing. That seems to be something that's going on like in the comedy community. It seems like that Burt Kreischer doofus. And it seems like it's now rippling out into other, you know, areas of society. I'm starting to see like every once in a while I accidentally see like a clip from like NBA basketball with like Chuck, you know, Charles Barkley and all those guys. And I've noticed they do that now, where just laughing way too hard at nothing. It seems to be a thing now. Or maybe it's always been a thing. Good to see you, Yurt. Thank you, sir. Yurt giving me some props. Indeed. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Yeah. We'll circle the block together to spot the Illuminati assassins. That's what Yurt said to Rob Cleveland. Amazing. Hey, Truth Community, the movie. How about that? There should be a movie made about all this, like an IRL movie. Yeah, it's like a desperation laugh. Yeah.
I told them what I've been up to, and they said, "All right, cool.
Oh,
Send
and
me a link."
Yurt, I don't know if you were here, but earlier we voted on whether or not this fella in the beanie is required to register as a sex offender or not. I think the majority of the folks voted that, in fact, he appears to be a person who would be required.
Link, something to look at, man. I said, yeah, no problem. I sent it to them, right? One of my first documentaries, and they left me on red. I ain't heard back from them since. I was like, fuck, save. They're not interested. They're not interested. But, you know, it's no big
Yeah, bro. They don't know what to do with it, you know?
Yeah.
And then the
I
next,
keep sharing it. I keep sharing it.
the next thing I'm waiting for is like the day, like I'm just going about my life. I'm like, oh, I'm having a pretty good day. You know, I had a good broadcast and I'm doing something. And then I go, let's do it. It's on Paul Unslaved's channel. And I turn on and it's like, it's Paul Unslaved, Moose, and Brian O'Shea interviewing my ex-wife. Like that's the next thing that happens. It's like I'm waiting for that one where Paul gets a hold of my ex-wife. You know, who's Paul gonna interview first? Z's ex-wife or Jack Talcott's son? I got my money on the Z thing.
Yeah.
You know, could you imagine? And Paul's like, yeah, it's everything I said about Z. He's a fucking, he hates women. You know, and then Jennifer, his you know friend, I don't want to call her girlfriend, God forbid, comes up and she's like, yeah, I saw the hateful look in his eyes when he talks about women. We knew he was hateful. Tell us how horrible he is, Z.
All right, that's enough of that for now. But how did I do this? There we go. I keep freezing though. Yeah, my cell service is not very good here. Trying to figure out the best way to do this. What could it be? Probably not that. All right, this ain't working. This is not working for me. Oh, it's kicking. Yeah, I'm off my game, clearly. Hey, Yurt, are you able to come up here or are you busy? Just out of curiosity. And then obviously no desire to participate. It's always an option. Of course. Why can't I hear myself? Very strange. Somebody asked me if EBT was going to make weight. It didn't show up on my StreamYard though. Is that somebody? Why didn't it show up over here? I'm not fighting EBT. That would be a self-defense situation if I ever end up. And then I'm not dumb enough to fight EBT. Forget that. But I understand. Fat joke. I get it. It's a fat joke. All right. Hold up. Change the battery here in the mic real quick. Yeah, that's who could probably whip something up there would be Drew. That's the sort of thing Drew's real good at. Too bad about the falling out there, right? Bummer, dude. And then Tommy said he's emailed me. I don't have any emails from Tommy. What's he talking about? Unless it's in the spam folder. How bizarre. It's a good idea, Christos. Many meme wise men are out there to assist. That's right. Whoopsie. And then O'Shea going in on the alt cannabinoids, right? Yeah, he seemed to just be against the idea in general, right? And I understand what he's saying with respect to just natural, real cannabis, right? If that's even a thing anymore, but why would I want to limit myself? What if I just prefer THCO? Oh, that's what we could do. Yeah, because I don't think a lot of people know about THCO. It's got a very interesting history. Let's check that out real quick. Everything's got to be quick, right? Or it's like, oh, if I don't tell them it's going to be fast, they're going to leave. Watch out. We're familiar with the idea of the government giving the LSD to the troops and wanting to see if it could be used as some kind. Yeah, that's right. THCO or THCO acetate. I'm a huge fan, Christos. And in fact, my research indicates that not only is Delta 8 THCO available, Delta 9 THCO is also available. So Man, I really wish I could figure out a way to make a living without having to be able to pass a drug test. And I know people can carry around fake urine or real urine and all that. I'm not going to do that. So when I truck drive, I have to be able to pass a drug test. But no, it's definitely a thing. I've been all over Northern California and Oregon, Thunder Chicken. I've been on several different pot farms in that part of the country. Now there's a lot of organic flower. There's no doubt about it. Now there's a market for it there, absolutely, and in some other places there's a market for it. I'm talking about the idea of O'Shea talking about not chemically altering at the molecular level. But then my thing is, okay, but what about the hybrid and the selective breeding and all of that? Isn't that a form of sort of the same thing? Well, you're probably better off, Rob. You're probably better off. Well, and what I'm talking about with the alt cannabinoids, it's really only became popular because of this 2018 Farm Bill. I don't know if you know about that. So it's a relatively, it's based on how fucked up the laws are in the United States, is how a lot of that was the advent of a lot of these things. Awesome, man. Yeah. There's definitely some advantages to being plugged into, to staying in the area one grows up in and having connections, right? Because I've lost all of that or by choice. Now, I do want to say, if you start looking into THCO, you're going to find out that people would just say, oh, you're not supposed to vape that. It's not safe. And that's because the acetate, anything that's an acetate can cause popcorn lung, apparently. So I don't recommend any of these things. This is, do your own research. I took mushrooms for the first time. I was 35 years old, and I researched them for several years extensively before I was willing to put them in my body. So I'm not an advocate or a proponent at the level of telling any of you to try something. So don't go out there and hork on a THCO vape and get popcorn lung and then blame me. That's your fault, or that's their fault. Everybody do your own research. Yeah. Maybe it is. I don't know. I haven't felt like I was withdrawing from any opioids, but maybe it's certainly possible. I would not put it past them, right? Whoever that is. That's not exactly true. Delta 8 and Delta 10. You're right. But you know what does not exist in the cannabis plant? There is no THCO. It does not naturally occur. So the FDA or the DEA has said they consider THCO to be a Schedule 1 controlled substance, and yet I've bought it. Even in Arkansas, I bought it over the counter. So it's a crazy, wild world, man. Crazy, wild world. But again, I'm not advocating for it. You must do your own research. And even then, some of the stuff has just like 1% THCO. But this is Delta 8 THCO, by the way. I don't like regular Delta 8, just straight Delta 8. I'm not a fan. This is Delta 8 THCO, but you can also get Delta 9 THCO. I've been looking into this quite a bit, and it's very complicated. Good to see you. What's up, by the way? Let's see. Still trying to find the video. God, YouTube is. I know I've seen a video on YouTube about this. It's just. Let's share the screen. Well, and some people say, well, Benton, why, you might ask, why, Benton, are you such a fan of THCO? What's the reason? Because certainly I'm able to acquire, the real deal or, you know, for if Delta 9 is the real deal, certainly I'm able to get that. So you may wonder what the big deal is. It lasts way longer than anything else I've ever tried. Like way longer. My favorite types of cannabis, it always my favorite strains always have a lot of legs. I like the ones that go for a long time. And they supposedly Delta 9 THCO can make you high, can make one high for literally days, I've heard. Yeah. I could take it or leave it actually, but I do enjoy it. Weed. Yeah, there's just nothing here, man. I know I've seen a video about this because when THCO first hit the market, I already knew that it was the subject of a government experiment. So why can't I find this video? I'm gonna have to just do a regular Google search, I guess. A bunch of bozos. In fact, I believe the government may have invented it. Maybe if I just call it THCO acid or THC acetate. I'm gonna have to go to the fucking Wikipedia page, I guess. Let's see here. It says here, Delta 9 THCO and Delta 8 THCO do not occur naturally in the cannabis plant and can only be obtained synthetically and therefore do not fall under the definition of hemp. Well, I mean, you know, whatever. Thus, Delta 9 THCO and Delta 8 THCO meet the definition of tetrahydrocannabinols, and they are controlled in Schedule 1. Great. Nothing about the government experiments. Yeah, I noticed when I was in the first time I went to a dispensary in Washington State, you know, I'm looking at the, I'm looking at the various, you know, certificate of analysis or whatever, and a lot of that stuff listed THCA. You know, and I guess in whatever, you know, there wasn't really Delta 9, just regular THC. It was THCA, which I found interesting. That was years ago. I don't know what it's like now. Good Lord, leave me alone. Yeah, I'm 21. Good God. Oh, apparently the government tested it on dogs in like 1975, I guess. Share the screen. Zoom. I can't zoom in here. Well, yeah, that's for the individual, right? Some people like certain strains and some people, you know, don't. Yeah, it affects people very differently. I agree. Yeah, I know Roy knows a thing or two about pot. All right. Says there have been a couple of studies on THCO acetate between 1948 and 1975. These were carried out by the United States Army. Interesting. They tested the substances on dogs. But won't they put me in jail if I do that? With the purpose of, not that I would, with the purpose of assessing it as a weapon. They tested how the cannabinoid could serve as a non-lethal incapacitating agent. The studies were eventually dropped, but the research did show the dogs to be twice as incapacitated by THCO acetate than by THC. See, now you have my attention. Twice as incapacitated. I'm trying to get that couch lock. I'm trying to get that couch lock. The only encounter the DEA has had with this cannabinoid was in 1978. A man from Jacksonville, Florida was making it in the same way that heroin is made from morphine. Well, that's not exactly true, but that was classified as an isolated incident, so the suggestion of making it a controlled substance was dropped. But only in 1986 did the U.S. federal government make any analog of THC illegal. Up until then, THCO acetate was legal to make, although it's not technically a THC analog. Due to this law, there may still be penalties for its production and sale. It's a question that remains unanswered. Until very recently, not much time or energy has been dedicated to THCO acetate's potential. The effects, unlike LSD and psilocybin mushrooms, cannabis, we know that, yes. However, when consuming THCO acetate, the effects will be similar to these more psychedelic realms. That's not exactly true, but it's been said that, based on my experience, that THCO does seem to be, more towards a psychedelic type of effect than just regular weed. But I wouldn't consider it psychedelic, me personally. But obviously, THC is psychoactive. But then again, so is coffee, or caffeine, rather. Starting to sound like Selma. Yeah. Well, I'm one of those people, like, I've always had a high tolerance for the couch lock weed and for, edibles and all of that. So I like that feeling. I like some of the more heady stuff too, though. It says here in his book, Marijuana Chemistry, Genetics, Processing, Potency, Michael Stark classifies THCO acetate as 300% stronger than the THC we all know. This may help us understand why its high induces such claimed psychedelic effects, which I wouldn't consider it psychedelic. But we can't describe these outcomes as thoroughly as we'd like to. What we do know, and yeah, it is creeper, by the way. What we do know is that it takes longer for the effects to kick in than THC. THCO acetate needs to be deacetylated by enzymes in the body before it can be activated. Only at this point will its effects become noticeable. You might feel the high of a joint straight after your first couple of puffs. Who wrote this, by the way? But with this cannabinoid, it'll take around 30 minutes for you to experience any effect, which is not exactly true, because almost everything you can buy that has THCO also has just regular Delta 8, which hits you right away, of course, but doesn't last very long. And I don't like straight D8 at all. If my choice was between ingesting straight D8 and ingesting no cannabinoids, I would just go with no cannabinoids. I'm not hyping it, sir. I'm okay. Maybe I am. I'd like to have that convo, Roy. I'm not a proponent of these things. I do find them interesting, but not as a replacement, by the way. And I do want to point out that what I'm speaking on is easily available to me where I am right now. But what's not necessarily easily or affordably available to me is just regular old cannabis, believe it or not. I can actually get this stuff easier, if that tells you anything. I will certainly think about what you're saying here. So yeah, I'm not promoting it, although it may seem so. I guess that's up to you guys. Oh, the article. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Good deal, Roy. My apologies, Roy. Yeah, 7-Eleven is now 420. And like I said earlier, they banned all this stuff in Arkansas. That's how I ended up with all these vapes. I got like 9 of these vapes now because I stocked up. I got a deal. I negotiated because they were not going to be able to sell them in Arkansas. Although the smoke shop I bought them from has They have stores in Oklahoma where it is legal. But actually, now that I think about it, why didn't I go to a store that that's not a franchise? That was my mistake there, right? Now it's too late. It's already been banned. Although I bet if I drove around, and I bet I could find some, but then people who just don't know they're not allowed to sell it anymore, but then they wouldn't give me a discount. Well, I don't know if anybody found that interesting, but I do. Yeah. Yeah, starting to sound like Soma. Yeah, there you go. It's more about the terpenes. Well, you know, they add terpenes to this stuff. They just add it, or they claim they do. Yeah, entourage effect. Yeah, that's the thing is I'm not, you know, it's what I've been taking is THCO with terpenes, but what those terpenes are, it's the same thing. Since in America, since it has to do with the 2018 Farm Bill, it's all stuff they supposedly got originally from hemp, right? That's what they claim. I mean, who even knows? For all I know, it's just some stuff they cooked up in a Chinese lab. But yeah, thanks, Jake. I find all the alt cannabinoid stuff I find fascinating, especially because it goes deep, man. There's so many different kinds. It's just insane, and it seems like it changes every day. Yeah. Now, I will say this. I think, you know, overall, I would probably prefer to just go with some sort of full spectrum, you know, concentrate. You know, probably some kind of dab. It doesn't even have to be full spectrum necessarily, but just some sort of dab. Right. I do like the dabs. Tad hard on the lungs, though. But yeah, thanks. What's up? Appreciate it. Yeah, indeed. Thanks. Well, thanks for listening. Thanks for humoring me. But here, let's do the warning here. Let's do this. I don't know if you can speed this up. Share screen, sir. Oh, my bad.
Messed up. Again, a new study has just uncovered some really scary risk about something that I have been vaping and talking about on this channel for a while now. What's up, homie, and welcome back to The Strain Show. The channel.
Here, let me promote this guy's channel so we can maybe not get the stream taken down. You never know. The channel is Strain Show. Let's go to his channel real quick.
The Strain Show is the channel where you will learn everything there is to know about your favorite plant. When I moved to Colorado and started working in the garden, everything was new to me, and I was learning cool new stuff every day. All of my friends wanted to see what it was like to finally have my dream job, so I started this channel so I could bring everyone along with me and we could learn about all of this crazy stuff together. On this channel, we will go behind the scenes of the legal cannabis industry, hang out for live stream smoke sessions, and you will learn something cool and interesting about cannabis every single week. So subscribe for good vibes and those nuggets of knowledge, because when you watch The Strain Show, it's like going to weed college.
That's interesting. Machine Lies says, I'm really having a problem with people taking me seriously as an intellectual while smoking copious amounts of cannabis. That's interesting, man. You talking about metaversally or in the real world or both? I find that interesting. But yeah, this is the guy's channel. So if anybody wants to check him out, please do. At Strain Show.
Where we cover all kinds of cannabis facts, education, news, and reviews. And in this video, we need to talk about some of those reviews, specifically the ones I've done with THCO, because a new study shows that in some cases it could be very dangerous. So we're going to cover what this new study says, what that means for us, what this means for other products, and then we're going to look at how you can still use this stuff in a safe way if you know what to do. Plus, we got some free goodies from Move, so stay tuned for that. So I first made a video about THCO in July of 2021, and I made this video before I had ever even tried it. This was just a video about the history of how THCO was made, because the history of how it actually came to be is really interesting. The US government was trying to create a weapon with cannabis, and while they were trying to do that, this is one of the things they ended up making. It wasn't a successful weapon, but it was still a really interesting story, and if you want to learn more about that, I'll leave a link to that video in the card and in the description of this video. But at first, that was all it was. It was just that video about the history of it. I was sort of hesitant to even try the stuff, but eventually I did try it, and I did talk about it on the channel, and I did a couple of reviews about it. And I actually even just did a video recently where I was like, you know, I was wrong about all of these cannabinoids that I was hesitant about. I thought, well, they've been out for years, everybody's using them, we haven't seen any problems yet, so they're probably safe. But I was very wrong, and I'm very sorry, because this new study is sort of scary. I wish I would have known about this when I made that very first video, and I'm sorry that I went so long with such wrong information. But until now, we really had no way to know, but now we know. So let's take a look at what this study actually says. So this is the study. It was published by the National Library of Medicine, and the title is Vaping THCO Acetate, Potential for Another EVALI Epidemic. So what does that mean? What is an EVALI epidemic? EVALI stands for Electronic Vape Associated Lung Injury. And the EVALI epidemic refers to all of those incidents we had in 2019 and 2020 where the vitamin E acetate was making its way into THC vapes. And this made tons of people sick, and it even killed over 60 people. So that was a very serious thing. Probably the worst thing we've ever seen with THC vapes. And now this is saying vaping THCO is a potential for another EVALI epidemic. So that's not good. Normal.org also published a study about this that's called New Study Raises Concerns Over Inhalation of THCO, where they broke this down really good. It says the study's authors caution that THCO shares structural similarities with vitamin E acetate, an additive in unlicensed THC vape carts that was previously linked to the 2019-2020 outbreak of the EVALI lung disease, which resulted in several thousand cases nationwide, including more than 60 fatalities. Authors report that upon heating in a vape pen, both substances produce ketene, a highly potent lung toxin, and the suspected cause of EVALI. So it's not the actual THCO itself that's harming your lungs. It's when you heat it up in these vape pens, it goes through a degradation process and turns into this ketene, which they call a highly potent lung toxin. And they say that's the suspected cause of the EVALI outbreak back in 2019. And back when that was still all first happening, that was because of a thickening agent that they were adding into the vapes. It was a vitamin E acetate. But this time around, it's not from an additive, it's from the actual cannabinoid. And more specifically, from this cannabinoid degrading into something else, this ketene. In this article from High Times, it says, as cannabis consumers, we often have to filter through anti-cannabis hysteria, but certain risks hold weight when products aren't regulated properly. Usually vaping dangers arise when random thickeners and unvetted compounds are added. And that's why I'm always talking about how it's so important to check your COAs and make sure that everything's properly tested. But that wouldn't have even saved you from this. Because if you would have had a THCO vape, you would know that the THCO was in there and the test would show that. But even if there were no other additives, just heating up this THCO could make it dangerous. So just
what's
the THCO
happening
itself, if you heat it up, could potentially cause you to be hospitalized, or I guess even worse. Back with the vitamin E acetate.
Hey, brother, good to see you. How are you? I can't hear you. I don't know if that's me or if that's you, but I don't have any audio for you. Might be my problem though. Hard to say. Okay. Okay, we'll wait for
68 people died. So I would definitely say if you have a THCO vape, throw that away. Don't hit that. It is not safe to vape. There is another way that we're going to talk about in a second, but definitely don't rip that vape. So now you might be wondering, well, what does this mean for all the other stuff I have? I've tried a lot of these other derivatives from hemp, and how do I know that all of these aren't unsafe too? Well, if you did see my first video about the history of THCO, you might remember that the government went through a really special process to make this stuff. Most of these hemp-derived cannabinoids are just extracted with some heat or maybe a really mild acid like some type of vinegar, but making THCO is completely different. You're using flammable stuff, it's really complex, and they also use something very unique called acidic anhydride. This article from Forbes says THCO is a synthetic cannabinoid derived from hemp. It is created through a chemical process using acidic anhydride. This process is complex and requires...
What's up, man?
Hey, brother Benton, what's going on, y'all?
Hey, good to hear you.
Yeah, I wanted to touch base with you. You know what I'm saying? That you know, a lot of similar viewpoints that we have on a lot of issues. You know what I mean?
Well, that's awesome, man. I mean, I guess I'm assuming it's awesome, but that's great.
Right, right. We can only assume out here. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, because the median, it says so much, you know, as they say, the median is the message. So, you know, we can only communicate so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, I love that medium is the message, and I need to go read that book. I'm familiar with it, but then I'm sure you're aware that it's also the medium is the massage.
Mm,
The
yeah.
same guy, you know, had many different. He spun that same idea like several different ways. I find those sort of thought experiments fascinating. But I know you've got things on your mind, so I'm ready to hear it.
Well, I could talk about really anything under the sun, but I wanted to touch base with you because I do have to go to the congregational prayer here in about 30 minutes or so. So I
Okay.
apologize for hopping on without giving you an appropriate amount of time, or usually when I hop in a conversation,
No, you're good, brother. No worries.
I like for the conversation to just flow regularly, and with no restraints. But unfortunately, once a week I do go to the congregational prayer there at the mosque, and I'll have to walk there because I
Okay.
don't drive. I don't drive cars, but yeah,
Assalamu alaikum, by the way.
wa alaikum assalam, my brother. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, universal greeting of peace, to the people out here. And but I heard I heard you guys were talking about cannabis, so I could definitely come in on that topic.
Hell yeah. And apologies for not having a cam. I've been having some technical difficulties, so
No,
I
it's
wish I
no
was on
worries.
cam.
No, it's no worries. I like to appear on the camera because people can take out of context my words and my images, and I like to have my full presentation there.
Understood, sir.
Yeah, especially after I hop off of the computer, I go quickly save everything I've said to make sure that nobody can alter the images or the things that I've said.
Well, yeah, that would be important to have like your permanent record where if it was deep faked, you could say, well, actually, here's the original. I never
Yes.
thought about that, but that's a
what I
great
have.
idea.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Okay.
I'm not willing to appear on the internet unless I have a backup of my
Okay.
appearance. so I just go ahead and do it like
Right
yeah.
on. I never
Yeah.
thought about that, but that's pretty smart. I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to start doing that.
or even I write down live transcripts of what I've said. So if I do a lecture and stuff, I'm willing to go and transcribe everything I've said with a text so that I have it personally on me, so I could reproduce those things upon will. I know I wrote a book earlier, and I'm not promoting my book. I don't want to promote. I mean, if anybody wants to learn about those
Oh,
topics,
that's up to
you're
you.
welcome.
I don't promote
You're
whatever you
welcome.
want.
No, I'm not much of a salesman, but I did want to say that while I was writing it, I noticed that every single thing I wrote, I wanted to reproduce with a pen and pencil. So I actually have the entire manuscript written down word for word before I typed anything on the computer, And that was important for me to have a physical, actual copy because, you can go to the computer and, who knows who's altering the files in the computer as you put something in the computer and leave it there for a while. Is it untouched? I mean, who really knows? So I really don't mess with any of that stuff,
Yeah, right on, man. Right on. Where do you reveal where you are in the realm or whatever we're calling it on the map?
Well, I'm in Detroit, so I'm right here at
awesome.
at the home of Henry Ford. One of the
on, man.
main technological hubs of a real game changer. In terms of industrial manufacturing and you know what I'm saying. Obviously, a city that has felt the brunt of such a system being imposed on it at an early stage. So it's an interesting place for me to be. Over here I study with Dr. David Skrbina, who's known as the pen pal of the Unabomber. And
Yeah,
I noticed,
actually, yeah, I know who that is exactly. Yeah,
yeah,
we've
you
talked
got
about that a bit. Yeah, awesome.
yeah, yeah, because you had Kaczynski there, so
Yeah.
it's funny. It's funny because the first time I started watching your show, you were breaking down the Unabomber's manifesto, and I happened to click on it
Oh,
because I was fascinated that not too many people are willing to take a look at those words. So I was fascinated by the fact that you at least were, willing to entertain some of the radical ideas, not afraid to do so, so that really impressed me.
I've done a ton of reading in my life. That's one of the favorite things I've ever read.
Yes.
Like, no bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, same here. Yeah, no bullshit. Yes, it's one of my single most favorite authors. I don't know if you ever read any Rousseau.
No.
But
No.
Rousseau's got the similar thing, I think it's Discourses on Inequality. He makes a very similar point there, and it's like
Okay.
written like a philosophy book. So Rousseau's one of the most brilliant writers, and unfortunately his writings influenced the French Revolution, but he had so many because at the time they were saying science and technology should basically in time will take over civilization, and Rousseau was saying that was one of the most horrifying aspects of civilization. It's a cultural degeneration. Once you reach a high stage of technology, that it actually you have a decrease in social mores. And he said that he actually came up with this theory that when a civilization comes to a stage, furthest point of advancement, that's actually when it collapses the hardest, because it's inundated with cultural schism and religious schism that only come from intellectual the intellectual arm of the society, from the educated arm of the society. And he recommended the pastoral life as a cure to that, So,
well, and then that would also intersect with Kaczynski's idea of over socialization being more present in the left.
Yeah, Kaczynski's idea of over socialization. I mean, that was a fascinating concept. I feel that he took from Ellul, because Ellul had this whole idea about mass society, about information in a mass society, about how the ability for the people to communicate through electronics becomes pervasive. So the ability for things like mass surveillance and large scale systems of propaganda really increase. And so he kind of wrote these dual works. One was on propaganda and one was on the technological society.
Yeah. By the way, you're officially more well read than me, just for the record, which is I'm okay with. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm kind of nerdy in terms of reading, but a lot of my reading, I think I read like a little bit, like this book here. Like, I don't think I finished the whole thing because it's like a whole.
Couldn't see it because of the green
yeah.
screen.
I can't show because of the green. I'm trying to get it like right there. Oh, there it is.
You go.
Technological Society, by Jacques Ellul, So I know that Kaczynski was hugely influenced by this book. He talks about it in many of his writings, how Ellul was one of the primary influences on him. Definitely when they were doing the MK Ultra studies on him with Henry Murray, they were trying to poke holes in these ideas that he had coming from the Technological Society of Jacques Ellul, and kind of like, he's got this kind of thing about alienation, how technology is a dual-edged sword, because in one end it makes us isolated and alienated because we have to relate to the world through technology. So it kind of creates this numb feeling to the world, because the world is run by systems, and they're not based on human needs and human emotions and those things. So we feel alienated because we're in a technological system, but then in another degree, there's all this forced interaction because of the technological system that causes over socialization. For example, we're connected to so many people but we're more sedentary than we ever have been before. Man is at 1 degree super isolated and at 1 degree overconnected, you know. And it's like,
well, and real quick, to Mr. Brian O'Shea, who was up here earlier, you see, Brian, I have not much to say in the way of cutting off the machine lies. I'm just listening because clearly his level of attainment or knowledge in these areas is greater than my own. See, but so, Brian O'Shea was getting a little, he was a little miffed that I seemed to so quickly be able to pounce on some of his assertions, as if it was something to do, as if it was a character flaw inherent into me, inherent in Benton, right? You can, as we can see, I can be very interested and just listen quietly.
well,
But please proceed, sir.
You take a big swig of that piss, I think it might make you a little dizzy sometimes, I think it might make you a little, hazy. But I'm not sure about that. But yeah, I was listening in to Brian O'Shea and yeah, I'm happy to actually I find I actually do public debates and many times, and the whole audience will be against me, so I'm used to having people challenge my ideas, and I definitely don't think I'm all wise on any of these issues. So I know somebody named the Sanity Machine made an attack video on me. I don't know if you're
Really?
aware of this. Yeah, so
No, I didn't know about that.
yeah, so I'm trying to so I'm trying to get people to come and challenge my views as much as possible. So if the Sanity Machine, if you are listening, I mean, you can come tomorrow 7:30. I do a live stream every week 7:30, and everybody's allowed on there. I had Illumitami come yell at me there too. So
all right, yeah, right on.
And especially Brother Benton is definitely welcome on there because we got lots of similar concepts and stuff, for real.
Right on, man. Appreciate that. I appreciate the invite. Anything else on your mind? I've just kind of chilling and hanging out over here myself.
Well, it is interesting about the weed angle, you know what I mean, about the THC, how they're they're indelibly making this stuff through chemical process, so
yes.
I definitely don't trust that because you have to do something to the CBD to make it Delta 8, and I guess
Correct.
that would be the major rub for me. It'd be like, why, what is that process? And that's that kind of goes to the thing. It's like, if you can grow something and it has all these benefits for you, then why would we then hand that over to scientists and make them procure, some kind of concoction out of it,
because of man's law. That's why.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Seriously, because for some reason, the United States, the people of the United States have chosen to criminalize a plant. That's the reason. Which I find morally reprehensible. I don't really want to grandstand, but the idea of locking someone in a cage for smoking a plant, I know it's a bit of a cliche at this point, but I am in one of those states. Even though Arkansas has medical cannabis now, other than that, it's still prohibited, which to me is just completely insane. I just don't understand. So I think that was, that really has fueled the rise of these alternate cannabinoids, so-called, and then tying that in with the 2018 Farm Bill.
Yes.
And then, growing industrial hemp, again, stripping the CBD in massive amounts.
You're talking about the Monsanto, the genetically modified 2018, or was that in 2018, or what are you referring to?
Not sure exactly. Let's be specific here. One moment. And I like that you did that. So give me just a second. I may not be as well versed in this. Let's see.
Yeah, because I know somebody tried to have a Gorilla Glue #4, and they tried to patent the strain. So that's one of the things that is interesting, is that if you create a strain of cannabis, you could patent the strain, similar to how Monsanto patents like little genes and stuff. And that seemed to me crazy, that you could patent biology. How long until they start patenting human genes? I think it's not long, you know.
Oh, if not already.
Yeah.
However, apparently, what happened was the 2018 Farm Bill allowed industrial hemp, and at the same time said as it defined industrial hemp as, or it defined hemp as containing less than 0.3% delta 9, tetrahydrocannabinol or whatever it is, whatever the chemical name is. So according to that, the government said, as long as you have 0.3% or less of delta 9, then it's considered hemp. And then that was then very quickly considered a loophole to all the delta 8 and then all the other variants that have followed. That's my understanding. But please do your own research, everybody, and don't just take my word for it. And the Machine Lies does not endorse any of these ideas unless otherwise stated. Do you like that?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Man, I've been wanting to visit Detroit for some time. I've only been there as a truck driver. I've never really gotten to check it out. Are you from there, or did you go there to solve the food deserts, or what's up?
Well, it's definitely an interesting place, Detroit, and I mean also the Metro Detroit area as well. Very close to another city called Ann Arbor. That's very significant as well in terms of student movements.
University of Michigan. University of Michigan, right?
Yeah, the
Yep.
student movements from University of Michigan. But it's interesting that that Henry Ford wanted to use hemp in order to construct the automobile, and and that's one of the things, is that we're losing on using hemp as a commodity. And actually, the plant of hemp actually comes from India. Because I'm from India. I'm actually from Pakistan, born in Pakistan.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, and and over there, I mean, they call it Kush because it comes from the Kush Mountains, the Hindu Kush Mountains, and just as apples come from Kazakhstan, or coffee comes from Ethiopia, it actually doesn't grow anywhere else. Every plant is actually from a specific region on Earth.
Yeah, coffee came from Ethiopia, exactly.
Yeah.
Apologies, I have to do this though. Kaczynski is a University of Michigan graduate, lest we forget.
That's right. And that's actually it's interesting because he studied math there along the same years that my teacher, Dr. Scribina, studied math. Because so they were both going to University of Michigan for math, for a degree in math at the same time. So so it's fascinating stuff. And that over there in Ann Arbor, they had a huge environmentalist movement, during the 70s. So
Yes.
Well,
I only know about that because Kaczynski was a big environmental guy. But yeah, sorry to cut you off there.
No, it's fine. But yeah, so it's interesting because around the same time when Henry Ford Henry Ford was an interesting character. He was a Freemason. He published a numerous amount of books on the occult. One of them entitled "The International Jew," where he talked about how like all these, I guess, people from a certain background run the banking system, and then his family was into the Freemasons and stuff, and kind of he did double business with Hitler and stuff during World War II and all that stuff, but he had all these ideas, about giving a fair wage to people, and all these kind of socialistic ideas about how you could actually grow a car from a tree, and anybody can make the parts needed for a car, because he had fenders made of bioplastics that he said were stronger than steel, that were actually made of bioplastics made of hemp, and fuel derived from hemp. And you could actually go and have automobiles, you know, something that's imposed. I know one of the most impressive parts of the Kaczynski Manifesto was when he talks about the necessity of modern transportation, how it's radically altered society, and how it's imposed on you whether you want to drive a car or not. You know, it's not a choice.
Yes.
You know,
It's a de facto requirement.
yeah. And that seems, you know, I mean, you're born in this world, and yet there's all these de facto requirements. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And
Yes.
you know, and that's kind of
Well, and you know, I view that as these things that are prescribed to us, you know, where on some level we have little to no choice, you know, effectively. And I have a personality where I'm not a huge fan of feeling as if I'm being forced into something. You know, I would like to at least pretend like some of this is my choice. And you know, now that Kaczynski's passed, I'm starting to feel like it's probably not appropriate for me to continue to use his icon. So, and in fact, I was just about to change it, and then you brought that up, so I left it up for a minute. But I'm gonna just go with my own grape here. Please continue if I didn't sidetrack you strongly enough.
No, it's all good. No, I think it's interesting how Kaczynski and the philosopher John Locke saw freedom. You know, they actually used the term freedom as an inherent value. And I always found that incredibly fascinating. Coming from an Eastern background, I know we're not as individualistic as you know, the Western culture, and it always struck me an interest in the term freedom, how it relates to nature, you know, nature with a capital N, and how that is, you know, just I mean, I'm just fascinated by how they use the term freedom. you know, you know, you know.
Well, freedom is slavery. What is war is peace, freedom is slavery, and I always forget. Oh, ignorance is strength. Lest we forget.
Yeah, that's right.
That's my new favorite phrase. Lest we forget. That should have been the title of the broadcast. Lest we forget.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm glad you're here to do the heavy lifting today. Thank you for that. But just for a few more minutes, though. I know you gave yourself an out there. You got 7 minutes, unless you choose to stay. That's obviously your choice. But I'd rather see you go to the congregation, right?
Yeah,
Don't wanna miss that.
unfortunately, I don't miss it because I also go to my grandparents' grave because they're buried behind the mosque there. You know, so so
Oh, really?
yeah. So as much as I would, you know, even miss a prayer, you know, because I think God is all forgiving. So you know, usually I don't ever miss my prayer, but I definitely wouldn't miss going to my grandmother and going to see her because I know she's lonely today. You know what I mean? And I like to go visit them. You know, but yeah, yeah, no worries about I'm doing the heavy lifting. You can have me on anytime. I'll be happy to talk to your audience about these issues.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I love
Yes,
that.
no worries. Yeah,
Love it.
yeah, I got you. And you know, I'll put my email here in the private chat. If you're ever streaming and want to request me to come on, there's no problem.
Oh,
I
hell
will
yeah.
definitely show up for you. Yeah, there's no problem there.
Oh, yeah. I love that.
Yeah,
Badass.
yeah, no worries, friend. Yeah, and yeah, but yeah, I know uh, uh you know, you were quoting 1984, a highly relevant quote, but you know, and that goes to what the philosopher Rousseau said in response to it, because you know, Locke said, you know, that man is born free, that that in nature freedom is an inherent value because freedom is a fence to our self-preservation. But Locke said that he said you know, his famous quote is man is um I'm sorry, it was Rousseau who said that man is born everywhere free, but everywhere he is in chains. You know, so it was his favorite. Yeah, so it was his favorite quote that actually we're enchained and enslaved by our own desires, by those arts we manifest to keep civilization on point. Actually, they end up becoming our greatest chains that we wear, kind of like garlands of flowers, that he says that man wears his chains like garlands of flowers. That civilization convinces him to do that. And yeah.
Hey, for some reason the private chat did not show up for whatever reason.
Oh, whoops.
I don't know why.
I never put enter. Yeah, I never press enter.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. But yeah, but you're welcome to have that. And it's interesting. Orwell's another thinker who was staunchly against technology, actually noticed that large scale capitalism would lead to socialism because of industry, because once industry grows too large, it actually requires central authority, in order to manage it. And he had noticed this problem, that actually large scale capitalism and large scale industry actually lead to socialism. So that was one of his I have the quote right here, if you're interested, my brother.
Of course.
For sure.
Of course.
Yeah, I knew you would be. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, this is from a Road to Wigan Pier, where he was actually participating in the Spanish Civil War. George Orwell.
I'd forgotten that, but now as you mention it, I recall. Yes.
Yeah, he was on the wrong side in the Spanish Civil War. But we'll have to forget about that for now. But he said and I'm reading here from chapter 12. He says socialism is bound up more or less inextricably with the idea of machine production. Socialism is essentially an urban creed. It grew up more or less concurrently with industrialism. And he said, and then he later says, private ownership is only tolerable when every individual or family or other unit is at least moderately self-supporting. But the effect of industrialism is to make the impossible for anyone to be self-supporting, even for a moment. And then he says, industrialism, once it rises above a fairly low level, must lead to some form of collectivism. So he says, machine production suggests socialism, but socialism as a world system implies machine production because it demands certain things not compatible with the primitive way of life. And it demands some degree of centralized control because it requires intercommunication between all parts of the world. So yeah, I think he hit it out of the park there. You know what I mean? With that,
Yeah, and as I'm been outspoken about my assertion that as far as I'm concerned, the United States is already a communist country as far as the way things are operating. That's my view. It's my opinion, but I think that does intersect with that idea. And I think a lot of people, not you're not doing this, but in generally speaking, I think a lot of folks, will agree with me, that America, it seems to be going that direction. But it seems like people put that into the future. It's like, oh, things are getting bad. Oh, it's becoming more socialist. It's becoming more similar to communism or collectivist. Collectivist would probably be a better term to use. My assertion is, yes, I understand that we want to push, and some of us may want to push that off into the future, to not have to necessarily face it. But as far as I'm concerned, we're there, as a society. But again, that's my view, speaking only for myself.
Yeah, I mean, people are waiting for global socialism to come or world government to come, and I mean, the bad news is that it's already here. So I can't believe that people would sit around and wait and try to even warn people. Why are you warning people about something that obviously is already here? There's international trade, there's intercommunication between all parts of the earth, what technology they produce in one part of the world is affected by where they produce in all other parts of the world. It's an interconnected system. So I can't believe that people don't understand that. You know.
Well, and I think some of that comes down to the fear, all of the fear that's being promoted at people, because with my health issues, and I don't want to make it about that, but what I've noticed is with these kidney problems that I have, I'm not a person who's ever, it's been very difficult for me to get into any kind of fear space, throughout the course of my life. And I've noticed now that some of the times I'm falling into these fear spaces. However, through my various practices of meditation, I'm very much observing myself. So I understand that I'm in that fear space, but then observing the change in my thought process and the change in the way I may approach a certain topic. So I think a lot of these people, it's a way to sort of repress or not face up to it, but while also dealing with it in their mind as, okay, this is something that could be on the horizon and there's still time to avert disaster. So now maybe I don't need to worry.
Yeah,
when
and
that's
that's one
not the
thing.
truth. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's one thing I think fits beautifully with the futurism of today. Not only do people have a false sense of futurism, which comes from the myth of progress, that tomorrow is going to be better than it is today, which is just false assumption. And then and then that leads into faith in the future, which is just tied to that if you don't follow the myth of progress, then you have faith in the future. But that's all tied into the same thing. It's like, well, how do we change the problems that are going on now?
Well, yeah, exactly. Nice. Bong hits. So now I have this, I'm very skilled at keeping people much longer than they might want to be here. It's one of my talents. So I'll let you decide when to dip out, because I'm now like hyper aware of that we're at the 30-minute. We're at the 30-minute mark.
I know. That's why I hate telling people shit like that, because it really ruins the conversation, But,
No, I don't think so.
yeah.
I'm absolving myself of guilt should you stay too long.
No, it's okay. No worries. I wanted to come here and talk to you no matter what. Ever since I saw you read Kaczynski, so I made it my mission to come talk to you. Definitely.
Well, and with my accent and being from Arkansas, it's just the fact that I've read books at all. It's a bit of a novelty, right?
Oh, well, my wife's from Texas, so I definitely
Okay.
And I
You know what
definitely
I'm talking
think,
about then.
yeah, she's one of the smartest people I know. So I definitely think that she doesn't read any books, so I'm pretty surprised,
Okay.
of her intelligence, but she's pretty quick on her feet, I think there's something to be said just about common sense. I find stupid people are more honest than intellectuals, that's one of the, so I think stupidity is actually will save you in terms of common sense, because there's so much faux intellectualism. That's kind of the sign of our times. Is like pseudo intellectual and pseudo spiritual.
Well, and who never ends up in a cult is actual stupid people.
Yeah,
it's almost like they can't be brainwashed in a way.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, they have a practical sensibility, and also they have a loyalty to their own traditions, their own family, a stupid loyalty, a blind loyalty, which actually saves them. I know a lot of people in my culture, they're saved by the evils of some of the evils, at least, of Western culture. I'm not one of those people who claims that all of Western culture is evil. And there's definitely been great contributions from the Western world.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I recognize that. Yes.
Yes,
certainly.
Yeah, but in terms of some of the cultural degeneration in terms of the hyper liberalism, well, a dumb loyalty has been able to save brown people, little brown people from cultural degeneration, and we all have to ask ourselves what that is. It's participation in the intellectual chores of the system here will actually skew your you know, your cultural domain, your sense of loyalty to what you can preserve, and you know, like I mean, I think it was Rousseau that said, you know, be wary of the philosopher who praises the Tartar at the expense of his own people, you know. You know, and you know, it kind of seemed like that, you know, that a lot of people, you wonder, well, you know, where do you stand, you know, because you know, I'm from Detroit, you know, I might be Muslim and I'm born in Pakistan, but I'm here with these you know, with all the American people, and I got to talk to the Christians, and you know, the people here are my family, and you know, I wouldn't give it up for anyone, you know. I'm an American, you know.
Absolutely. That's beautiful, man. You know, that might be a good place to leave it. Unless you're going to stay for a long time. Unless you're going to stay for a long time.
No, you're right. No, you're right. I do gotta hop out of here, and I appreciate you keeping me on task, brother. Thank you so much. And thank you for the beautiful conversation.
Hey, likewise, right back at you, and I certainly look forward to having you on in the future. That would be awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Send me a message anytime, brother.
Oh yeah, I sure will.
Yep. Yeah, have a blessed day, everyone. Thank you to the chat and to all the listeners. Have a beautiful day, everyone.
Right on. We'll see you next time. The Machine Lies. Glad he joined. Now I'm looking at this goofy guy here. I'm going to have to find me a new avatar. That goofy bastard. Can you believe anybody listens to this guy? Look at him. Well, we ran off. I don't know what you'd call them, but it's like we ran some people off. I noticed with the getting intellectual there. It's kind of good to purge the live chat on occasion. I think get a good purge going. I know Tribe was digging the combo. I'm doing well, Lou. I'm doing well. Yeah, legs are good. The THCO has legs. Definitely has legs. When the Machine Lies, you know, I know some people may be annoyed that I cut that video off short, but I wasn't going to miss the chance to have the Machine Lies on. So. But yeah, it's long lasting, but I'm not able to recommend any particular substance to any particular person. So do your own research, Lou. Do your own research. Of course, I'm sure you got the real deal. I think Lou probably knows how to get his hands on whatever he needs up there. I'm assuming. Yeah, go back to sleep, Lou. That's what Roy says. Oh man, what's it all about, folks? I can't call it. I can't call it. And just for the record, we had an actual intellectual in the house. Well, by the grace of God, Machine Lies, by the grace of the Most High, I've managed to rise to the level of pseudo intellectual. So. And I'm not sandbagging. That's me calling things as they are. For whatever reason, I've always been attracted to intellectual conversations, and I do have a propensity to not to over intellectualize necessarily, but to always bring the conversation back to intellectual topics. You know, even at the expense of other things that may more pressing matters. Let's put it that way. I've always had that propensity for whatever reason. But I've been to Berkeley, California. I've sat around a table drinking coffee in the morning, listening to the big brains have conversations, and I just sat there and listened, Mr. O'Shea. I certainly wasn't in my feels, and I'm not saying O'Shea does this. I'm really more poking the bear. Interesting. I don't believe in Freudian slips, but that was an interesting way to put that, right? What's up, Jake? Good to see you. Berkeley, I believe, the highest concentration of Nobel Prize winners. Isn't that right? I think. But yeah, people forget, I believe University of Michigan is considered, like, they call it like the public Ivy League. It's considered to be. Although I do believe Cal Berkeley would be considered the best public university as far as I know. Thanks. What's up? And as far as, you know, the topic of stupid people, I myself attended the University of Arkansas in the early 90s. And one of the dumbest people I've ever met, I was roommates with in my sophomore year, and he graduated. And it was because no one in his family, he was probably dirt poor, or maybe his parents were. Nobody in his family had ever even gone to college, as far as I can recall. And he was just bound and determined to get a degree, no matter what it took. And he, in fact, achieved his degree. He certainly wouldn't have any fucking idea what any of the things we've been talking about. He wouldn't even know, wouldn't be able to make heads or tails of any of this. But not that I necessarily think that piece of paper means much, but there's something to be said for setting a goal and achieving it. I myself mainly went to college because my parents offered to pay for it. And then I said, well, I think I'm going to take a year off. And they said, oh, if we're paying for it, you're going right now. So I said, oh, well, guess I'll go hang out and have a good time and, increase my social life even more by going to the university. Very selective. Oh, Michigan? Yeah, out of state. Yeah, there you go. Pretty much anybody could get into the University of Arkansas, especially when I was accepted. It was pretty easy to get in. Pretty easy. I don't know if you guys know much about the South, you guys and gals, but typically there's no SAT involved, although maybe that's changed, but we take the ACT. They know not to give us Southerners the SAT in order to attend a university in the South. Well, I don't even know what that means, Yellow Cake Maker, but good to see you. Is that Ben Thorpe character, perhaps? Women are looser in the South. Maybe, Jake. Now that I think about it, I'm trying to think. Have all the gals I've been with been Southerners? You know what? I'd have to really think about that. Not that, and by the way, not that long of a list. Just I'm not trying to give a false impression, but interesting. Never thought about that. Oh, I think, yeah. Well, with some exceptions, VC, I would agree. With some exceptions. Okay. Yeah. Well, actually, Thorpe at one point made a video on his channel that I'm in. I don't know if you're aware of that, Yellow Cake Maker. But yeah, I do avoid Ben as much as possible. Maybe we should watch that. I don't know how well I came off in it, but did pretty good. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, Yellow Cake Maker. I don't know that equation works in that direction as well, but interesting. Oh man, I wish I had my camera. Half the fun of these live streams for me is just watching myself. I my birthday is in about 8 days, so I've never met a mirror that I didn't love. Put it to you that way. Hey, let's do the. Let me take a quick bathroom break and let's do the Mega Billions fantasy, where we fantasize about winning the Mega Millions, which is now 1.25 billion and may actually exceed that. What do you think? Quick break. We'll be back with lottery jackpot fantasies. Man, I can't spell anymore. I could spell before the internet. Before spell check, I could spell. My ability to spell is destroyed. All right, we're back. 24 still in the house. Thank y'all for hanging out. Who else is live, by the way? Do we know? Do we know? Do we know? I know Provo Kid's live. And wait a minute. Paul's live, but he's playing music. Need the camera. That's right. Yep. The trades. Oh yeah, lottery winner. See, this is what I mean about my short-term memory is fucked. You know, lottery winner fantasies. I would say at this point the show's basically over, but the show will continue. However, feel free to find something else to do with your day, folks. Appreciate everybody for being here. Not quite sure how long this will go. It might go quite a while. I will say that at some point I'm going to have to take probably 20 minutes for a meal break. Maybe I can find some B-roll footage to go to. Possibly. Maybe we'll just play Provo Kid. I don't know. Share the screen. Yeah, well, see, this is, by the way, this discussion of the trades versus college. See, that I was done a great disservice growing up in complete ignorance in Southeast Arkansas, and nobody knew anything, and because I was, because I'm set up for book learning, right? I was identified as, well, of course we're not going to send this kid to the VOTEC, oh no, he's above that, right? So I could have been learning, actual beneficial real world skills. And it wasn't completely, the people around me's fault, but, I was unable to figure it out back then, but certainly would have enjoyed learning to be an electrician or whatever back in the day. So this is usamega.com if anybody ever wants to go on there. So as we see, the next jackpot is tonight, and it's 1 point. Let's see, it was 1.25 this morning, so that will continue to rise throughout the day as they revise the estimate. I think it was anyway. I may be misremembering. College is pure wizardry. Yeah, it wasn't for me, certainly. Although socially it worked out quite well at the time. And then they have this jackpot analysis over here. So we'll go jackpot analysis. And so they break this down by state and even like your federal filing status. So let's just say single. So we'll just go by Arkansas. But if any of you want to go to this and see. So in Arkansas, I got a 4.7% sales tax. So if I took the cash option, and now I would be an annuity guy if I was expecting to live a long life. Then I don't have to concern myself with investing and all of that. However, my net payout would be 384.5 million. Now it is possible based on what one does with that money to incur greater tax liability. So they've advertised this thing at 1.35 billion. However, what I would receive in my state would be 384.5 million. So now we're already into, like truth in advertising, right? What y'all think about that? Might not think much about it. So let's see, what state do they get the most? See, California, no state tax on lottery prizes. So in fact, were a Californian to win, they would receive 415.5. So because I'm in Arkansas, I'm looking at, what's that, 30 less? Yeah, 30 less. So I guess the highest any state could be 415. Florida also no state tax on lottery prizes. And then what would that look like? You know, we're one to actually win the lottery or such a large jackpot. Because from what I know, you know, to my understanding, it's possible to, and this kind of ties in with some of the Paul enslaved material. It's possible for one to create a trust, and then the trust can claim the prize. And people do that apparently in order to remain anonymous. But then, generally speaking, you know, the person winning, even if they knew to contact a lawyer and do all of that, you know, now when we talk about creating a trust, well, now there's also, would I be willing to place trust in other people to get involved in my lottery win and to advise me, or would I just say YOLO and my days are numbered anyway? In fact, all of our days are numbered, you know, on a long enough timeline, right? And you know, or would I just claim it myself and risk, you know, all of these people trying to contact me and get me to give them money? However, I have absolutely no problem telling people no whatsoever. So I think I would probably just claim it myself, I think. I think every state. If I live in California and I live how can I live in California and live out of state? So, do you mean if I work out of state? Is that what you mean? How can I live in California and live out of state? Or is that a typo? I'm confused. Now I'm looking for something that I found earlier on this website. And apparently there was a lawyer who represents these lottery winners, and then him and some other guy stole like $100 million from these people that they had, you know, represented to claim these prizes. I'm having trouble finding that article. I know I saw it earlier. Let's see. Go back to the jackpot analysis. It was like largest. Oh, I know where it is. Here we go. I think. No? The internet's funny. I saw this article like right before I went live, and now it's not here. Very strange. Oh, here it is. I found it. One moment. Bear with me. Thank you. So here, you're not going to be able to see this, though. Sixth largest jackpot in history. Although that depends, like what each person, and multiple people can split it, by the way. It wouldn't even necessarily be 384, 384.5 or whatever that was, because multiple people can win it. Well, but you don't actually, that's the thing, is you don't receive 1 million. See? Yeah. No, he stole 100 million. Yeah. But remember, if you actually win $1 million, they don't give you $1 million. You would get, In my state, it would be, I would get about close to 700,000, or I think it's like 650, somewhere in there, something like that. It says here, it says when nobody won Tuesday night's grand prize, the Mega Millions jackpot grew to an estimated 1.25 billion. As huge of a number as that is, the game will undoubtedly require at least one more rollover before it exceeds the largest drawing in Mega Millions game history, a 1.537 billion jackpot, October 2018, that was claimed anonymously by one person in South Carolina. Readers who follow the link to that jackpot may notice an infamous name mentioned, as disgraced lottery lawyer Jason Kurland was the attorney chosen by the anonymous winner to handle the prize claim and subsequent investment of the winner's money. Lottery Post published an in-depth video chronicling Kurland's misdeeds and how he stole millions of dollars from the big winner. And isn't that the story over and over? Like, of course he did. Yeah, of course I went to some bozo so that I could try to create a buffer between me and the general public with respect to these hundreds of millions of dollars. Of course that person stole from me, you know. It's almost like, you know, when I ask the lawyer, like, well, what's your fee? Oh, you know, and then he tells me his terms. I say, how about I don't give you anything and you'll just have to be content with what you steal from me? And then just sit there and look at him. That'd be a fun conversation. Yeah, how my offer is nothing. So you'll have to be content with whatever you end up stealing. Yeah, so perhaps I would not be able to come to an agreement, even if I wanted to. Did I ever tell the story of when I was so desperate for money? This is kind of ties into what Machine Lives was mentioning there about collectivism and, you know, technology and being more or less forced into, you know, a certain way. And my words, not his, but forced into a certain way of life, you know, based on the system or whatever. But shit. Oh, I got so desperate for money back in the 90s that the circus came to town. There was actually it's called the Town Grape Festival just west of Springdale, Arkansas, up there in Northwest Arkansas. And I went out to the carnival and I worked a game. I ran a game. They have a name for that in the whole, I forget what they call that. A joint. I ran a joint. Is that what they call it? I ran a joint for 2 days. And when they paid me out, they paid me way less money than I thought they would. And I was so naive at the time. My level of naivete was so high back then. I was so young. I think I was probably, and I was pretty immature for my age back then. I was in my early 20s. And it was such a small amount of money. In retrospect, I didn't realize this. They just assumed that I had skimmed. So maybe they might have even been surprised that I showed up to get paid at all, right? Because I didn't steal. I took no dollars from them. I did not pocket any of their money. Now, of course, they told me, well, you're being watched and all of this, but I wouldn't have stolen anyway. But looking back on it, you know, I realized, you know, thinking like, why did they pay me so poorly? I made them a lot of money. Now, I could have certainly stood up for myself for whatever reason. Maybe I was just out of desperation. Thank you, Tribe. I like the one-on-ones also. Thank you. I think people, you know, I would like to think that some of the folks are starting to understand that I do better with the one-on-ones for sure. But you know, looking back on it, they just assumed that I stole, so that's why they didn't pay me very much, because I made them thousands of dollars. Or I can't say that I made them the money, but I participated in making them all that money. Funny how that works, right? Says something about my character if one is willing to believe that actually happened. Right? Yeah. Oh, your friend got 100,000 and got 70. So he won 73,000. I mean, that's the way I look at it. You know, in my mind, it's not. You know, I think that can be a problem when people think, "Oh, I've got $1 million," but what? No, not if I don't. If I have 700,000, I never had 1 million, right? But in my mind, I have $1 million. And in fact, in my earlier mid-20s, my grandmother, for some reason, gave me and my sisters like 5 G's a piece, which was all the money in the world, you know, at that time in the 90s to me. And in my mind, I ended up spending a little more freely than I otherwise might have wanted to at the time, because in my mind, it's like, oh, I have $5,000. Well, that's true until I spend the first time I buy something. Now I have $4,950 and on and on and on. But in my mind, oh, I have $5,000. So that money was quickly wasted. What's up, Mr. O'Shea? Welcome back. Cannot hear you. I don't know if you're speaking or not. Maybe he's just here for moral support. Ice Cube. Ice Cube in the house, by the way. What's up, brother? You're Borging a little bit. Cannot hear you, sir. Still can't hear you. Maybe we're getting punked. It may not actually be O'Shea. I'm just assuming, oh, it's O'Shea because it looks like him, but maybe it's not. Are you here to deliver my comeuppance? Still can't hear you. Maybe drop out and come back, or I don't know. Anyway, we'll just let him hang out. Oh, it's me. Okay. My bad. I think it's me. Can you hear me now? It's not you, it's me, Brian. Come back. Huh, that's interesting. Oh, he overpaid everybody. Okay. Just wanted to see who would be honest, huh? Although I wonder, obviously if one wants to continue their employment, it would be the best course would be to return the money, but legally speaking, would one be able to even keep that money? Perhaps not. Wow, that's amazing. That's awesome. Yellow Cake Maker said I had a really rich boss and I didn't know it, but he was testing me. He had overpaid all of us. And before I left, I said, you must have given me 50s instead of what you thought was 20s. He then called everybody back and only let me keep the difference because I was honest. He kept me on his crew and thanked me. That's awesome. So now that we've discussed the matter of, claiming the prize anonymously versus, showing oneself as having potentially hundreds of millions of dollars. And I've already, and then of course you've got annuity versus cash option, but I'm just going to go ahead and assume that almost everybody's going to do cash option. That's the conventional wisdom. I would do, if I expected to live long enough, I would certainly do the annuity. So then we get into, well, what would one do with this money? This is the funnest, to me, this is the funnest part of the lottery winner fantasy. And I must say, of all the things, the good things I might want to do, right? I'm like a lot of people. Cars seems to be, one of the first things on the agenda. Cars and houses, right? Isn't that where isn't that the go-to? Am I even here? I don't know. Am I here? Can you hear me? I don't even know if I'm here. Maybe StreamYard shut me down. Yeah, I guess I'm here. Okay, good. I'm still here. Oh, I know what happened. O'Shea's in Paul's music live stream title. That's what it is. He probably went over there, which I don't blame him. I would too. No, he's not there. Oh yeah, he is.
Hey, Slime, turn that shit on.
Yeah. I use this guy's beats the most, I think. Buddha beats.
Dookie beats on the track.
Those are O'Shea beats. I'd say. Yeah. 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 Back and forth.
Come on, Brian O'Shea. Riding through the city. Puffing on nothing but reefer smoke. They say they want to get with me. Honestly, I don't see these hoes. I'm about to run it up. Got a big bag, I ain't chasing no. I get the semi-tuck. Mike Myers with the Jason flow. Get off my dick, slave. Stop choking and looking lame. I've been with all of this shit. Sacrificing and putting in pain. You probably go snitch. Telling yourself dirt on your name. I'm going back in. Take what I want. The game. Come on, Brian O'Shea. Come on, come on.
Yeah. Talking what these fools doing? Said he's talking what these fools doing? I was dropping the stop boat with the low boat and a go cool. Fucking these fools back down with a low rule. Bad bitch, twerk, she tweaking. Fuck you talking about? Keep on talking, you leaking. Hey, I'm still losing these streets. Hey. Hey. Stop it. Drop it. Stop it.
Stop it. I'm drinking lean and dark urine.
Extra dark. Coming out in the middle of the night. I'm coming out in the dark. When I'm drinking on my piss, you know I keep it dark. Smoking on that hash. Keeping that shit dark. Got that brown, got that white. But I like my bitches dark.
You ever met a killer with urine breath?
Raining. Golden showers, it's raining. Raining. Bullets, they raining. Raining. Raining.
It's raining piz.
Let me see. Is Paul live? Yeah, he's live. So's Benton. Okay. And so's Brian Staveley. Oh shit. Man, I guess I should have checked that out before I went ahead and okay. Paul's doing his trigger morning music thing. Okay. All right. So he's not really live yet. All right, cool. All right, guys. Well, hey, go ahead and hit that like button and share this out, everybody. So maybe we get a little bit more people in here. He goes, oh, we have Jack streaming. Hi there. New sub here. I heard all about you from Z's. All right. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for subbing, man. I hope you enjoy the show. I was on a 2-week vacation. I just came back. Christos, my man, click the link, man, dude. I fuck. You texted me and I figured you wanted to know what was going on and everything. So, now I'm live. I took the chance. Say, come on up here, man. Click the link, Christos. If you're not busy, obviously. Man, I missed you guys. I'd like to have a conversation, guys. Come on. What'd Billy say? Silly stream when you want. Better than that. Freaky Friday. Yeah. I say we'll be off work in 20 minutes. Okay, sounds good. I'm up for 3 hours, guys. I'll be here till 6. After that, I'm going to the Cinepark, right? I'm gonna go watch some kind of haunted kids movie or just 2 movies. So I haven't been in the Cinepark and I don't even remember the last time I went to the Cinepark. So I'm going there tonight. Leaving here around 6:30 Eastern time, Montreal, Canada. And we've got who else? Benton just showed you went live. Oh, he did? Oh, let's go see what Benton's saying then. Here we go. Oh, what the hell? He's got Ian as a thumbnail. Hi, Benton. Okay, now I'm silent because I want to wait for him to respond to my hi at least. This is funny. I'm actually on screen right now. He's not answering. Hey, what's up, OTW? Good to see you. Well, good to see you too, man. All right. Okay, hold on a sec. I might as well share screen, while I'm at it. Oh, wrong one. This one's the one I want to share. While I'm at it. Oh, wrong one. This one's the one I want to share. So this is a screen share within a screen share. While I'm at it. This is funny. I like this. A screen share within a screen share within a screen share. Wrong one. It's 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So this is a screen share within a screen share. While I'm at it. This is funny. I like this. A screen share within a screen share within a screen share. Wrong one. It's 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So this is a screen share within a screen share. While I'm at it. This is really funny. This is funny. I like this. A screen share within a screen share within a screen share. Wrong one. It's 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Well, actually, there's 4 now. So this is a screen share within a screen share. While I'm at it. This is really funny. This is funny. I like this. A screen share within a screen share within a screen share. Wrong one. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Well, actually, there's 4 now. So this is a screen share within a screen share. While I'm at it. This is really funny. This is funny. It's like a never-ending loop, guys. Share within a screen share within a screen share. Wrong one. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Well, actually, there's 4 now. So this is a screen share within a screen share. While I'm at it. This is really funny. This is funny. It's It's like a never-ending loop, guys.
Share within a screen share within a screen. Wrong one. 1, 2, 3.
Actually, there's 4 now.
Oh, this is a screen share within a screen share. No, while I'm at it. This is really funny.
Hey, OTW.
It's funny.
It's like a never-ending loop, guys.
Share within a screen share within a screen. Wrong one. 1, 2, 3.
Actually, there's 4 now.
Oh, this is a screen share within a screen share. No, while I'm at it.
What?
This is really funny.
Hey, OTW.
It's funny.
It's like a never-ending loop, guys.
Share within a screen share within a screen. Wrong one. 1, 2, 3.
What'd you say?
Actually, there's 4 now. Oh, this is a screen share within a screen share. No, while I'm at it.
What?
This is really funny.
Hey, we have 22 OTW
Funny.
watching.
It's like a never-ending loop, guys. Share within a screen share within a screen. Wrong one. 1, 2, 3.
Make sure you hit that
Actually, there's
like
4
button.
now. Oh, this is a screen share within the screen share. No, while I'm at it.
What?
This is really funny.
Hey, we have 22 OTW
Funny.
watching.
It's like a never-ending loop, guys. Share within a screen share within a screen. Wrong one. 1, 2, 3.
Make sure you hit that
Actually,
like
there's 4
button.
now. Oh, this is a screen share within the screen share. No, while I'm at it.
What?
This is really funny.
Hey, we have 22 OTW
Funny.
watching.
What? It's like a never-ending loop, guys. Share within a screen share within a screen. Wrong one. 1, 2, 3.
Make sure you hit that
Actually,
like
there's 4
button.
now. Oh, this is a screen share within the screen share. No, while I'm at it.
What?
This is really funny.
Hey, we have 22 OTW
Funny.
watching.
What? It's like a never-ending loop, guys. Share within a screen share.
I don't know.
1, 2, 3.
Make sure you hit that
Actually,
like
there's 4
button.
now. Oh, this is a screen share within the screen share. No, while I'm at it.
What did you say?
What? This is really funny.
Hey, we have 22 OTW
Funny.
watching.
What? It's like a never-ending loop, guys. Share within a screen share.
I don't know.
1, 2, 3.
Make sure you hit that
Actually,
like
there's 4
button.
now. Oh, this is a screen share within the screen share. No, while I'm at it.
What did you say?
What? This is really funny.
Hey, we have 22 OTW watching.
What? It's like a never-ending loop, guys. Share within the screen share.
I don't know. Hey, Lubas.
What's
Make
up,
sure you hit that.
OTW?
Hold on. Let me press
Share within
the mute button on that screen. There we go. Because it'll keep looping forever and ever. I just found it interesting because I like I started talking with myself. And I found it was like I was trying to answer back, but wasn't that easy. How you been? How you been?
Doesn't everybody in Quebec do that? Just talk to themselves and answer back?
Yeah. Well, we keep telling each other it's because we have money in the bank. That's why we talk
Right.
to ourselves. Yeah.
Right. So you're trying to borrow money off yourself.
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
So
What's up,
Where you
Lubas?
been?
How you been, man? How you been?
I've been good, bro. I've been good. I just came
I
up
think
to break the ice to get all these chicken shits to just push the link and come up. I can't stay on long, but
You seem to have lost weight, bro. Hold on, let me put up the screen here. I think you lost
I
weight,
haven't-
man.
I have lost a little bit, not a shit ton.
Oh
I'd like
yeah,
to
man.
lose
It
a lot.
shows in your face, dude. You lost a little bit of weight, man.
I'd like to lose a
Interesting.
lot more. Yeah, I've been trying to eat less bread, less rice, all that kind of shit. A little bit more fruits and stuff like that. Just meat and some vegetables and some fruit. That's it. Trying to stay away from
Good.
the bread and the rice and all that shit.
Yeah.
Because it's like a drug for me, Especially
Right.
now, I've been smoking weed for a while now, and I had to get rid of the fucking peanut butter and jelly. I can't keep it in my house. I smoke this, man. I'm gonna fucking eat a peanut butter jelly sandwich. That's it. It's over. It's over. I had to get rid of it, and nothing will do it. Nothing but a peanut butter jelly sandwich. As soon as you smoke a little bit of this, it's like, what the fuck? Who invented
I don't know
this?
why. You're right, Lou. When I go to bed at night, sometimes just whatever gets me to go to sleep is actually, peanut butter and, just a tarts and, like a slice of bread with peanut butter. No, not even toasted or nothing. Just like boom. Hey,
Yeah, but the
Dominic
problem is it's
Tarsini. Dominic, would you cam up, please, backstage if you want me to let you on?
the problem with eating that shit before you go to bed, any kind of carbs, is carbs are really just for creating energy, right? So, you know, and old ancient humans would eat carbs just as a thing to just build up a little bit of energy, right? That sugar that the carbs create gives you a boost of energy, right? So you eat that before you go to bed, and it's going to keep you up more than put you to sleep.
Thank you, sir, for all right. We have a flat earther in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I'm a flat earther now. Sweet. I go
I don't
beyond the
know, I
flat
just-
earth, but go ahead.
Are you? No, I'm asking the question. I just like, you know, your avatar threw me off, man.
Sweet. People want to play the duality game. Anyway, I came over just to say hi to you guys both. Same with you, Lou. Nice meeting you, buddy.
How you doing, man? Glad
Pretty
you're
good.
here. I'm
Pretty good. First timer. I'm a first timer. Will I get a badge?
not yet. But you said in chat that you're like from Zetetic Warriors channel.
Static Warrior channel. I'm trying to think what it is. I kind of surf with a bunch of channels. I've probably been on there. I know Christopher. I kind of know Patrick from within.
Right. Cool. Awesome. Always nice. Great to see new faces, man. It's a privilege. It's
Sounds
very
like Lou's
rare that we
breaking-
have new people coming around these parts.
Sounds
We
like
usually
Lou's
see the
breaking
same
the
faces.
cycle. Oh, my apologies.
There's been more and more lately, what I've noticed.
So what's been going around these parts, Lou Bass, for the past 2 weeks? What did I miss, man?
Well, you know, basically the same thing, you know. Everybody's trying to figure out what they're doing in their life, and they show up here to try and find their place. I think that's what they're doing. I don't know.
You don't
Seems
know?
like that sometimes.
Is that what you're doing, Lou?
No, I enjoy coming up here, but I think I've passed that stage now. Where I've
Okay.
taken what I felt I needed, and obviously there's always more to learn from different people, and you never stop learning until you're dead. But I feel like I've gotten what I needed, and I'm just moving forward. So, but I enjoy coming up and listening and talking, and you know, hearing the merry-go-round sometimes.
All right. Christos, the Leopolis is in the house. Let me add you up. Just cam up just in case some motherfucker is trying to take your name. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know if you
Come on, man.
noticed, but
Okay.
Paul and Z have been
All right.
lobbing rockets. Hello?
What's up, man? Long time no see, brother.
Are you lagging, bro?
Am I?
No, okay. I don't think you are. I don't know what was going on there. I was just saying, Paul and Z have been going back and forth, and that's been interesting. And then the other week, London Man threw his hat in the ring, saying Z's got everyone on their feelings, and it's just kind of gone from there. And yeah, things are still playing out. There's rearrangements going on, but nothing too crazy. I think it's really kind of like Lou Bass was saying. It's like it's the usual. There's just been some, I guess, rearranging of, I guess, people hopping on different streams, you know. So, but everything is always shifting. So that's why I said it's really nothing new.
So what's this thing about Z and Paul? I hear they're gonna do some kind of a pay-per-view thing, $10 a ticket. What the hell is that all about?
I think it's a bit that they're doing, to, like, implying that. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Some type of bit.
I think that's what Z wants. I don't know if Paul wants that. But I know.
Well,
Z
what is it
wants
supposed to be like? An all-out debate
I
between Paul and Z, or is like just like panel with just Z and Paul? What is it all about? What's going to happen?
Yeah,
Anybody
I guess
know?
back and forth between them to see, work out, hash out the differences or the similarities, and just make it entertaining and see if they can get a little bit of money out of it. Why not? People would be interested in that. Just Paul.
Yeah, it is
going
interesting,
at it.
man.
I think it's just more LARPing, you know, more
No, man, I think
hypotheticals and LARPing.
I'd actually participate in that thing, man. I'd be like the announcer, man. I go up there and say, like, I do my WWE announcement, Hold on a sec.
The best thing that Z has going for him in a fight is all the
Ladies
sexual
and
frustration.
gentlemen, in this corner, weighing 5,673 pounds, broadcasting from his girlfriend's laundry room, Mr. Paul Unslaved. Then the crowd goes, wow. Okay. I tried. I thought I would have been pretty good at it.
Yeah, I
it went
mean, they were talking about having you be the announcer, so
Well, there you go.
Yeah, and then I go like with Zetetic Warrior. Watch this one. And in this corner, weighing 200 pounds, all wet, broadcasting from his mother's basement, ladies and gentlemen, please, Zetetic Warrior. The crowd goes wild.
yeah. Z is hating on Rob again, talking about he's gonna completely kick him out again if he sees him in the chat or something. I don't know. I don't keep up with all of it, but yeah, people are wilding out right now, all across the board.
I'd love to participate. We'd have a ball.
Moose can produce it. Oh, that's another.
Yeah,
thing
we
that
have all
Moose-
the elements to make a great show. Actually, that's what's the funniest part about it.
And Jack can be the director.
Okay,
Oh
By the
yeah,
way,
that's
Don't
there was
push
some
your
good
luck there,
Jack
Lubas.
and Paul. There was some good Jack. You got it in a second, Lou Bass. I just want to say there was some good Jack and Paul interactions on some of Jack's streams recently.
Yeah, Jack's been on a little bit of a bender lately. He's more against Paul than he is with him right now. So he's going through a stage. I think it's possibly a changing stage for Jack. I have a feeling in my gut. I could be totally wrong, obviously, but I have a feeling that he's in a stage right now where he might start accepting new ideas in the future. So, and also, did you know that Moose is Paul's producer again? He's got the keys. Did you
Wait,
know that?
I thought the keys were already taken away.
No, he didn't actually take them away. Apparently, he didn't actually. He said he was going to take them away, but then he never did take them away.
Right, because I saw him there last night producing. You're right.
Yeah, so Moose assumed that because he didn't actually take them away, it was a bit, and he started doing it, and Paul realized, but then he ended up deciding to give it to him anyway, let him keep it and give him another chance. So it's probably a bit non-bit, but he's got the keys, Paul's keys.
Wow, Moose is doing.
Where were you, OTW? You were you said you were on vacation. Where were you?
Well, I took vacation from YouTube because I had a lot of stuff that I neglected and had to get to, and it was very pressing, and I need to get all the time that I scrounge up for myself to get these things done, and I'm still not done yet. I still have a lot more work to do, so I just wanted to show everybody a sign of life and show everyone that I'm still here. I mean, I'm going to be back full time again. Right now I'm really busy and got a lot of things to do. So yeah, that's it. It's not like I'm not a real vacation. I hadn't even go anywhere. I just stayed here at home. I guess I had so much, with work and everything. And I still have to mow the lawn. I haven't even mowed the lawn yet. I'm going crazy.
Yeah, it's easy to sit on this, especially if you're on a panel. and you know, time could fly before you know it. You know, you half your fucking day's gone. So I try to just, I listen pretty much every day, but I'll keep doing what I got to do anyways and stay off the panel as much more than stay on. So I'll get on every once in a while for a little bit and then just get off and just, you know, put your earphones in and listen and do what I got to do.
Mm-hmm.
But it's easy to get caught up. It's
Yeah,
like,
and I rearranged my like my area here for like to do broadcasting and everything, because it was just like a bordello, and I needed to rearrange stuff, and the green screen wasn't working very well with the equipment that I had and the internet that I have. So I figured like just I'll go with a very simple backdrop and not have to worry about the green screen anymore. So I've abandoned the green screen. Yeah, and I keep it simple, you know, a couple of like, you know, red and blue light. Back to the basics.
Looks nice. That's the background you're going to use with your guitars and everything?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that looks good. You might maybe want to put a white light somewhere rather than just the red and blue behind you, directly behind you, a white light. It'll frame your back, you know, around you a little better. But other than that, it looks cool.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe putting a neon light at the top. Then
yeah, like if you put something
bring out all the
right behind your chair, just focus at your back, then it'll outline your shoulders and your, you know, your cap, and it'll, you know, create like a little bit of a halo around you, and it gives a bit of an effect.
Yeah, maybe if I could just go ahead and put that one blue. How about that?
Yeah, that works even better. Yes, because the darker, you need a little bit of light behind you, right? When you're on these sets, is what I've noticed from anything I've seen, right? Just paid attention.
Yeah, I like
to
the
how
blue.
people,
It's good. Yeah, I got a little remote control here for the light bulbs. They're just light bulbs, you know, plugged into a little lamp, and that's it. And they got to come with a remote control. Technology.
LEDs. Yeah, they got them
All right.
everywhere now. These LEDs for everything.
So let's ask Dominic. What's he all about? Let's like hear from him a little bit. What are you all about, sir? Where are you from? What do you do? Let's talk about you a little bit.
Hey, OTW. I'm from Toronto, Canada, actually. When I talk, so I'm like a Toys R Us. I'm all about spiritual stuff, unknown into the known kind of stuff. How the language come
So
to
where's
be.
about in Canada are you from?
Toronto, Canada.
Toronto. Oh, so you're like from where Lubass is from.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. So go on.
And the unknown. It's like when you see language, you actually see it when you describe it to things. You know, that kind of stuff. Awareness, basically. OTW, just awareness, just share stuff. Make people give a little pause and like, where the fuck I've been most of my life, kind of ideal.
Right.
You know, Lou's talking
All right.
a little bit about diets, for example. People can break that down. You know, especially if you're European, you're probably eating a lot of bread, so you're really fucking with your insulin, for example. Sorry, guys, my apologies. Turn that off. So you're playing with your insulin. You know, people that practice fasting or, you know, different type of diet, both mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. You could probably tap into all that kind of stuff. Just to share a little bit. I get what you guys are talking about. That's usually entertainment.
Yeah, he has a lot of information from the little that I've heard from him. When it comes to like decoding, and he put it pretty well. When he said awareness, I think that's a good encompassing word.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, because knowledge is usually just the beginning stage. Most people are just becoming knowledgeable right now. So they're understanding things like, you know, language is usually dumbed down, such as written work, oral speech, and all that kind of stuff. Like, where do we get most of our technology? It doesn't come from the human race. But anyway, I get it. You have to actually expand yourself and say, okay, and have I been asleep the whole time? And for most humans, we have been asleep. Still are going to be asleep.
Awesome. These are the kind of conversations I like.
There we go. And I'm with you, OTW. I gladly explained it, no problem. You know, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where you have to know thyself. Who's the knower and who's the self? Those are both programs running at any given time. Like when I tell people, so when you go to sleep, who runs your body? It's not the ego. That's beyond its capacity. You know, it's like when you eat your food, who dissects it? It's not the ego. When me and you are hearing each other, I use the word correctly, hearing each other, and you're listening from within, who's running the liquids in your body. So, and then of course, you play musical instruments, so there's a lot of sounds and frequency that affects the blood.
What's happening?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
For sure, you're aware of all that. So we get to share that at this point. We all get to share with each other. Understand, you know, okay, so when you cut yourself, is life outside or inside? Outside is decaying on a constant basis, what we would call like the concept of dead, for example. But most people think anything that moves in this realm is alive. I said, no, it doesn't work that way. Those are just movement of energy.
Scream, scream, keep you suckers in my rear view, my money on my mind. Give a fuck about that love them dollar signs. You on some sucker shit. Only thing you running is your mouth, some other shit. Only thing you running is your mouth. I'm flipping, I'm stacking, I'm flipping, I'm stacking, I'm flipping, I'm flexing. I'm flipping, I'm stacking, I'm flipping, I'm stacking, I'm flipping, I'm stacking, I'm flexing. I'm flipping, I'm stacking, I'm flipping, I'm stacking, I'm.
I couldn't find the one where he makes it look like I'm drinking pee though. Let me see if I can find that. This is the let's promote his channel here. This is Enslaved by Truth. Our boy EBT, this is his channel. At Enslaved by Truth, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, at Enslaved by Truth. I know I'm on one of these shorts. Let me check out the short here. Oh, there I am.
Please leave me alone. Leave me alone. 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 Please leave me alone.
That's great. And then there's I know there's another one too. Where is it? Oh yeah, here I am.
You flexing, ain't it? Mr. Flexington?
Oh, man, I ain't making no noise. I'm just trying to get me some money out here. You need to do the same. You will.
You flexing, ain't it? Mr.
Oh, man. Then there's this one.
God can take them away. You have to embody, and if you don't, you've done wrong. You're unjust. You're an infidel. I'm talking into your spirit. I'm talking objective truth. I'm telling you what the fuck needs to happen or else. When the or else comes, I don't want to hear it. Don't you want personal choice? Don't you want property rights? Don't you want the ability to defend yourself? Don't you want the fascism?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely.
I want to vomit how easy it is to mind and heart control the majority of these fucking slaves.
Yep.
You got to put the work in. You got to put the time in. You got to show up for yourself and others. You got to have conviction. You got to live your information. You ain't.
Would probably be better if I
They're
did.
not sitting in a fucking hole for a year, viewing themselves and
It felt great
reflecting and
outside,
trying to
by
find
the
a
way.
space of peace and empowerment.
Went
They're
up to
not
the
doing
office
anything.
and
The court
picked up
doesn't
a
know
package.
you. Policy enforcement doesn't know you. The DA doesn't know you. The U.S. corporation doesn't know you. The feds don't know you. If they do know you, it's for being a loser failure and fucking up your own affairs and mismanaging it and having to go to jail at best. This is way deeper than rap. This ain't about no court. This is about taking your soul and keeping you here for thousands of years. I suspect I can't prove it. You can't be nice and kind and polite with these people. You got to be a godly, righteous man, and you can't be an infidel, and you can't be equally yoked with infidel. You got a duty to render aid. You got a duty to uphold God's law. You got a duty to exercise your rights. Why the fuck ain't you doing it? But we can get in our ego and compete with each other over bullshit, or we can really be honest with ourselves and each other about where the fuck we failed ourselves and our family and our future and our lineage.
Right. We can really be real with ourselves where we failed our.
We pills lean jammed in a fanny pack. Nigga, you look like a bitch in your fanny pack. I got a stick in my fanny pack. Turn my fanny pack to a sandy crack. Now she don't know where our panties at. 100 bands in the fanny pack, 100 grams in the fanny pack, and a fan in the fanny pack. We pills lean jammed in the fanny pack. Nigga, you look like a bitch in your fanny pack. I got a stick in my fanny pack. Turn my
Oh, by the way, coming to you live from Gallon of Piss Studios. By the way, well, gallons of Piss Studios. I think that one's got a little toothpaste in it. Kind of, the color, yeah, gallon of. It's raining, or I would have emptied these out earlier. So what I wanted to talk about is the fear porn. I know there's some more that I'm on. But I think that's it, actually. Yeah. We'll go to some Get Chalked Up. I don't know if y'all have ever. Some of these, I'm on some of these old videos. There you go. Here's an oldie but goodie. What is it?
Yo, what up? It's your boy Drew. I made a little cover about Benton's little catchphrase where he says people are delusional and in denial about like the Dungeons and Dragons cover. And I like that you say that and you're able to boil it down to just a few words.
Well, I appreciate that. You saw I busted out my boy Obscenity there on the Discord earlier.
Yeah, I saw that.
You know, I love my people, but every once in a while, I'm just like, no, you're delusional and in denial.
Yeah, I like
About
I like how
yeah, go ahead.
people. Sorry, I was just gonna say like a quick story. I listened to some Sunday morning public access thing when I'm going to work, and it was some lady, some college professor, and she was just. I mean, long story short, it was just like all word salad, and I was like, man, like if you can't boil down your thoughts into like, you know, as concise as possible, then in my opinion, you don't understand it. And that's why the last stream I did on the backup channel, like I was talking it through for a whole hour, and some guy came in. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name right now, but a guy came in and said, yeah, that conspiracies and all that is basically trying to manufacture mental illness. And I was like, that's it. That's what I was trying to say for an hour.
Yeah.
So to me, that just shows someone can truly understands what they're trying to talk about, the less words they need.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's something I struggle with is, you know, a lot of times I go through these long-winded, you know, explanations, you know, when in reality, you know, I should be able to be a lot more concise. And I don't know where that came from, you know, the delusional and in denial, but I think it definitely communicates a lot of information. And I've been, you know, very critical of the truth community, but I think it's important. You know, I think it's kind of important for people to, you know, be self-reflective and kind of understand, you know, what they're putting out to the world versus just, you know, we're perfect. We're the truth community. We know what's going on. And, you know, everybody else, you know, is sheeple or whatever.
Yeah, it's almost like a religion at this point. And if you don't agree with any of the narratives of the conspiracy, then you're just, you're a pedo defender or you're something like that, you know?
Well, and the whole Trump thing where, you know, what percentage of the truth community is, you know, actually QAnon, you know, MAGA types? It's got to be pretty significant, I would think. Yeah, I think it's probably pretty significant.
Legend calls it Karens with a Q.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what's the end result of all this? You know, we see what's going on. And, you know, I was truck driving and I've got a picture where I took a picture of my computer, you know, in the cab. And my company back in late April, I guess early May, sent me a message saying it's over. Now that it's over, you know, now the cops are out again. But what are we seeing now? You know, it's coming back full force.
Yeah, that's something you hear a lot when people will say when it's over or something like that. Well, it's never going to be over ever.
Oh, and well, it will be over. It will be over, but by then we'll be on to the next.
Yeah, I think it's going to continue, in my opinion, because the people failed the test so badly that they can just do whatever they want at this point.
Yeah, and I want to say this. You know, I had pneumonia about 2 weeks ago, and my breathing is still not back to normal. I'm still, you know, when I'm talking, I'm still kind of getting winded just from talking. So, you know, I believe that people are getting sick, and my mom's still in the hospital, by the way. But I'm not willing to say, okay, it's. And I just don't believe that. But people are definitely getting sick. There's no doubt about that.
Well, people have always been getting sick.
Yeah. I had pneumonia about 12 years ago. I was sick as a dog for about a week, and then I was fine. Same thing with this. Now it is strange to me that I got sick in the summer. That part is unusual. This many people getting sick in the summer seems strange. And even my sister, who's become a health nut in the last few years, she also got sick, but she didn't get as sick as I did. But the boozing definitely takes a toll on the immune system. By the way, yeah, I'm generally pretty healthy, but this thing, it definitely put me down for a few days. But then, like I said, my mom's been in the hospital for 2 weeks, and I think she's going to recover eventually, but who knows? But right before she went in the hospital, she was real scared about getting sick. She's so sick, she thinks she might get sick again. So now, and I've had numerous conversations with my mom about this stuff, but she might not, if she recovers and comes out of the hospital, she might not be willing to be around me because she might think I'm going to get her sick. I mean, that's how diabolical this thing is.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. Jurassic had a story like that about his family too. I don't know if he caught that, but he said,
I haven't seen much Jurassic, but I did see that part. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so why did they blame his niece or whoever? I don't remember who it was. Why did they blame that? They went, basically the story was like his whole family went and got and it was, I'm not sure if I have it 100% right, but it's like a mom and dad and twins or something, twin adult girls that live in the house, and one of the girls didn't get it. And then so the whole household got sick after they got and they all blamed it on the one girl that didn't get like, why would they? I don't understand why they would blame her instead of blaming for not working.
Well, she's a heretic. She's not. She's a heretic. That's it. It doesn't have to make sense.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't have to make sense. Speaking of not making sense, man, I know you saw this earlier, but I want to play this clip of that lady getting booed off the stage. I'm going to play it, and then I want to hear your take on this.
And for a new country that ushered in a concept the world has never seen. Freedom. Why don't you listen to what I have to say?
I guess that's about enough COVID talk, right? Man, why is my connection so bad? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm still a little bummed out that my webcam won't work. I can. In the past, I've been able to use one of my old Android phones as a webcam. I use Linux, Ubuntu as my operating system. And for some reason, when I try to hook it back up, I guess every time the Linux kernel gets updated, for some reason I have to reinstall the software that lets me use the phone as a webcam. And I don't know if it's been my recent brain fog, but I wasn't able to pull it off the other day. So maybe after the stream here, maybe perhaps I will make the camera work. Let me reboot real quick. Try to get the cam back. And then I'll take requests after that, because we're just rambling. It's 5.5 hours in. Damn, is it almost 3 o'clock? Shit, is Paul going live? I might wrap up. I think Paul's going to want to go live. Not that my stream would have anything to do with that. Tribe kind of got me up in my head a little bit about that. Oh, okay, he's got it scheduled. All right, we're out, folks. Let me not that Paul needs any of my help. But the airing of the grievances like that. Oh, I see. All right, folks, we're out of here. Thanks for joining me. Go check out Paul. He'll be live in about 15 minutes, unless we only got 12 in the house, so surely there's no more ground for me to cover here. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Apologies if I kept you through the meal break. Man, it felt great out there when I went up front to the office, so I think I'm going to go outside just to hang out in the heat. It's freezing in here. I did not realize how cold it is in this room, but I'm going to go hang out at least until I start feeling overheated, right? What does Yurt say? Novelty? I don't know if that's novelty, but I sure do like how that feels. So, all right, folks. Thanks for watching. Bye.